Prologue. Rhea. It was just a matter of time before they were discovered. Of course, an 11-year-old would never see it coming. At 11, Rhea was more concerned with making friends, schoolwork, riding bikes, and the fascinating nature trails behind her house than whether or not her family would be betrayed by her best friend. Until one day, they arrived. Men and women in tactical gear carrying heavy-duty tranquilizers, meant to knock out creatures with magic-enhanced strength. Rhea didn't know that's what the black gun-like objects were when she saw them. She eyed them nervously, standing at the door and wishing she hadn't answered it. "Are your parents home?" a woman in a suit asked. Rhea turned her wide gaze to this woman, with her very tan skin and shiny brown hair. "Who's at the door, Ray?" Rhea's older brother, Jake, came up behind her, then pushed her away from the door. Rhea stumbled back. "Hey!" She couldn't help it. He'd pushed her. "What do you want?" His voice seemed too harsh to belong to her kind brother. Had she done something wrong by opening the door? "We just want to speak with your parents, son." A man in a suit stood beside the woman. How had Rhea missed him before? She had been looking at the black and yellow guns, the probes on the front reminding her of stingers. The man's face was calm, his tone pleasant. Surely he meant them no harm. But who were these people? Jake gripped the doorknob, his knuckles white and his jaw tensed. He glanced at Rhea, gave her a brief smile, then slammed the door in the man's face. "Run," Jake urged, giving her a shove. He locked the door just as someone on the other side jiggled the handle. "But why?" "Shouldn't we get Mom and Dad?" Rhea insisted. "These are not friendly people, Rhea. Whatever you do, don't shift until you reach the woods. Keep them guessing about what you truly are as long as possible." Jake's golden-eyed gaze was so intense, Rhea could only nod dumbly. The door beside them thudded and shuddered. Had someone kicked it? Jake touched Rhea's shoulder. "I have to warn the others. You grab anyone in the backyard and run to the den. No looking back, okay?" Rhea nodded and took off running. She had a mission, but she didn't feel any less afraid as she left her brother blocking the door those people were trying to kick down. She leapt out the back door, heart pounding in her chest. She saw her younger twin brothers playing first, and then, from the corner of her vision, 2 armed men came from the front, using a pathway beside the house. "Halt," one of them called. Rhea grabbed her nearest brother Derek by the arm and started hauling him to his feet. "Run!" she cried. Derek resisted, starting to cry. He'd always been the more sensitive one. Even at 5, he cried too much. Rhea pulled him frantically as the men jogged towards them. David caught Rhea's urgency and took Derek's other arm. "Come on," he shouted. Seeing and hearing his twin did the trick. Derek got his legs under him and bolted for the woods ahead. Rhea ran behind them, glancing over her shoulder. The men were getting closer. "Keep going," Rhea shrieked at her brothers, then pivoted back to face the men and ran straight at them. They pulled up in surprise, one holding out a hand to catch her. She twisted out of the way at the last second, helped by her fox agility. She was limited in her human form, but retained some ability and some enhanced smelling and hearing. She headed back for the house. Something crashed inside, and glass broke. A hand clamped down on her shirt from behind, jerking her off her feet. Rhea shifted without thinking, hands morphing into paws, vision muting, eliminating the colors she could see with her human eyes. Rhea snapped with her powerful jaw, catching the man's gloved hand and biting it. He yelped and dropped her. She wriggled out of the jeans and t-shirt, tangling her limbs, and took off like a red-furred bullet around the side of the house to the front yard. Her father struggled against 2 men holding him, talking rapidly and saying things Rhea was too panicked to hear properly. She headed straight for him, jumping at the 2 men nearby. Her father's face contorted in anguish. "No," he shouted. One of the men raised his gun, and a crackling filled the air, sending pulsing electricity through Rhea's slight fox frame. She collapsed to the ground, whimpering, the smell of singed fur filling the air. Her vision blurred, then went black. Rhea woke in an empty room. She shifted on the cot and sat up, tugging at the hospital gown hanging off her human frame. Steel gray cement walls met her searching eyes. There was a toilet, a tiny sink, the cot she sat on, and nothing else. They'd caught her. The people in suits, and the men and women in the gear with their guns. They'd been prepared to meet resistance. Worse, they'd seemed to be prepared for her family's abilities. Rhea had hidden her fox-shifting abilities from everyone, just like her parents, and their parents, and their parents, and on, as far back as the Todd family had possessed the ability. But then, a week ago, she'd shown the boy down the street. Because she liked him. Because she trusted him. And he'd seen her in her fox form before that anyway, playing in the woods. She'd tried to deny it, but admittedly not very hard. She'd been so excited to have someone to share it with, and the shock and amazement in his eyes had been so worth it. Until now. Tyson had betrayed her. Who else could it be? Rhea drew her legs up to her chest on the cot and cried, the fat, warm tears dripping down her cheeks and soaking the thin hospital gown. She was alone. Her family was gone, and it was her fault. What would happen to them? The heavy door at the front of the small room clicked and creaked open. A woman with soft eyes, crimped hair, and a swishy skirt stepped in. Rhea Todd? Her gentle voice and eyes made Rhea want to like the woman, but she was scared. Her entire body trembled, and her bottom lip quivered, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't keep herself from blubbering like a baby. "Where's my mom?" Rhea wailed. "Now then, she's safe, and so are you. I'm just here to do some tests to see what makes you so special, because you are special, aren't you, Rhea?" The woman came closer, kneeling beside the cot Rhea sat on. Rhea gulped air and slowed her crying, her gaze locking on the beautiful color of the woman's eyes. "They're purple." The woman smiled. "Yes, they are. They match my name. I'm Violet." She held out her hand. Rhea had never had an adult shake her hand before. She hesitated a moment before reaching out and taking the soft hand of the nice lady named Violet. The woman's eyes flashed with a bright purple glow, and Rhea jumped, then giggled. "You're magic," Rhea said. "I am," Violet said, smiling. "I'm a witch, and I'm going to take care of you. I promise. Will you come with me?" She held out her hand. Rhea smiled and slid off the cot, taking Violet's hand in her own and following her out of the cell. She passed all the tests. She sat still for every poke and prod, despite wanting to nip at the cold hands that touched her. She settled for glaring at the mean ones and smiling at the nice ones. The people who asked her questions made her shift again and again and again while they did scans, drew her blood, and gave her medicines to see if they could stop the shifting. They couldn't. For nearly 3 years they performed their experiments. Rhea felt her mind numbing to it, accepting it as her life. She hated herself for her complacency. She saw her parents twice a year, her birthday and Christmas. Violet wouldn't explain why Rhea was kept away. When Rhea saw her mom and dad, she'd gone from a little girl to a teenager, and her mother burst into tears at the sight of her baby girl half grown. Rhea cried the first time. The second, she just leaned into her father's bulky warmth and sighed, letting the strains of the past year melt away. He felt skinnier than ever, and there were hollows under his eyes that suggested the experiments being performed on her parents as adults were different than the ones they used on Rhea. And hopefully, her siblings. Her heart ached for her twin baby brothers. They wouldn't be babies anymore. And what of Jake, her older brother, and Lisa and Laura, her older sisters? All taken. All being tested like her. For what? For evidence of humanity? Then one day, it all ended as abruptly as it had started. Rhea got up and dressed in the clean clothes provided for her, a cotton t-shirt and loose pants. She did her hair in a ponytail, brushed her teeth, washed her face, and sat on her bed, waiting to be taken back to the lab, or the single-room classroom, with one desk where a tutor on a computer screen had given her a bland glimpse into the world she was estranged from. But that day, they didn't retrieve her at the normal time. And when they did come, they took her into a tiny room where they asked her to strip down, shower, then put on a hospital gown. Not too unusual, but Rhea's nerves frayed easily, after all that she'd been through, and her throat closed up as she put on the socks they provided to keep her feet off the cold tile floor. The frigid temperature of the floor seeped through the socks anyway, and Rhea rubbed her feet and stood waiting to be collected. Her heart beat loudly. Maybe today was the day she was set free. But then, why did they take her clothes? She twisted her long red hair around her fingers, winding and unwinding. A clock ticked on the wall behind her, but she didn't look. It was sometime in winter, but she didn't know the date. It didn't matter anymore. Her life had become a singular experience for a singular useless purpose. Voices mumbled through the door. Rhea walked to it and pressed her face against the crack in the doorframe, her cheek touching the icy cold metal. "It's a shame, you know, a crying shame," said one voice. "It's wrong, straight up, giving a girl a lethal injection. And for what? It's a waste of life." Rhea pulled away, her face twisting with confusion. She couldn't have heard that right. Were they talking about her? Lethal meant deadly. Were they going to kill her? Her skin prickled, and her knees went wobbly. She needed to see Violet, to ask her questions. Violet always answered her questions. When the two techs opened the door, they found Rhea curled on the floor by the wall in the fetal position. They both had sympathetic eyes, but still, they pulled her to standing, holding onto her arms to keep her from collapsing. Rhea mustered every ounce of her courage, looking at the woman with the soft brown eyes and skin, certain she was the one who had said this was wrong. She would be sympathetic to the teenage girl who had no control over her powers, who had never done anything wrong to anyone in her life. "Please," Rhea said, her voice cracking and her bottom lip quivering. She didn't have to act. This was all too real. "Please, can I talk to Violet?" "Violet is waiting for you in the next room," the man holding Rhea's opposite arm said abruptly. The brown-eyed woman smiled sadly and moved Rhea forward down the hallway. Rhea's heart plummeted. Violet was in the next room. Violet was part of this. She wouldn't save Rhea. All the testing, all of Rhea's compliance, had been for nothing. It couldn't be for nothing. "No!" Rhea screamed. She yanked her arms away and dropped to the floor. In a flash, she was a fox, her spry body slipping easily through the loose hospital gown. Her claws clicked on the slippery tile as she ran. The man shouted, his voice booming to her wide ears. Rhea barked a warning as he lumbered after her, then darted down another hallway. She had to find a way out of there. Ahead, a group of techs in white clothes spotted her as they came down the hall. There was nowhere to go but through. Rhea zigzagged, darting through their legs and tripping two of them. In the chaos and shouting, she managed to slip away, but she still had nowhere to hide. Her bright red coat, a muted brown in her own fox vision, was too easy to spot in the wide, white hallways. Where could she go? Hands closed around her middle, coming out of nowhere. She hadn't even heard the footsteps. She'd been so preoccupied with finding a place to hide, she'd walked right into the enemy's hands. The hands wrapped a jacket tightly around her, keeping her claws and snout away. Rhea whined. She didn't know who held her. She didn't want to know. They carried her through the building into a room with a metal table, and standing beside it with a clipboard was Violet. "Rhea, this isn't helping," Violet scolded. Rhea barked and growled. She was done helping. She wasn't going to lie down and let them kill her. Did Violet really expect? "Call in some backup. When she shifts back, she's going to have to be restrained." There was a measured coldness in Violet's tone, an expression, that threw Rhea off guard. She squirmed in the man's hands, tugging one paw free of the haphazard restraint. "I'll take her," Violet said. She gripped Rhea with practiced firmness, not enough to hurt her, but too strong to wiggle out of. If Rhea had had a mouth that could speak, she would have been yelling, cursing the witch and her betrayal so everyone in the building might hear. Anger coursed through her, hot and human, feeling too big for her fox body. It had nowhere to go, trapped as she was, so it cycled around and around until 3 more people entered the room, and one man held up a syringe. Violet nodded. "Do it now." The needle slid into Rhea's fur, and she yelped, then pain flooded her senses. Ripping, shrieking, grinding, writhing, the serum forced her to transform from fox to human in an insane 3 seconds flat. Rhea lay gasping on the floor like a fish out of water, limbs still coursing with fire and agony. Hands lifted her up and carried her to the table. A gown was placed over her head and pulled over her body. And all Rhea could do was sit there and try to remember how to breathe without feeling like she drew needles in with her air. Straps tightened on her wrists. She grunted and tried to arch her back, but straps gripped both her shoulders and hips. She tossed her head, barely comprehending anything she was seeing. Gray and white blurs. The flash of blonde as a woman tossed her hair, glancing at Rhea as she finished tying down a strap. A blur of brown as a dark-haired tech checked her leg straps. Tears blurred Rhea's vision, embarrassingly. She didn't want to cry in front of these people. "Leave us," Violet said suddenly. All activity froze as the tech stared at Violet. Are you sure?" the male tech with the brown hair asked. "She's tied down. What can she do?" Violet's voice dropped low and threatening. The techs filed out to leave, the metal door banging shut behind them with a solid thud that made Rhea wince. Plastic crinkled. Rhea glanced and saw the shiny pointed tip of a long syringe and immediately glanced away. Metal clinked on a tray beside her. She couldn't look. Not at the needle in Violet's hand. The witch had promised to take care of Rhea, had advocated for Rhea to see her family, to get more sleep when the lab rats wanted to keep testing, had brought toys and books and rocks and flowers from outside, so Rhea wouldn't get bored or feel so alone in her sterile prison. And now, Violet was going to be the one to kill her. "You lied to me," Rhea said, tugging against her bonds. But it was no use. They wouldn't budge. She squeezed her eyes shut, then blinked rapidly to get rid of the tears pooling in her eyes. But she couldn't stop them from coming, just like she couldn't stop what was about to happen to her. She was only 14. She should be thinking about boys, preparing for end-of-year testing at school, getting ready for summer. Instead, she'd be dead within the hour. She turned her head away from Violet, unable to watch that needle descend. "Rhea," Violet said, her voice deceptively tender. As if she really cared. Rhea wouldn't fall for that trap again. "Rhea." Violet's voice changed, taking on an urgency that made Rhea's eyes pop open. "What?" Rhea snapped her head back towards Violet. "Just get it over with. I know my family is probably dead already, or will be soon. You betrayed your own kind. I hope you feel that guilt for the rest of your life." Violet's brow creased. Her fingertips brushed Rhea's wrist, then withdrew. "I'm not here to kill you." "You don't have to pretend. I heard what the guy outside said," Rhea said with bitterness. "I'm not pretending. Now shut up and listen." Violet's lips pursed. "We don't have much time to get this right, and once you're under, I can't wake you up until the perfect time. I've had a vision, Rhea. It showed me the end of the world, and you were part of it. You're scheduled to be killed by lethal injection today, but I am going to protect you. You'll appear dead. I'll put a spell on you. The injection itself is only saline and will not harm you." Rhea's eyes widened. She lifted her head off the table. "What do you mean? I'll be asleep?" Violet pressed her back down. She fiddled with something on the table beside her. It clinked against the stainless steel tray that held the needle. Not just any sleep. The 100 years' sleep. Sleeping Beauty's nap, if you will. Violet gave a wry smile. Your spirit will travel through the dream realm until someone comes and guides you back to your body and wakes you up. The dream realm? How long will I be gone? Will anyone else be there? My family? Rhea asked, her words choking in her throat. Oh, how she hoped she wouldn't be alone. I don't know how long you'll be there. It could be years. Your body will age, but your life will be preserved, so you won't need to eat or drink. The dream realm is expansive, and I can't guarantee you'll find anyone you know. But I'm attempting to get your family out this same way. Stay away from evil entities that will steal your light. I wish I could prepare you more, send you with protections, but the hasty ones I've set in place will have to do. Rhea opened her mouth to ask another question when the door to the room opened. Is something wrong, witch? A man growled. Rhea kept her face straight, staring at the cracks in the ceiling. Her arms trembled, and coldness seeped into Rhea through the thin hospital gown she wore. Just double-checking the solution percentages. Can't be too careful when magic is involved. You can tell the others I'm ready to proceed, Violet said, in a clipped tone. The door shut in response. Rhea flexed her fists. I'm scared, she whispered. Moisture glistened in Violet's eyes as she raised the syringe in a blue-gloved hand, pausing over Rhea's arm. You're going to make it, Rhea. You're going to survive. And you'll fight in a war for paranormal rights and change the whole world. Violet raised her hand and plunged the needle into Rhea's arm. Chapter 1. Harper. Harper's lungs burned with each inhale and exhale, her throat parched and desperate for water. She ignored her body signaling for rest, sucking in more air and dredging up all of her energy. Her wings quivered, straining from her shoulder blades, as if they'd launch her into the air at any moment. She screeched, making the entire room stop and stare. Several people covered their ears, exchanging amused, even mocking glances with their training partners. Her cheeks heated, but she squared her shoulders and faced her trainer, who blinked rapidly and pasted a smile on her oval face. That was, good, but not exact. When singing the Song of Breaking, notes go up, like this. The Raven-born trainer, Noja, opened her mouth wide and trilled a perfect rising scale, the same scale Harper had attempted a dozen times that morning, and failed to reproduce. Harper clenched her fists, then forced them to relax. It was impossible to sing the songs of her people when she was tense. At least that's what Nauja told her, along with every other bird shifter in this place. Each tribe, or rather flock, of bird shifters had their own songs. Ravens could not sing the songs of the eagles, or the owls, or the blue jays. And there were blue jays here, among the rebels of the Transcendental Redemption Society. Harper had seen the flash of blue wings in her first week, and had left the training room without explanation. Over time, she'd grown used to the sight, but those blue, black, and white feathers never failed to bring Fletcher's face to the surface of her mind. She forced herself to see his face, not the broken body under a white drape, but remembering helped too. Helped her keep training, keep trying. Despite the embarrassment she felt when she got the notes wrong. When she failed to sing even the simplest versions of the songs of the Tulukaruk people. Her people. Remembering Fletcher reminded her why she had joined the rebellion. To fight. To make the world into a safe place for paranormal and human alike. Naja considered Harper's face, then nodded, as if she understood something. She clasped her hands behind her back and paced a few steps. The primary bars. Run through them again. Practice your voice control. You won't invite the river of magic until you get the notes right, Nauja said. Harper breathed through clenched teeth and rolled her shoulders. Nauja meant well, but Harper had been singing the primary bars. Fledgling songs meant to train the youth of the tribe, for weeks now, with little to show for it. Where was the song she'd used at Camp Silver Lake to save Tyson from the band of rogue paranormals intent on killing him? Where was the power that had come so readily, so naturally to her in times of need? And why was she forced to bear the humiliation of singing the primary bars in front of everyone? Even Quinn had advanced to the more complicated full versions of the songs. There were 8 in total, and he had already mastered 3 to their trainer's satisfaction. Harper hadn't even mastered one, but she wanted to. She needed to. So, she shoved her pride aside and closed her eyes, swallowing past the dryness in her throat, unwilling to ask for a drink of water, to show any weakness or sign of fatigue. Nadja seemed to read her mind and passed her a water bottle, but Harper pushed it away. Harper cleared her throat and pursed her lips into a tight O shape and whistled, up and down, sharps and minors, trying desperately to feel the tone and invite the river of magic that Nadja claimed flowed through every raven-born individual. "If you have the wings, you have the songs," she'd said during their past training sessions. "It's just a matter of bringing them out, making them second nature, rather than something that explodes from you in times of trouble." Now, Nadja watched Harper, nodding as she hit the right notes and kept her pacing even. Harper's hand slapped her thigh, giving her a rhythm to follow. She moved from whistling to singing and back again, the notes becoming wild, taking shape, flowing. She was doing it. Immersed in the music, joy surging at the flow she felt in the simple measures of music that emerged from her chest. It took Harper several moments to notice that the mutterings around the room weren't for her performance of the primary bars, but because someone important had entered the room. Anna Aguda King, raven-born daughter of the Tulukaruk tribe and leader of the council of the TRS, not to mention Harper's own mother, strolled around the room, greeting the practicing avian shifters. "Please, continue your training. Don't stop on my account," Anna called, and the room bustled once more as training efforts renewed. Some practiced fighting, but more practiced their songs, like Harper. Most of them were much more advanced than she. The bar Harper had been practicing caught in her throat. She watched her mother circle at the far end of the room, hardly hearing Nadja's praise and encouragement to keep going. Anna's cold, dark eyes landed on her daughter, then slid away. She touched a lark shifter's shoulder, smiling as she said something, perhaps giving advice, then moved on. Harper swallowed past the lump in her throat. "Perhaps that's enough for today," Nadja suggested gently. Harper's jaw tightened. "No, I want to do the Song of Breaking." "But you haven't done your focus exercises, and given your current state, I don't think that's the wisest." Harper glared, her wings flaring, and Nadja's words faltered. Ravens did not have alphas like the werewolves, but Harper had observed that there was still a natural hierarchy. Some of the ravens were more dominant, others more subservient. Her mother was clearly a dominant shifter, and Quinn had shown it as well. The others responded to Harper deferentially, but her position in the flock was still uncertain. Nadja did not have much dominance, but she did have authority as Harper's trainer. Going against that authority was disrespectful, but Harper didn't care. She had to show Anna what she was capable of. The woman had hardly looked her way, much less addressed her, in the weeks since they had stopped the witches from summoning Ragranoth several weeks prior. Hadn't had time to even talk to her only daughter, who had been lost to her for almost 20 years. Hadn't offered a single explanation for her disappearance. So far, being reunited with her mother had turned out to be nothing special, and Harper's gut ached at the loneliness she felt, which had grown worse since she joined the TRS and found her mother. Even having Quinn back didn't help, since he spent all his time going on special missions for the rebellion, and had no time to spend with Harper to rebuild the memories she'd lost to the beryllium orb. Maybe, if Harper could show her mother the power she'd used instinctively before, maybe that would be enough to get her to notice, and Harper could be sent on a mission with Quinn next time one came up. Harper ignored Nadja's attempts to dissuade her and opened her mouth, launching into the complicated Song of Breaking. The notes cracked as they passed through her dry throat, but Harper persevered, focusing on the flow she'd felt during the primary bars, and to her amazement, the notes held. She raised her voice, the song rising above the chatter and the quieter tunes in the room. Naja stepped aside, wings folded against her back submissively, her eyebrows knit with concern, but she cleared the space around Harper. Harper concentrated on the object she was meant to break with her song, a small glass jar contained in a box to avoid shrapnel striking anyone nearby when the jar broke. Harper focused on it, pushing her voice to its limit, letting the river of energy rush through her and into the jar. She imagined the song filling the jar, pushing outward. Faintly, she heard a voice telling her to stop. Why would she stop? She would do it this time. She could feel it. She rushed the last 4 notes, holding the last high note as long and loud as she could, power coursing through her. The jar gave way, shattering with the telltale tinkle of glass. A heavy object thudded to the ground. Someone screamed. "Stop!" a harsh voice commanded. Harper opened her eyes. Naja stood doubled over, her hand on her face, blood trickling between her fingers. The table stood a few feet away, its legs broken from underneath it. The jar was no more than a pile of glass shards in the center of a flattened box. Harper's song had broken too much, too loud, too fast. She glanced breathlessly at those who gathered, their faces serious, even angry. I'm sorry, Naja. I didn't mean... What were you thinking? Anna interrupted, stopping next to Naja and taking her hand from her face to check the cut. It looked deep, the angry red line reaching from her mouth nearly to her ear. Anna passed Naja off to another of the bird shifters to be taken to the healing floor. Then, she faced Harper again. I have rarely seen such irresponsible behavior. To disregard the safety of others, to ignore one's trainers. Again and again you defy them, acting as if you know better. When will you learn? Anna asked, her harsh voice cutting into Harper's mind. Harper's wings drooped. She fidgeted. I just wanted... Anna laughed. Wanted what? To harm others? To ruin this entire operation? Next time, aim to bring down the entire tower if that's your goal. Renewed anger surged through Harper. She'd fought harder than anyone she knew for the chance to live a normal life with her family. And now, the only family she had left accused her of being a failure who would bring down the rebellion. You send Quinn on missions? You include him in the council meetings? Did you forget that I'm also your daughter? Don't I deserve a chance to serve where it really matters? Harper asked. Anna's hand balled into a fist, and her entire body shook as if she resisted lashing out. Harper wished she would. She understood that kind of pain. Exchanging blows resulted in a clear winner, at least. The pain flaring in her heart didn't make any sense. No one could win in a war of emotions, especially if one side refused to engage. Anna's hand relaxed, and she shook out her wings, brushing back a loose strand of dark brown hair from her face. She straightened her shirt and regained the impersonal expression that Harper had learned to recognize as her command face. As you've consistently shown, you're reckless and unreliable. I cannot send you on missions that require obedience, control, and discipline. Having a blood connection to me does not automatically qualify you for those positions. Anna drew in a breath and turned away from Harper. Conversation over. What do I have to do? Harper shouted. She panted, exhaustion settling into her chest and limbs from acting as a channel for the power of breaking. Anna didn't stop, and Harper let the emotion surge out of her as a burst of sound, a cry of frustration and rage. 2 weeks on double kitchen duty, breakfast and dinner. Anna's voice carried clearly through the training room, and she didn't even spare a glance back at her. Harper headed for the open-air patio attached to the training room. She had to let off some steam, or she'd break something else.
Chapter 2. Tyson. Tyson sat in a windowless room, sweat dripping down his nose. His bare chest and back were slick with sweat and oil, and his head swam with hunger. Ewu, the shaman assigned to train Tyson in the art of astral travel and war, insisted that fasting was the key to unlocking his full potential. Something about denying the carnal flesh and forcing his spirit to grow stronger. Tyson just wanted a sandwich, turkey and Swiss, ham and cheddar, peanut butter and jelly. He wasn't picky. He'd eat whatever the cafeteria had that day. But he really, really wanted a hand whistled through the air and clapped Tyson on the side of his head. "Ow," Tyson said, flinching away from the blow. "If you were not so busy thinking about food, you would have blocked my strike, Tyson Miller," Ewu chided, adjusting his seat across from Tyson on a simple woven mat, legs crisscross and arms relaxed on his naked thighs. The man wore nothing but a thin pair of boxer shorts, his silvery aura gleaming like starlight around him. He insisted Tyson wear the same thing, claiming that shame was a barrier to ascension, and the energy that emitted from man-made fabrics inhibited truth or something. Tyson thought the guy was crazier than the online guru he'd studied when he first learned astral travel. Crazier than Charlemagne, the hippie auto mechanic and soothsayer he'd run into what seemed like a lifetime ago. Before Alaska, before Harper's possession, before the Transcendental Redemption Society had taken over D.C. and captured the President of the United States. Ewu's growl interrupted Tyson's thoughts. "Clear your mind." Tyson straightened, attempting the impossible, especially now that he'd thought of Harper. It frustrated her, not doing anything she considered important. Everything important in her eyes was inherently dangerous, and Tyson, for one, was glad that she'd been assigned benign tasks that contributed to the good of the residents of the tower that housed the TRS headquarters, even if it did make her cranky. "Your thoughts are drifting, Tyson Miller." Ewu's growl became a bark, and he boxed both sides of Tyson's head with a ferocity that belied his frail appearance. The polar bear inside of Tyson bellowed at this abuse. He clamped down on it, trying to control the shift like he'd been practicing. He wasn't here to work on that today. At least, he didn't think he was. He'd been sitting in this meditation pose for over an hour. Tyson gritted his teeth. "Maybe if you told me what the point of today's lesson was, I wouldn't have such a hard time concentrating. It's hard to focus on nothing." Ewu snorted. "Until you learn the art of focusing on nothing, you will not get anywhere. It took me 3 years in Vale du Javari to master that skill. Do not expect it to take you any less." Tyson cleared his throat. "Master Ewu, I've been assigned to you to learn things that will help us win the war we're in now. We don't have 3 years. Such insolence. This is not a war. This is a standoff. Each side showing what it can do, like territorial stags trying to frighten the competition. The war has not even started yet," Ewu insisted. "But it will start, and in less than 3 years. What can you teach me before then?" Tyson asked, trying to keep his tone humble. His stomach grumbled. Ewu certainly heard it. His laughter bounced off the walls in the dimly lit room, and he finally cracked open one of his ancient, crinkled eyelids to peer at Tyson with a single, clear blue eye. He scanned Tyson from top to bottom, and Tyson got the impression that the old shaman had stripped him not only of the boxer shorts he wore, but his skin, muscle, and bone, all the way down to his soul. Tyson shifted uncomfortably, feeling that stare in the most vulnerable depths of himself. He felt a bubble of gas build in his stomach and let it pass, the only sound in the small room. Ewu chuckled, breaking the tension. "You are smarter than you let on, I'll give you that. So, you want to learn how to go to war in the realm between realms. I can teach you a thing or two. You know you cannot shift into your animal skins there. To face the demons that could besiege you seeking your life force, you must be able to form a weapon." Tyson couldn't help the grin that formed on his face. Weapons. Yes. He would need weapons. Weapons were much more useful than meditation. Young men always think war will bring them glory. It only brings death and gore. But you will learn that soon enough. It is not something young men learn from old men, only from experience. Do not be so quick to prove yourself. Hold back until you cannot possibly hold back any longer. Defend and protect. Do not seek to destroy, or you will destroy yourself. Tyson's muscles cramped. He wasn't sure what Ewu was talking about. He didn't want glory. He wanted to be able to fight when the time came, to not always rely on people like Harper to defend him, or his polar bear form, which, while destructive, was unpredictable and draining to use. Instead of asking for clarification, he just nodded, hoping the old shaman would get to the part about weapons. Ewu peered at him again with that same single-eyed stare, then smacked his lips and clamped his eyes shut once more. "Summon your spirit guide to enter the dream world, Tyson Miller." The shaman hummed a tone that Tyson had come to recognize. It was Ewu's way of putting his body into a vibration that allowed him to travel into the astral realm while awake. Tyson had learned the tone, but he preferred his own method. He imagined the world yawning open, like someone had pulled a zipper in the air in front of him, and his spirit form stepped through into the astral realm. "Todd?" Tyson called, summoning the fox-faced guide who had helped him come into his dreamwalker abilities during the trials in Alaska. The astral world spread before him, the nearby area holding the shape of the room Tyson sat in with Iwu, before opening into a broad landscape filled with shapes and colors that only existed outside of Earth's limiting atmosphere. It always seemed to be sunrise or sunset at the place where Tyson entered the physical plane. Never anything in between. Iwu stood a few feet away, his frame skinny but muscular. Here, he wore a loose orange tunic shirt and baggy leggings that matched, and his beard appeared about 6 inches longer, reaching his navel. Tyson quickly imagined clothes for himself. He still struggled with changing his reality here. He could imagine anything, and yet his mind often drifted back to reality, like the fact that he was sitting in a dark room, sweating and practically naked. Iwu coughed, and Tyson glanced down to realize he had lost his clothes and was naked again. Jeans and a t-shirt appeared in the blink of an eye, covering his intangible, floating form once more. Intention, control. Clothing should be as innate as breathing. Do not let your emotions get the best of you. This is especially important when forming a weapon to attack. A sword appeared in Iwu's hand. The glowing golden blade looked as if it had been formed out of the sun itself, its surface shifting with reds and oranges down to the ruby in the hilt. He swung it expertly, then paused. "Did you call for your spirit guide?" The shaman's own guide, a gecko Tyson had learned was named Oki, clung to Iwu's shoulder. "I called him. Maybe he didn't hear me," Tyson said, uncertain. Todd usually appeared soon after Tyson arrived in the astral realm. As a spirit guide, he had been assigned to Tyson and would always be with him, even after he'd mastered his dreamwalker abilities. "No one should travel alone in the astral realm," Iwu said. Tyson had done it before and didn't see the issue, though. He couldn't help it if his guide wasn't as attentive as others. "He will find us when he's able. Come." Iwu snapped his fingers, and the world shifted, turning into a grassy field. A blue sky filled with white, puffy clouds appeared above. A single tree rose on the far horizon, but otherwise, Tyson saw nothing but grass and sky. Iwu swung his sword around again, and it turned into a spear, still the color of molten gold with shifting red flames dancing across it. Still that ruby at the end. The appearance seemed tied to the shaman somehow. Excitement filled Tyson. What would his own weapon look like? To form an energetic weapon requires immense concentration and effort. It does not come as readily as you might think. Tyson only half listened as Iwu continued, picturing a spear like the one Iwu had. He imagined it made of green lightning at first, thinking of weapons from video games and movies he'd seen. A spark flared in his mind's eye, orange, like a 4th of July sparkler. He stretched the flame with his hands, forming it into the shape he intended. "A spear. I want a spear." Something solid fell into his hands, as if dropped from the sky, and Tyson opened his eyes. They widened. Ebony wood, sleek and polished, mixed with patches of carved bone, and the tip of the spear gleamed obsidian, sleek and sharp and deadly. It looked similar to his ulu knife, the gift from Nana that had once belonged to his grandfather, Nuka Lake, and others who had come before him. Iwu had stopped talking, his eyes narrowed. "You weren't listening, were you?" No," Tyson admitted. "Let's see if you can fight with it then," Iwu said calmly, a voice that Tyson knew meant his mentor was angry, no matter what the man said about emotions clouding the mind. Tyson braced himself. Here, it didn't matter if he knew how to fight. He could imagine his astral form doing anything he wanted it to do. His ability would depend on his energy levels and his focus. Right then, he trained all his focus on Iwu, and the spear thrumming with power in his hand. "You still want that sandwich? Land a blow, Tyson Miller. A single blow and I'll concede." Tyson nodded, adjusting his grip on the spear. In reality, his stomach twinged, the thought of food drawing his attention away from this realm. The spear in his hands flickered, and Iwu lunged. Tyson stumbled back. He refocused, forcing his mind away from his physical body. He didn't have a body here. He didn't have a stomach, empty or otherwise. He was whole, here, without need, without concern except to land a blow on Iwu. Tyson held the spear in one hand. It was made for him and balanced perfectly. He tried a few different handholds, settling on one that felt right. "Can we hurt each other with these?" Tyson asked, suddenly hesitant. "Yes," Iwu said. "Strike with the flat of the tip or the butt only." He raced forward, leaping into the air, and Tyson brought his spear up, wood cracking on wood. Grunting, Tyson thrust Iwu back, feeling a surge of confidence. The weapons had form to them. If Tyson reached out to touch Iwu with his hand, he would feel nothing. But the weapon, formed of a different kind of energy, could touch Iwu's weapon, could touch and possibly harm Iwu himself. That gave Tyson pause, and Iwu took advantage, spear swiping through the air, the flat side of the tip striking Tyson's shoulder. The blow rippled through Tyson's astral form, and his physical body, sitting in meditation on Earth's plane, trembled. These weapons influence your energy, your soul. If I tear into your energy, I can steal your life force. It will make me stronger, younger. I will live longer. But it is an abomination to steal the life force of another. My soul will warp, my energy, and my soul will darken. Eventually, I would become a demon, a lower vibrational being, eternally hungry, seeking all ways to steal the life force of others. Every soul that enters this realm makes a contract with the eternal source to protect life and never take it. Iwu leapt into the air, rocketing far higher than humanly possible. Tyson got lost watching him soar, and then the man plummeted down and Tyson scrambled to get into a defensive position. He breathed in, planted his feet, and imagined his astral form as a boulder, immovable, unshakable. Iwu's spear cracked against Tyson's, and the shaman was flung back by an invisible force. He tucked and rolled across the ground, coming up spryly as a warrior, not a creaky old man. He grinned at Tyson, his blue eyes bright. You turned your defense into an attack. Excellent. Now, land a blow. Iwu waited, and Tyson rolled his spear in his grip, wondering if this was a trick. It was undoubtedly a trick, one that Tyson would likely fall into. But before he made his attempt, he had a question to ask. Is this something I could form back on Earth, energetically? He could see that being extremely useful in the war between the rebels and the humans that opposed them. To have the Ulu knife and to be able to change it at will into a deadlier or more practical weapon. No, Iwu said, his voice harsher than Tyson had ever heard it. Not unless the veil between worlds is torn and the energy lines get blurred. And that is something that we must avoid at all costs. Now, attack, he shouted. Tyson bolted, closing the space between them. He raised his arm, pulling it back as he flipped into the air. The staff twisted, the end now pointing down, and Iwu, who waited, seemingly frozen. He was going to do it. There was no way Iwu could get out of the way in time. Tyson pushed himself to fall faster, like a bullet plummeting to the earth. He pulled back at the last second to soften the blow. Iwu vanished. The green, swaying grass vanished, sucked into a void that opened up in the physical plane of the astral realm like a black hole. Tyson tried to reverse his trajectory, but he couldn't escape the pull of the void. He screamed for Iwu, for Todd, for anyone. His spear flickered in and out of existence, then disappeared altogether as Tyson was sucked into the void hole, and the blue sky above him winked out, plunging his vision into blackness. The blackness was total. Tyson couldn't tell which way was up or whether he floated. Time stretched, immeasurable here. He realized he could conjure a light. Blue light flared, a little ball hovering next to his head. Darkness on all sides. No light, no variance. He'd been dragged into a true void, the likes of which he'd heard existed in the lower mental plane, 2 levels down from the physical plane, where Tyson had spent most of his training. Todd had shown him parts of the lower astral plane and the higher astral plane, gradually exposing him to the less stable, more unpredictable levels. But beyond that, Tyson didn't have much experience. Iwu! Tyson yelled. Even his voice was different. It did not carry, swallowed by the void. There was no sound here, no color, nothing. Fool boy, you're going to draw the attention of every demon in the lower planes. Put out the light. An impression of Iwu's astral form appeared, like an echo of his spirit. Did Tyson appear that way to Iwu? Tyson put out the light, obeying his mentor without thought. He could still see Iwu's form, a translucent outline, shifting and flashing in the impossible darkness. How do we get out of here? Tyson asked. Before Iwu could answer, a light blossomed, disrupting the void light. It was dim, gray, unappealing, but any light seemed good to Tyson. He wouldn't go towards it without Iwu's word, though. Iwu, a dark chuckle, responded, and Iwu's form shimmered, changing into a monstrous figure, black and gleaming as if covered in oil. Tyson swallowed the scream that formed in his mind and reeled backward, away from the monster, away from the sickly light. The monster grew in size, oily tendrils reaching for him. He screamed, and a vision of Harper popped into his mind. He would see her again. He wouldn't die here, at the hand of this lower vibrational being. Anger shot through him, clearing the panicked haze and allowing him to conjure an astral weapon. The spear appeared in his hands, 8 feet long, with an ethereal fire racing down its length. Tyson swung, and the demon reared back, squealing in fear. He didn't need to eliminate it, just scare it long enough to get away. The demon loomed behind him, closing in for the kill. Tyson waved his spear, frantically searching for a way out. He'd suddenly forgotten everything, fear clouding his inner vision. A sensation, like a giant hook grabbing his sternum, yanked painfully inside his spirit form. Spear and monster disappeared, the void reversing as something dragged him away. Back to life, or another hell. Tyson slammed back into his body, gasping and doubling over, his entire body quivering. He'd wet himself, and his stomach tried to empty its contents, but since he'd been fasting, there was nothing but yellow bile. Soft, wrinkled hands grasped his arms with surprising strength, forcing him to kneel. Iwu's clear blue eyes searched his, frantic. "You're still you, Tyson Miller." A statement, said with relief. "Yes," Tyson replied, even though he knew it was unnecessary. The shaman had seen his soul, vibrant and still his, through his eyes. "What happened?" Tyson swallowed, gulping down the sweet, sweet air. He felt keyed up with adrenaline, his entire body rigid with terror, ready to fight should that monster follow him into the real world. "You were sucked away by a void pocket. They can be maneuvered by an experienced demon. What did you see there? What did you hear?" Iwu asked. "I saw you first," Tyson said, gathering his breath and his thoughts. "It mimicked you, tried to get me to go with it. Then it became something horrible, oily, a demon." He shuddered at the memory of its chuckle, of its claws and teeth that he was only now processing. "What did it want?" Iwu asked. "To eat me, I guess, consume my essence?" Tyson faltered. "No, yes, but no. It had wanted something else." Iwu grimaced, then lifted his hand, passing it over Tyson's trembling body. A wave of warmth passed through Tyson, and his muscles stilled, relaxing at the touch of Iwu's power. The mental planes are difficult to navigate, even for experienced walkers. Even we do not go there unless forced. Demons that live in the lower mental plane will reach into your mind and manipulate your fears, distract you with false realities. Tyson nodded, sitting back on his heels and breathing deeply through his nose. Air swirled around him, cool on his sweat-covered skin. He needed to get out of this stifling box of a room, out of this tower. Most of all, he needed to see Harper to remind himself of what was real. Chapter 3. Zeke. Zeke stood at attention behind a 12-foot electric fence surrounding the White House grounds, playing security guard for the President of the United States being held in the building behind him. He shifted restlessly as a chick with blue hair screamed profanities at him through the bars, shoving her sign through and waving it in his face. "Take these pups to the pound," the sign read. It included a rather artistic rendition of a snarling werewolf head, blood dripping from its teeth. Zeke resisted the urge to shift and scatter some of the humans. It would only rile them up more. Every time one of these demonstrations happened, the human rebels attacked after dark in force. He needed to reserve his energy for dealing with those who acted on their feelings of discontent about the shift in power happening with violence rather than just angry words. To distract himself, he thought of Mandy. He hid his smile from the raging protesters, but he felt as if he radiated with joy every time he thought about her. He wanted everyone to know his love for the talented witch who had given so much to the paranormal rebellion that would soon change the world for the better. Mandy's unclouded brown eyes unnerved Zeke more than anything else that had happened recently. More than the battle at the Washington Monument, more than Mandy being the only one of Lilith's coven that had survived the broken demon summoning, more than the violent humans raging outside the White House daily with their picket signs and megaphones. She worked day and night to bring about change in legislation, contacting senators and chairmen and chairwomen, trying to persuade them to join the winning team before the TRS sent agents to their homes and brought them in by force. They would replace every person in the Senate and the House if they had to, though they much preferred an equal split to show humanity that the paranormals didn't intend to destroy the government or take it over, simply to be part of making the laws that concerned them. Clanging sounds at the fence jerked Zeke out of his thoughts, and his head itched where his wolf ears would have been in his shifted form, as if they were perking up to better take in the alarming sounds of the picketers turning into a mob. Rocks pelted the gate. One got through and bounced harmlessly off Zeke's leg, but he growled anyway, showing fangs. He wouldn't go any farther than necessary to keep these humans in check. He was under strict orders to avoid violence. They were building bridges, not destroying them. But damn, the humans could give a little and meet the TRS halfway. Couldn't they? Zeke's growling and bared fangs only seemed to incite the humans further. He glanced to either side at the other shifters, standing at attention 40 feet away. They circled the White House, preventing a daytime assault on the White House if the humans attempted to get the president back. People at the back of the crowd pushed forward, and the blue-haired girl flew into the fence, crying out at the force of the shock she received. She fell to the ground beneath the careless feet of the surging crowd. Zeke cursed and pulled a radio from his belt, putting it to his mouth. "We've got a mob situation out here. Is there someone around who can soothe them?" he asked. "All soothers are busy elsewhere. You have permission to handle it, Z. We'll get some holding cells ready at the tower," Jorge, another wolf shifter, said. Zeke grimaced. "Copy that." He changed channels to talk to his team of mixed shifters. "Northside shifters on me." Hisses, howls, and words all echoed through the radio static as Zeke shoved the radio into his belt holster. He stayed in his human form and picked up the megaphone on the ground at his feet, raising it to his mouth. "Security teams are on their way. I suggest you lot clear before they get here. Force will be used if necessary, and insiders will be arrested." "Go back to hell," a bearded man shouted. Cheers erupted around him. Zeke let the shouted threats and profanities roll off his back as he stripped off his outer clothes and shifted into a large black wolf. He leapt the 12-foot fence with ease, the crowd scattering except for the blue-haired girl that had fallen. She gaped up at Zeke, an abrasion on her head bleeding down the side of her face. Otherwise, she seemed unharmed, and Zeke relaxed slightly. He approached, head down and ears back in a non-threatening position, then, when he was certain the crowd would stay back, shifted back to human form. It was easy during the week of the new moon. "You okay?" he asked. "I can call an ambulance if you need it." Her face morphed from terrified awe to ugly fury in an instant. Her lip curled back over her human teeth. "Eat my taser!" she shouted. Her left hand came up, and the taser she'd hidden beneath her body shot out and connected with Zeke's bare arm. He barely even flinched. It took a lot more juice than a standard-issue taser could muster to take a werewolf down. Damn, why did these kids always think they could take on a fully grown shifter? And why was it always the small ones? The pinch of the electricity vanished in a moment, and Zeke calmly reached out and yanked the taser from the girl's hand, then leaned forward, letting his wolfish eyes and teeth come through. "I really wish you hadn't done that," he said. And then he changed again, baring his teeth, and joined the other shifters on guard duty herding the cowed humans that hadn't run into a tight circle. A handful of witches and warlocks finally came on the scene, casting a cloud of confusion over the humans and making them more compliant for transport to the tower via truck. Zeke was disappointed when none of them turned out to be Mandy. Once the prisoners were recorded and settled, Zeke requested a replacement and headed upstairs to shower and get something to eat. He hunted through several floors, checking Mandy's familiar haunts, but she wasn't in any of them. Her room, the witch's corridor, the lab, and the library were all void of his favorite person. He didn't have a way to reach her either. He hadn't gotten a cell phone yet, and neither had Mandy. Supply chains in a lot of areas were shutting down in protest of the paranormal takeover. Getting groceries and clothing for the thousands of rebel members and prisoners now occupying the tower after joining the TRS was problematic enough. They'd had to open several hubs for the rebellion in other states across the U.S., and contacts from foreign embassies were pouring in. The world was on the brink of war, each nation in danger of eating itself from the inside out as paranormals and sympathetic humans faced lashback from frightened, prejudiced humans. Zeke wandered down to the cafeteria, hoping he'd run into her there, but mostly just needing to satiate his growling stomach with a shredded beef sandwich. They didn't have any pepperoncini peppers or vinegar to dress it with, but he could forgive them for not perfectly mimicking his favorite food from his hometown of Chicago, so long as they fed him. He went through the dinner line mechanically, sliding his tray down the counter and accepting everything that was offered, except the chocolate cake at the end. Being a werewolf had its downsides sometimes, and chocolate did not sit well with most canine shifters. "That's right. Werewolves can't eat chocolate. It's your lucky day. I saved one lemon bar just for you." Zeke glanced up, gaping at Mandy as she slid the lemon bar onto his tray and gave him a small wave. The smells from the kitchen had masked her scent. He got a good whiff of it now, but he was embarrassed that his stomach had ruled him so thoroughly that he'd missed her of all people. Those playful brown eyes blinked at him, her smile stretching a little wider as he didn't respond. He was holding up the line, he knew, but he had to familiarize himself with that gaze. She had been blind the entire time he'd known her, until her sight had been restored somehow in the magical backlash that sent Ragranoth back to the abyss the demon had tried to emerge from. No matter what anyone said, Mandy was a hero. She'd risked her own life to break the pentagram and disrupt the summoning. "Hey man, stop ogling the witch and let the rest of us pass, yeah?" A man with sandy hair flopping over his dazed expression nudged Zeke with his tray. Zeke breathed deep to avoid snapping at the guy with his fangs, and finally responded to Mandy. "Thanks for the lemon bar. Are you off duty soon?" "I think I'm due for a break. I'll come join you once there's a lull in the line," Mandy said. Nah, go now, sweetheart, Madge, head of the cafeteria, said from where she parceled out sandwiches. I'm not one to begrudge young love. You need all the help you can get falling in love in these times. I'll ask Susan to cover. Susan! A twitchy, thin woman bustled over and took Mandy's place. Zeke picked out a table and was joined a moment later by Mandy carrying her own tray of food. She still wore her apron and an air of fatigue as she joined him. You're off early. Did something happen? Mandy asked, her gaze floating off over his shoulder as if she were too tired to look straight at him. He didn't blame her. The picketers got a bit restless. We had to arrest a bunch. They'll come around. Some do anyway, Mandy said, obviously trying to reassure him. She scooped applesauce from a small plastic container and spoke around the bite. We're finding that cute, fluffy shifters help desensitize the prisoners to their preconceived notion that all paranormals are frightening or violent. You should apply. Zeke started to object, then cut off, giving Mandy an exasperated look. A look she never would have seen just a month ago. And it still amazed him that she reacted, her giggles the brightest sound he'd heard all day. He placed his hand on top of hers, rubbing across it with his thumb. How about you? How's your day going? Oh, typical rebellion stuff. Mandy waved her other hand, and Zeke realized the crystal bracelets she typically wore as protective wards were gone. Where are your bracelets? He asked. Oh. Mandy glanced at her wrist as if this was the first time she'd realized they were missing. I took them off to work in the kitchen. Didn't want them ruined or anything. Plus, they kind of rub wrong sometimes, Zeke didn't. He wasn't the jewelry or the crystal type, but it made enough sense that he let it go. He bit into his sandwich, wolfing the entire sub down in just a few bites, washing it down with water and the applesauce from the container, which he finished in a gulp. He'd noticed that they'd reduced the amount of meat in the sandwiches. If they didn't solve the food supply problem soon, the packs would have to find a place to hunt. Mandy seemed content to eat in silence, which was unusual for her. In fact, a lot of her typical behaviors had been absent lately, like the way she would twist her curly hair around her finger when she was thinking, and her laugh. When was the last time Zeke had heard her laugh? Zeke didn't press the matter or spend too much time stressing over the changes. They'd both been under a lot of pressure lately, getting called into councils and sent out to subdue human rebels and raging paranormals alike. An endless cycle of politics and danger. What they really needed was a break. Mandy? She said, absently, turning towards him with her sunglasses on. She carried them with her to take breaks from the exhaustion and overwhelm of her newly gained sight. She still couldn't read, struggling to learn the letters, and headaches were a daily occurrence. Zeke rubbed her hand, suddenly nervous. They'd spent time together at Camp Silver Lake, and since romantic relationships had been strongly discouraged there, they hadn't acted on their feelings. They'd slept together, but only with him in wolf form at the end of her bed. He had a sudden surge of fear. What if her feelings for him had all been in his head? What if she'd never seen him as more than a seeing-eye dog and a protector? He licked his lips and almost chickened out. But he hadn't run across the United States, getting attacked by monsters and mobsters, and risked life and family just so he could get intimidated by asking this woman out on a date. Do you want to go on a date with me? Nothing fancy, but there's this spot I know about. There's a garden that hasn't quite died yet. I thought it would be nice for us to get some time alone. A slow smile spread on Mandy's face. That sounds nice, she said, and her voice had a far-off, dreamy quality to it. Zeke's shoulders slumped in relief. It almost gave him the courage to ask the other question he'd considered over the past few weeks, one that came up every time one of them had their lives endangered by the work they did for the TRS. But a bustling cafeteria was no place for important questions like that. Quiet, beautiful gardens, however, were, especially if Zeke called in some of the favors owed to him and fixed it up a bit. A table and chairs dressed with a simple dinner, some candles and fairy lights around the gazebo, he knew rested at the center. The image was turning into quite the incredible daydream in his mind, and he barely registered when Mandy said something. He startled at the sound of her voice. Sorry, what? I said, what should I wear and where should we meet? Oh, I'll pick you up at the elevators at 7. Is that enough time for you to get ready and wear something you feel nice in? Casual is fine. Zeke smiled at her, feeling like a sap, but loving every second of it. If his family pack caught wind of this, they wouldn't approve of the cross-species union, but since things couldn't get much rockier there, he let the twinge of guilt go. Mandy kissed him on the cheek, then stood from the bench. I've got to finish my shift. I'll see you in a couple hours. Her voice had a falsely cheerful tone. Zeke's keen hearing picked up easily. Maybe just trying to psych herself up for the rest of her time volunteering behind the lunch counter. Serving food wasn't the most exciting job, and if she had a headache coming on, he could only imagine what another 40 minutes of work would be like. Zeke called in a few favors, asking for help setting up the garden the way he wanted it. He still had an hour left after he finished. His friends had insisted on doing all the work, leaving him to wander through the tower, looking for something to pass the time. He had gotten roped into filling hygiene kits for the dozens of new recruits that came to the tower every day when Jack walked in. Zeke dropped the travel-sized toothpaste he was stuffing into a zippered pouch and stood, knocking his chair back. Jack's face lit up. "Z, my man, I've been looking everywhere for you." He crossed the room and stuck out his hand. Zeke shook it, stunned. The last time he'd seen Jack had been on his way to Chicago, when Zeke had gotten attacked by 2 Japanese Oni demons. Jack and his crew of rebels had saved Zeke from becoming dinner for the monsters, and had given him what he needed to get to Chicago. "How'd you get here? When did you get here?" Zeke asked. "I've been here and there and back again. Portal travel. An absolute miracle. It'll change the world if the rest of my kind let it," Jack said, sticking his hands in his pockets. Jack was the human leader of the rebellion running the Midwest branch of the TRS. The amulet that glowed under Jack's shirt made it so he could read people and know whether to trust them or not. "You managed to recruit those Japanese demons?" Zeke asked. "The Oni." "Oi. Those 2 are a piece of work. We're close. We gotta help them get past their bloodlust in battle and make sure they're safe around our human recruits. But they're almost there," Jack said, positive as ever. "That's good," Zeke said, at a loss for words. Greg and Steven had been Zeke's rideshare until it turned out they actually enjoyed eating people. "Yeah, humane rehabilitation is possible, even for the more violent paranormals. I think a lot of people will be relieved about that if we can get the message across." "Speaking of," Jack said, eyeing Zeke, "you wouldn't happen to be interested in joining my team and helping us recruit more humans to our side, would you? You're likable and easy on the eyes. And I'm always looking for those who can keep their cool in a tense situation. I'd like you to lead one of my teams." "Would I have to leave DC?" Zeke asked. It was an interesting proposition. More needed to be done on the human front. After the mob display today, he felt doubly certain of that. But he wouldn't leave Mandy if she wanted to stay. "You would, but it's just a portal hop away, you know? We'd go all over. You could come back here often if you've got someone you wanted to see." Jack looked curiously at Zeke but didn't pry. "I need to talk to someone first, but I admit I'm intrigued," Zeke said. "That's great, man. I'll be here through tomorrow night, but then I'm out again, and you'll have to hunt me down. Let me know before then?" Zeke nodded, and Jack turned to go, but Zeke snapped his fingers. "Hey, about your motorbike. It's in Chicago?" "Yeah, I managed to pick it up last week. We've got tracking on it, and your family was kind enough to hand it over. Thanks for taking care of it." "Sure, man. Thanks for the ride." Zeke watched in a sort of daze as Jack left. He returned to stuffing the hygiene bags more mechanically now as his mind dwelled on Jack's offer and the last words his own mother had spoken to him before he left. Find yourself a pack to lead, Zeke. A real pack. He hadn't given it much thought since coming to the tower. Most of his time had been consumed with training and fighting and guarding and council meetings and Mandy. At the thought of the woman he loved, Zeke glanced at the clock on the wall. 10-7. His future as alpha of a werewolf pack would have to wait. He had a date.
Chapter 4. Harper. From her seat at the top of the world, Harper watched the city burn. Riot fires lit up the horizon. A dark patch loomed to the west, but smoke still rose. Those fires had been put out earlier that day. From this distance, Harper couldn't hear the yelling that always accompanied these attacks, the screaming of profanities and "go back to hell, demons," coming from humans who were furious paranormals had supplanted the president. Similar scenes filled the news, the papers, and both the World Wide Web and the Paraweb. Avoiding war seemed impossible, but Harper hoped the humans would gain some sense before the leaders of the Transcendental Redemption Society decided that more military force was needed. The hairs on the back of Harper's neck prickled, and the air thickened slightly. Something approached, bending the molecules in the air. Harper whirled around a moment before a man materialized into view. Tyson jammed his hands into his pockets. "You're getting better at recognizing when I'm coming. Still scared you, though." Harper narrowed her eyes, mildly startled. "Your pupils are dilated." Tyson rubbed at the scruff growing on his jawline. He seemed troubled, a hollow look in his eyes, like he'd seen something terrible. "You okay?" Harper asked cautiously. Talking about feelings never seemed to go well for her, just like her singing. Tyson crossed the space between them and sat down. dangling his legs over the edge of the skyscraper. "That's a view," he said, ignoring her question. Harper let it slide, guilty that she felt relieved she wouldn't have to help him parse through his feelings. She wasn't feeling particularly capable of that level of support at the moment, not after what had happened in training. She had an overwhelming urge to give him the details of her day, and just how terribly wrong her training had gone. But he was just as stressed. He probably wouldn't appreciate getting her emotions dumped on him. "Not exactly a sunset," Harper agreed, facing forward. The wind at that height was strong, blowing her hair across her face and into her mouth. She tugged it out, frowning. She would have normally cut it by now, but Tyson often commented on it, and some vain part of her wondered what he'd think if she grew it out longer. She wanted to find out, even if it was inconvenient. She should have grabbed a ponytail holder. "What are you thinking about?" Tyson asked, his brown eyes gazing curiously at her. Harper shrugged. She wasn't about to admit she'd been thinking about her hair, of all things, and him. They still hadn't defined exactly what this thing was between them. Their trials in Alaska had revealed a connection between them, and her relief at having been reunited with him after being demon-possessed had seemed so strong. Time had expanded while they worked for the TRS, and those things seemed like they'd happened in a dream. Not to mention how he'd become some sort of dream-walking shaman. She had found her mother, and they had both joined a rebellion. So much had changed. They had changed. Harper blinked, realizing Tyson still waited for a reply. Not much. Quinn isn't back yet, is he?" "I haven't heard," Tyson said. Harper squeezed her hands into fists, then relaxed them. "No one told me where he was going. He gets sent on these covert missions all the time. They seem important. I should be going with him." Tyson put his hand over hers. "Your mother has a reason for not sending you. She probably wants to get to know you. You were younger than your brother when she left." Harper stared at his hand, but didn't pull hers away. "Then why is she avoiding me? We're not exactly doing any mother-daughter bonding. She won't even talk to me except to criticize." She paused to swallow the emotion that blocked her throat. She hadn't meant to start talking about this. It takes time to build a relationship. And while you're getting to know your mom, you've got me, at least. Harper looked at him, taking in the softness of his face in the orange-tinted evening light. He was sincere. Of course he was. Tyson never said anything he didn't mean wholeheartedly. Her heart fluttered like the wings of a moth against a porch light. Tyson's finger caught her chin, tilting her face towards his. He leaned in, then hesitated, searching her face, giving her plenty of time to pull away. Harper took the out and leaned back, widening the distance between them. She bit her lip, then glanced back over the dark, smoky city. Beside her, Tyson sighed. Was he disappointed? She didn't have any experience with kissing. And if they started kissing, if they took this relationship any farther, they would forge more of a connection that could be broken any moment if one of them died in the war that raged across the United States, spreading to other countries like wildfire as paranormals, and a few humans finally stood up for the rights of magic users everywhere. She wasn't sure what she would do if even the tentative connection they already had was broken. The idea of making it stronger made her tremble, and she hated herself for the weakness. Tyson's arm brushed against her back, and his hand cupped her shoulder. Harper returned the gesture, draping her wing across his back. Her wing itched fiercely for a moment, and she shook it to get rid of the urge to scratch. Tyson squirmed and laughed, rubbing at his neck with his free hand. Harper withdrew her wing. "What?" "Your feathers tickle." His eyes sparkled. "But I like it. They're soft." He dropped the arm around her and twisted, admiring her wing. "May I?" he asked, holding up a hand. Harper's breath caught. She didn't trust her voice to come out in anything more than a squeak, so she nodded. Somehow this seemed less intimate than a kiss at first. But she was wrong. Oh, how she was wrong. Tyson trailed his fingers through her feathers, stroking the soft down, getting to the itchy part and soothing the irritation there. A thrill surged through Harper from the base of her spine to the top of her neck, and a humming vibration started involuntarily in the back of her throat. "Is this okay?" Tyson asked. "Yeah," Harper breathed, barely getting the word out. She sounded like a vapid idiot. She'd known the guy for what, 2 months? Sometimes it felt more like 2 years with all that had happened. Her face heated. "Tyson?" Harper waited for him to turn back to her. His eyes shone. "Yeah?" Her heart crawled into her throat, closing it up. She swallowed, pulse pounding, temple throbbing. The words wouldn't come. She shook her head and pasted on a smile. "Thanks for being here." A look of pleased confusion crossed his face. "Sure. Of course. I'm here because of you, you know. If you hadn't landed at Camp Silver Lake and shaken my whole world, I'd still be an idiot with my head up my... well, you get the idea." He laughed. Harper resisted the urge to shake him off. It felt so good to be touched that way. She flicked at a piece of gravel on the rooftop, sending it soaring off the edge. Her stomach flip-flopped as she watched it fall. Not from the height, but from Tyson's proximity. The way his hand trailed up her arm and over her shoulder and rested there with a familiarity that Harper could scarcely believe. Her lungs tightened up again. She needed to fly somewhere, get the wind back in her hair, and clear this feeling out of her chest and head. She opened her mouth to tell Tyson she wanted to go for a flight, when a figure rushed past, wings ruffling on the wind. A grin spread on Harper's face, and she stood before the figure dropped onto the top of the tower. It was her brother, Quinn. He walked towards the two of them, flipping his long ponytail back over his shoulder. "Where did you just get back from?" Harper asked him, swallowing past her jealousy. Quinn smirked. "Wouldn't you like to know? You'll find out soon enough. Anna's called you to the council room." "You too," Quinn said, jutting his chin at Tyson. Tyson groaned. "Break time is over." Harper tugged on Tyson's arm. "Do you think they'll finally give me something to do? I've been sitting on my butt for weeks, literally sitting in some stupid demon prison, then getting released to do more sitting here. It's a waste of talent." Quinn raised his eyebrows. "I'll put in a good word for you." Harper punched Quinn in the arm, then headed towards the stairs with Tyson. Tyson stopped walking. "I know you want to fly. I'll meet you there." Damn. He really seemed to read her mind sometimes. Harper jogged back towards the edge of the building, where Quinn stood looking down. Even cars looked tiny from that height. "Ready?" she asked. "Ready to beat your ass." Quinn jumped, tucking his wings to fall as fast and far as he could, aiming for the balcony the TRS had installed for the aerials among them. Harper leapt after him. She passed him as he spread his wings, and a moment later spread her own and slowed, then dropped onto the deck of the balcony, flinging open the sliding glass door and ducking in, breathless, just a second ahead of Quinn. He shoved her shoulder. "That was insane. Are you trying to kill yourself?" "Shh," a voice hissed from nearby. It was Zeke, but a smile flickered across his expression, and Harper knew he wasn't too serious. "Nice of you to join us," Anna said, standing at the front of the room. Harper stiffened and turned her gaze slowly towards her mother. "Sorry," Quinn said, flashing a smile as he sat down in one of the wheeled office chairs and rotated it back and forth. Anna's stern expression turned into a shallow smile that straightened when she looked back at Harper. "Sit down, please," Anna said, turning back to the papers in her hand. "Now then, before the interruption, we were discussing management of the southern quarter of the city. I think we should assign an aerial squad to distract them while we send some witches in on the ground. The door swung open, and a young warlock with curly ginger hair burst in, breathless. "Channel 2 News. Turn it on." A projector cast an image at the front of the room, showing the Channel 2 News page where a live stream of a reporter played. The door opened as Tyson ducked in, picking the empty seat next to Harper. Human residents of Texas took it on themselves to poison members of the Rio Grande werewolf pack today by lacing their herds with silver dust, resulting in a massacre that killed dozens in the 100-strong pack, once the second biggest pack in the United States, rivaling only the wolf pack in Chicago. The room around Harper filled with gasps and even crying out. "This is only the beginning, you know," Zeke said from his corner of the table, speaking over the information the news anchor continued to deliver. Mandy laid her hand on his arm, and he put his hand over hers. "We think we've got such an edge over the humans with our powers, but we're forgetting one thing. Humans have survived for thousands upon thousands of years. They don't have to kill us with knives and guns. They have wit. They have patience. And if it comes down to an all-out war, I think they'll win." Harper's heart beat so loud she was convinced everyone could hear it. Zeke's words seemed insane at face value, but it was true. They couldn't afford war. "Then it's a damn good thing our numbers just grew," Anna said, gesturing to Quinn. "My son Quinn has returned from the first of several excursions to retrieve members of Project FT-1X. If this is the first time you're hearing it, that is intentional. We didn't want to get anyone's hopes up that the paranormals Violet hid from the government 10 years ago would still be alive. But my son brings good news. The best news. Quinn?" Murmurs broke out from the other people in the room. Harper's shoulder feathers itched. She sensed Tyson looking at her, gauging her response through the lens of a psychologist and counselor. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction of a reaction. She folded her arms, trying to subtly rub her itchy shoulders on the back of her chair, and put her focus on Quinn, who now stood at the front of the room with Anna. "I was privileged to be selected as part of the team to wake the first wave of survivors. These people are like us. Magical beings, shifters and witches and enchanters, diviners and beings who were in hiding before their magic was exposed and they were taken by the government." Angry mutterings moved around the room. At the time, Violet worked for the government. Many of you know this, but what most of us didn't know, what I didn't know until just a week ago, is that Violet hadn't turned against her kind. She worked for the government to prevent the devastations that happened. The government-sanctioned executions of those deemed too dangerous or too difficult to manage within the naturalization program. Quinn's voice rose above the growing volume in the room. Violet used magic to save as many of those individuals as she could by preserving them in 100-year sleep, and she left instructions to find them and wake them. A woman stood so fast she knocked her chair back. "And they're here, right now?" Her voice trembled, and she wrapped her hand anxiously in her long red hair. Harper recognized her as a shifter, although she didn't remember which kind. Anna came forward. "Yes, they are here, and I know many of you, and those who live in our headquarters, are eager to see if your loved ones are among them. But I urge caution. They are not who they were when you knew them." Anna steepled her fingers together in front of her. They were held in limbo in the astral realm, unable to reside in their bodies, fighting off beings who intended to steal their forms. We must continue to observe them for any demon possession. Healers are asked to report to the 4th floor immediately after this meeting to assess not only their physical health, but their mental and spiritual health as well. All others are asked to wait for a day or two until the survivors are settled in further. Respect the time and space they may need to adapt to living in the real world again. The redhead nodded and sat back down, still tugging at her hair. Anna held up her hands to quiet the questions that started to rise up. "I know you all have many questions. Let's focus on getting the newcomers settled in for now. We know of 3 other groups like this one across the United States. There may be more. If you'd like to volunteer to waken those that are still sleeping, speak with Quinn. Otherwise, proceed with your current assignments. Until tomorrow." Anna flipped her hand down into the loyalty gesture over her heart. Thumb to pinky, the 3 other fingers outstretched. Everyone in the room copied her. Even Harper, though making the sign felt unnatural, even childish. As soon as the meeting ended, Harper bolted out of her seat and beelined for Quinn. "I'm signing up. I'll go with you to get the next group," she said breathlessly. "I said I'd hook you up." "What do you say, Captain?" Quinn turned to Anna. Harper's breath caught. Anna smiled and rolled her eyes. "No one calls me that." "But they should. That's what you are," Quinn insisted. "The TRS is run by council, as it should be. We are all equals here." Anna shuffled through some papers on the table in front of her. Harper cleared her throat. She bounced on her heels, then forced herself to stand still and tall, trying to look like the adult she was. Quinn caught her earnest glance and rolled his eyes at her, but he turned back to Anna. "Anna, Harper really should come on the next mission with me. She's eager, she's doing well with the songs, she's familiar with the danger. I think she'd be a great asset to the team." "No," Anna said without looking up from the paperwork. Tears stung Harper's eyes. She swallowed hard, balling her hands. "I'm just as capable as Quinn. I found him after all on my own." Anna faced her, eyes flashing. "I never said you weren't capable, but the answer is still no." Harper changed her approach, making her voice more plaintive. "If you just let me—" Anna slammed her hand down on the table. "I am a senior officer here. I don't have to give you a reason, Harper, but you do have to listen to me if you want to keep working for this cause." Harper looked desperately at Quinn, whose large black wings moved as he shrugged his shoulders. "Mom's right, you know. What's got you all fluffed up anyway? You get to stay here all safe and cozy with your boyfriend, while the rest of us risk our lives. I don't get why you're so eager to be in danger." "Oh, now it's Mom. You guys have gotten really close while plotting your secret missions. Easy to see who the favorite child is." Harper threw her hands up and stood, stalking towards the door. "I don't show favorites among my children or the members of TRS. We're all working together to bring peace to our corner of the world. We share that mission. You have to do your part," Anna chided. Anger exploded from Harper. "I am doing my part. I've done everything you've asked of me without complaint. Have you once sought me out? Asked me about my life? The risks I took to reunite our family? Now I wish I'd never found you." Harper's arms and wings quivered as emotion thrummed through her. Not just emotion, notes. A song. A song she didn't dare sing in that moment because she didn't know what her anger would do. Quinn and Anna stared at her with stunned expressions, but they said nothing. Harper spun on her heel, walking to the balcony. She flung open the doors and launched herself into the dark sky, not bothering to glance back.
Chapter 5. Tyson. Tyson walked the familiar pathway through the physical level of the astral realm, setting his intention to land on the 4th floor where the healing rooms were. He felt fragile after his encounter in the astral realm earlier and wasn't eager to re-enter it this soon. Fortunately, inside this pathway that Tyson had created himself, he was protected. Nothing could enter this pathway unless he gave permission. The ethereal walls gleamed a pale, pearlescent green, pulsing with waves of light. Pride squeezed Tyson's chest. For a man who hated portal travel, he'd come a long way, and he could traverse both the astral and physical planes. He was a dreamwalker, capable of becoming a polar bear and a raven at will, and could heal magically inflicted maladies. Sometimes he could hardly believe he was the same person as the hesitant camp counselor from Camp Silver Lake. Tyson reached the bubble-like end cap of the astral pathway, stepping into the stagnant air of the hallway outside the healing rooms. The doors were open. Tyson stepped into the nearest one. 2 rows of bodies were arranged on the floor, and a 3rd row extended down the middle. A thin blue or tan blanket covered each body up to the neck, leaving their faces exposed. None of the bodies seemed to even be breathing, and the silence in the room reminded Tyson of a tomb, except for the hushed whispering coming from his right. A large African man, Lethabo, stood beside a shorter, red-headed woman with freckles. She grinned widely when she saw Tyson, her mixed pink and blue aura pulsing around her. "Tyson Miller, it's good to see you alive." "Melanie!" "Or is it Jackie?" Tyson said, flustered but thrilled to see the Chimera nurse that had helped him in the hospital after he'd injured his head. Interesting that Chimeras had two-toned auras. "Most people call me MJ," MJ said dryly, shaking her head. "Sorry you got stabbed." "I think that was my fault." "Nah, that bitch Sonia had been on my trail for a while. Luckily some friends were nearby, and they got me out. And now you're here." "How?" "We're a long way from where I met you," Tyson said, jamming his hands in his pockets. "Portal. I requested the transfer. I needed to get out of the public eye for a while. It can be traumatizing working on the front line, and I couldn't take much more of trying to be two separate people." "That really does sound difficult." "Thanks for everything you did for me," Tyson said. "You found your friends?" "Everything work out?" MJ asked. "Not everything. Yet, but it's going pretty well," Tyson said, smiling as Harper came to mind. "You'll have to meet Harper." "If you like her, I'll like her," Melanie said, a southern accent creeping in that Tyson recognized as the voice she used with Jackie. Tyson clapped and rubbed his hands together, looking at Leth, noting his healthy yellow aura. "I'm ready. Where do you need me?" "I am grateful to have another shaman to work with," Leth said. "We have a lot to do." "I can see that," Tyson said, glancing around the room filled with sleepers. Their auras looked muted, as if the preservation spell they were under dulled their life force. He rested his hands on his hips. Leth rubbed his hands together. "Where would you like to begin?" Tyson walked down the rows of bodies, looking into the faces. He didn't expect to recognize anyone, but he figured it would be easier if he felt some sense of connection. At the end of the second row, he still hadn't felt anything, and he wondered if maybe he should just pick someone. Leth patiently walked beside him. If he felt any rush, he didn't push it on Tyson, simply pausing where Tyson paused and followed him when he started walking again. Tyson glanced across the inert bodies to the third row, and his gaze caught on a woman with bright red hair splayed beneath her head. He tilted his head, eyebrows furrowing. Something about her seemed familiar, and his memory flashed back to the image of a 14-year-old girl laying on a steel table, seemingly dead. Could it be? Tyson stepped in the space between two bodies, crossing over the rows and walking down towards the woman. He stared into her face, but no other sense of recognition came to him. She looked to be in her early 20s, just like him. It had to be a coincidence, and yet he couldn't shake the feeling that he knew her. "I'll start with her," Tyson said, settling on the floor in a cross-legged position. Leth joined him on the floor, nodding towards the woman. Her soul must be called back to her body. There is a tether connecting the two. Find it, follow it, convince her soul to return. Defend it if necessary. Leth's dark brown eyes glittered fiercely. Tyson swallowed past a sudden lump. "Defend it?" A golden light flashed in the depths of Leth's gaze. He snorted. "The Chawanda will be drawn to your life force and hers. In English, you call them demons, beings with the lowest vibrations and energy sent to suck the life force from beings with living essence, like our friend here. Surely you have experience with them in your dream walking?" Tyson thought of the terrifying being that had impersonated Iwu and dragged Tyson down to the mental plane. He shuddered. Leth eyed him, as if he was suddenly unsure whether Tyson measured up to some standard he held. Tyson straightened. "I can make an energetic weapon. I just learned how. Then you know that you must have absolute faith in it in order to strike an energetic being. And you know that Chawanda cannot die like beings of flesh and blood." Leth's mouth widened, revealing 2 rows of brilliant white teeth. "They cannot die. They can only be banished. You, on the other hand, can die, my friend, even in the astral realm. If they drain your living essence, your body will perish." Tyson tightened his lips and breathed deeply. "I understand, and I'm ready. Find the tether, follow it, bring the spirit back." He clenched his fists, trying to keep from shuddering again. He'd have to enter the astral realm. What if Todd didn't respond again? What if Tyson was taken back to the mental plane where that lower vibrational being waited to feast on his life force? Leth jutted his chin at the unconscious black-haired man. "And make sure you have the right spirit, lest another try to trick you to get into this body." Tyson blew out forcefully. "Anything else?" Leth clapped him on the shoulder. "You will do great. I would go with you, but we need as many of us working at a time as we can. If you need me, call for me in your mind. I will try to answer. But the astral realm is not linear. We may not be in the same place, and I may not hear you. Got it?" Tyson rubbed his hands together and bounced in place, hyping himself up. He could do this. After some thought, Tyson stretched out on the thin, scratchy carpet. He still felt off after his last walk through the astral realm, and he didn't want to fall over while dreamwalking. He breathed deeply, losing himself in the rhythm of it. His right hand drifted to the ulu knife on his belt. He didn't need it to cross into the astral realm, but he'd found that it helped, especially when a violent tingling sensation took over his limbs. They fell asleep, and he imagined he was getting buried in a deep hole, suffocating. The ulu knife burned against his thigh, and a glowing orange symbol flashed before his eyes, vanishing before he could get a good look at it. He hadn't seen it before. Then again, he was still new to all of this. His consciousness drifted towards sleep, and just when he thought he'd succumb and take an unintended nap, the familiar zipper appeared in the air, and he leaned forward, his soul swooping straight out of his body. Tyson stared down at himself for a moment, the elation at his success fleeting. He glanced around to get his bearings. The breathtaking view he normally saw on the physical plane of the astral realm appeared dark and murky now. Sepia and gray tones covered the ground, the dead trees, even the sky, and the horizon stretched on in an endless and depressing eternity. Where am I? It didn't feel like the physical plane either. Then again, he'd set out with the intention to find the soul of the woman that his body lay next to. What if that woman's soul had been consumed by a lower vibrational being? What if her tether led Tyson to the lowest abyss? Tyson's skin crawled. Not really, since he didn't have a physical form there, but a sensation like it seemed to consume him, and fear rose up in his chest. A golden strand of energy, thin as a spider's silk, lit up and spun from his chest into the ether beyond. Tyson immediately relaxed, fear bleeding from his mind. That golden strand pointed to Harper, connecting them somehow. He didn't know exactly how it worked, but he'd used it to find her when her soul was trapped, and her body was possessed by Lilith's dark magic. It comforted him to know that if he lost his way in the astral realm, he could use it to return to her. Tyson visualized the woman with her high, thin cheekbones, reddish-orange hair, the curve of her chin, the shape of her head. Tyson didn't know anything else about her, but on the off chance he was right, he added his memory of the girl on the steel table, the same girl he'd known at age 10, the one who had trusted him and shown him she could take the form of a fox, the one he had unknowingly betrayed. A faint, flickering blue line lit up through the gray mist covering the wasteland in front of him. That had to be the tether. A thrill rushed through Tyson, and a great rushing wind pushed against his back, sending his soul rushing through the air in the direction the tether stretched. Tyson panicked at the otherworldly intervention, then remembered that his emotions had a greater impact in the astral realm, and he needed to tighten the reins on them. He neutralized his thoughts and slowed to a swift glide above the ground. He didn't even have to move his legs, only concentrate on that tether and not get distracted. The line wasn't straight, not like the golden one connecting to Harper, which followed him wherever he went. This line curved and twisted around rock features and dead trees, like a trail of vines. Every so often, it glowed brighter for a moment, pulsing with life, then it became dull and nearly invisible. Tyson had to pause to make sure he still followed the same line every time it nearly vanished. The wind that had urged him along before died down to nothing, and despite attempts to will his spirit form back into the air, he trudged on the ground, mist swirling around his legs. The bleak landscape hung around Tyson, unchanging. He would never find this soul here. Nothing existed here except the color gray. A desperate cry split the ether. Tyson startled, then launched himself into a sprint. A new energy coursed through his astral form, lifting his feet off the ground and speeding him forward. He drew the ulu knife, the handle fitting his hand like it had been made for him. He rounded a cluster of dark rocks and caught sight of a terrified person with wide eyes cringing against the back of a shallow cave. "Look out!" the black-haired man shouted. The sound of a weapon whistling through the air drew Tyson's attention, and he spun around as an axe stopped a breath away from his skull. Todd blinked in surprise, his fox head tilting as he stared at Tyson. "What are you doing here?" "I thought you were supposed to know when I entered the astral realm." "Where have you been?" Tyson asked. "And why are you attacking this man?" "That is no man," Todd growled, shoving Tyson aside. Tyson whirled around, confusion and shock coursing through him, and making it difficult to move like he was wading through thick mud. He needed to clear his mind. The man cowering against the rocks started to chuckle, and his human-like body shredded as tentacles erupted and he changed forms. One of the tentacles shot towards Tyson, and he tried to move out of the way, but too late. The tentacle wrapped around Tyson, pulling him into the air. The creature deafened him with an ear-splitting shriek. His ears rang. The beast charged forward, holding Tyson aloft. Swung upside down and racing over the ground at highway speeds, Tyson saw the flash of orange again. At least Todd was here. Tyson tried to summon an energetic weapon like Yiwu had taught him, but all he managed was a shower of sparks. He concentrated, but getting flung around didn't help much. Todd launched into the air with a yell, and the monstrosity reared back, spitting a purple substance at Todd just as his axe flew through the air and struck the monster with a squelchy-sounding thud. The creature slammed to the ground, its tentacles releasing Tyson midair. Tyson struck the ground hard enough to rattle his entire being. He sat up with a groan, and the blue, flickering soul tether brightened at the edge of his vision. The soul he sought was close. He focused, following the tether to where it ended, right in Todd's back as he plunged his axe into the creature again, splitting its skull with a spray of purple, blood-like substance. Something wasn't right. Tyson's gut told him this was an illusion of some kind. He looked closer, tuning into his aura vision, striving to see the true form beneath the illusion he sensed. The aura around Todd darkened, and his form flickered. He tossed his head back, and the fur on his head became hair, long, curly woman's hair. Todd's muzzle shrank, forming the same high cheekbones, same heart-shaped face Tyson had seen on the floor of the healing room of the tower. "You're not my spirit guide," Tyson said. "Who are you?" The woman's face was covered in a splattering of the creature's purple blood, obscuring half of her freckles and coating her hair. She dragged 2 clumping strands apart and made a disgusted face. With a swipe of her hand, the blood disappeared, and she tossed her hair over her shoulder. "What? Never seen a girl before?" She dropped her hair and stood, dragging the axe off the ground. It shrank a bit, and she rested it on her shoulder. The red-haired woman seemed familiar, and a memory tickled the back of his brain. Where had he seen her before? How is this possible? "I thought spirit guides held one shape," Tyson said, confusion making his own aura pulse green. "They do. Unless they're dead and someone has taken their place." The woman grinned, leaning forward on her axe. "Come on, remember me. It's no fun unless you remember whose life you destroyed." Her face and tone darkened, and Tyson drifted back from her, reaching for that sense of familiarity that whispered in the back of his mind. He knew this woman. He did. "Are you Todd? Have you always been my spirit guide?" Tyson asked, mind spinning as it scrambled to put the pieces together. The woman's face twisted in disgust. "No, I consumed your spirit guide and took his place." "But why?" Tyson asked, shock filling him. She had consumed Todd, like his essence, his life force. How long had she taken his form? Her lips lifted in a snarl. "Maybe it was too much for me to expect of someone like you to remember me. It was, after all, more than 10 years ago that you destroyed my life and murdered my family." Tyson didn't have time to internalize the horrifying truth of what she'd said as she crouched in front of him and reached her intangible hand into his chest, yanking somehow on the line that tethered Tyson back to his body on the physical plane. Tyson screamed at the burning that erupted and threatened to tear him apart. It rattled him, inside and out. A wall of darkness crashed over him like a wave. His spirit surged into his body, then hit a wall and bounced out. He tried again, straining to escape the darkness that held onto him like glue. It stretched him thin, trying to tire him out, to make him give up, but he took the knife from his belt and sliced backward, severing the unnatural bond that held him in that dark plane. He came gasping to life in his body, and immediately became aware of hands clamped around his throat, cutting off his air supply. He grabbed at them, but the fingers were locked in place. The woman crushing his esophagus sat up, her hair askew, and her face twisted in an expression of pure, terrifying rage.
Chapter 6. Harper. Harper wheeled 2 IV poles down the hall, walking as fast as she could with her wings tucked against her back. Orders for more blood had come from the healing rooms, where paranormals were being woken from the 100-year sleep Violet had put them into years ago. Apparently, a fair number of them were vampires, and they were thirsty. She ignored the slight itch at the base of her feathers. It seemed to have spread since the day before, and despite cleaning her wings thoroughly, she hadn't been able to figure out the cause. She tried to get her mind off the discomfort as she passed Quinn, who nodded but seemed focused. He'd volunteered to help with transporting blood for the vamps, and she was grateful. Double kitchen duty sucked, but at least she had a chance to see Tyson, since he was working in the healing rooms. Harper picked up her pace, wondering if Tyson would be working in the room she was headed for. She checked the room numbers, scanning the open doors for him. Shouts echoed down the hall ahead of her, urgent, terrified. Harper rolled the poles faster, pushing them into the room the shouts were coming from, taking in the scene in an instant. A woman with red hair gripped Tyson by the throat. His face was reddish-purple, his mouth wide and gasping for air. She was strangling him. Harper launched herself across the room, spreading her wings to act as a glider as she jumped over the middle row of unconscious people lying on the floor. Harper landed on one knee and leaned forward, grabbing the woman around her middle and pulling her back. The woman kicked and screamed, throwing her head back. Harper dodged, barely avoiding getting her nose bashed in. "Calm down, lady!" Harper shouted. The woman was slightly bigger than her, but Harper had a smidge of supernatural strength on her side. It worked until the woman jammed her elbow into Harper's ribs, and she folded, releasing the mad woman, who lunged for Tyson again. Her human form shifted in a blur of orange, and a fox darted out from where the woman had crouched. She snapped at Tyson, growling from deep in her throat. Tyson yelled and tripped over the legs of the unconscious person behind him. He had nowhere to go. He frantically formed a symbol in the air, one that Harper vaguely recognized as a healing symbol, but it bounced off the vixen and disintegrated. Tyson's eyes widened in panic. His magic didn't seem to be working. The vixen paced in front of him, black lips curled viciously back, revealing glistening fangs. Pushing through the sharp pain in her side, Harper opened her mouth and sang. The notes drifted over the occupants of the room, and despite her intention to direct the sleep song only at the crazed woman, Harper realized others were dozing off. Too much. She always put too much into the songs. The fox staggered to the side, panting and blinking slowly. The totem hanging from Harper's neck warmed against her chest. The fox stumbled. Tyson blinked, then disappeared. He must have dreamwalked into the place where he traveled between worlds. Harper's tune trailed off with a final pealing high note, and the vixen circled once, twice, 3 times before tucking her face into the tip of her tail and falling fast asleep. The room fell silent. Harper dragged herself upright, wincing at the ache in her ribs. That woman had come out from her astral slumber fighting, but why? She glanced around the room. Both Leth and the other attendant, an apparently human woman, plus the vampire they'd already woken, were snoring where they sat. She rubbed the back of her head and flushed, grateful no one was awake to see her mistake. The hairs on the back of Harper's neck rose, and she turned as Tyson emerged from thin air, hair blowing back in some ethereal wind she couldn't feel. "Thank you," Tyson said, voice hoarse. He rubbed the front of his throat. "We need more people working on this with you if they're going to go insane," Harper said, eyeing the sleeping fox again. "I don't think they'll all be like her," Tyson said, sitting back on his heels. There was more to this situation than Tyson had let on. Harper waited for the explanation, her breath hitching. Tyson turned his glistening eyes towards Harper, and when he spoke, his voice had tightened. "I knew her. No, damn it." He closed his eyes for a long moment. "I turned her and her family in a long time ago." Harper blinked. A roaring filled her ears. He knew people called on their neighbors, their friends, even their family. Hell, some turned themselves in. But Harper had never met someone who admitted it. She forced herself to think past her gut reaction, which was to yell at him and run. She'd changed. Tyson had changed, too. He wasn't the camp counselor anymore. Fletcher's face flashed into Harper's mind, and her gut clenched. She squeezed her hands tight, nails digging into her palms. 1,000 feelings tore through her at once, and it took all of her self-control to breathe in and out instead of rage. She'd learned to trust Tyson, that he wasn't always what he seemed on the surface. He'd changed. Tyson dragged his hands through his hair. "I know what you're probably thinking. It sounds pretty bad when I say it that way, but it's true. I was a scared kid, and they told me my friend needed the government's help. I didn't know what they'd do to her, that they'd take everything from her." A sort of orange glow surrounded Tyson, coming from the knife hung from his belt. Tyson didn't seem to notice the magic, but he noticed Harper's shock. Tyson furrowed his brow, his lips tightening into a thin line. "Harper?" I'm okay. It's okay," Harper said, licking her lips. She cleared her throat. "It was a long time ago." I know you're not like that now." Tyson nodded, hands dropping into his lap as he eyed the sleeping fox. "I would never do it now, knowing what I do, knowing the truth." Anger melted inside Harper, replaced with a warm sensation that flooded her throat, choking away any words she might have said. Tyson had changed. For everyone he'd ever wronged, for everyone he'd thought he was helping as a counselor at Camp Silver Lake, for this fox shifter, for himself, for Harper. "How long will they sleep?" Tyson asked, looking around. He didn't seem like himself, but she didn't blame him. Getting strangled by someone from his past, that would put anyone off. "Could be hours. I'm not..." Harper sighed. "I didn't mean to put them all under." Just her. She jutted her thumb towards the fox shifter. Tyson gave her a look of stunned awe. "You put all of them to sleep by yourself? Is that normal?" "Most ravens can control their songs better," Harper muttered, scuffing her shoe on the carpet. "I'll go find someone to wake them up." "If I do it, everyone in the building might wake up." "Those on night shift won't like that," Tyson said, chuckling, his voice still scratchy. He swallowed hard. "I just need Leth and MJ awake." Harper moved towards the pole she'd left standing near the door. "I've got to deliver these first. Will you be okay here by yourself?" Tyson scratched his eyebrow, then gestured. "I'll try not to get mauled by a sleeping fox while you're gone." Harper opened her mouth, then closed it again. She hadn't meant for it to sound like he couldn't take care of himself. The words had just come out. Tyson seemed to sense her concern, and waved it away. "Go. I'll be fine." Harper dropped the IV poles off in an adjacent room. Fortunately, she ran into a group of bird shifters at the end of the hall, and among them she found Calic, another raven shifter. He stood a whole head and a half taller than Harper. She explained what had happened, and he wasted no time following her to the room where Tyson waited. "I'll show you what to do this time, but you should practice more with the primary tunes, so you don't inadvertently murder an entire battlefield," Calic said, his expression stern. Harper bobbed her head. "I understand. I'll be sure to practice more." Tyson stopped pacing at the back of the room as they entered, watching as Calic sang Leth and MJ back to consciousness. Harper heard the notes that had fallen flat in her own song, the ones that directed the song more accurately, that didn't allow the magic to escape on either side. She ran over them in her head, determined she'd do it right next time. Leth woke with a start. "Why was I asleep? Is everyone all right?" MJ put a hand on her chest and took several deep breaths. "I'm fine." "Tyson? Oh," she exclaimed, noticing Calic beside her. She tucked a hair behind her ear and visibly swooned at the tall native raven shifter. Tyson stepped up to the group. "I woke one of Violet's sleepers, and she turned out to be someone I knew, someone I turned in a long time ago. Her name is Rhea, 4 years at the hands of the government, and at least 6 more years in the astral realm gave her plenty of time to nurse a grudge." Leth frowned, but nodded, standing up out of the chair. "I assume that little fox over there is the one responsible for attacking you?" "Yes," Harper said before Tyson could speak, irritation prickling against her forehead. She shouldn't be woken up with Tyson in the room, and another healer should work with her. MJ stood straight. "I'll go get Bunny. She's an absolute dear. They had her working in the room a few doors down, I think. Come with me, Tyson. You can take her spot in the other room." Tyson looked like he wanted to argue, but wisely he didn't, following MJ out of the room with a final glance over his shoulder before he disappeared through the doorway. Harper gazed at the sleeping fox on the ground. After hearing Tyson's side, her hatred was clearly justified, and yet Harper was convinced Tyson had changed. It would take time for the fox to see that, if she ever did. "Ready?" Leth said, startling Harper from her thoughts. Bunny, a thin blonde woman, had arrived. She jumped when Leth spoke, then laughed nervously. Her nose actually twitched, and her name suddenly made sense. Harper took her hands out of her pockets, shaking the tension from her wings, and moved closer to where the fox still slept. Leth joined her on the opposite side, another layer of security in case Rhea got violent again. "Don't crowd her, but don't let her hurt anyone else," Leth cautioned. "Maybe we should take her somewhere else for this," Harper suggested. Bunny interjected. "No, she could wake up during the transfer." She crouched on the ground in a sort of child's pose. A moment later, her head drooped to the floor, and a strange humming sound vibrated from her body. Harper shifted her weight, wary of what would happen when the fox shifter woke. To her surprise and relief, there was no sudden explosion of violence, no screaming or kicking. The fox blinked and lifted its head, then stretched its body and yawned similar to the way a cat would. It was too cute, really. Hard to believe the fox was a woman, until it turned its amber eyes on Harper, and she saw the fury smoldering inside. The eyes stayed the same as the fox became a woman. Bunny draped a blanket over her bare shoulders. A shudder ran through Harper, making her feathers quiver, and the aggravating itching sensation started up again. Rhea's eyes burned with a deep hatred. Not for Harper, but for anyone that would stand in the way of her revenge. Harper flared her wings, making herself look more intimidating, and the fox shifter blinked a few times, as if confused. Harper crossed her arms over her chest and glared. The woman had another thing coming if she thought she could take her revenge on Tyson with Harper around. Chapter 7. Mandy. Mandy watched Zeke walk out of the cafeteria through filtered eyes, the demon's darkness obscuring her full view, as usual, but it was a view she never thought she'd have, blurred and somewhat distorted as it was. Behind her eyes, she was haunted by a gruesome vision of Zeke's blood-soaked body laying prostrate, his arms and legs bound to a metal table, everything that should have been inside him exposed through cut skin and a broken ribcage. "You'll never have him," Mandy raged at the demon hiding in her soul, shoving the strongest parts of her consciousness up against the darkness, trying to corner it and gain some control over her body. "In time, I'll have them all," Ragranath said. "And once my consort joins me, and I give him the body of your lover for his own, we will reign over this pathetic floating rock, turn it into something truly glorious and terrible. You could join me, you know. With your will combined with mine, we could do great things." "Never," Mandy replied. To anyone looking at her, she would appear lost in thought, her fork halfway to her mouth, a blank stare on her face. "Very well, then I will crush you into oblivion." Mandy nearly vanished then. She nearly gave in to the waves of darkness that beat on the shores of her soul. But she saw Zeke in her mind's eye, all the parts of him that her body knew. The way his fur felt against her fingers when he was in his wolf form. The warmth of him as he lay next to her, his lips against hers. And now, the new sense that had opened to her, the one that had always remained empty and dark, filled with the soulful golden brown of his eyes, the way his mouth quirked up on one side when he smiled at her, his strong, broad frame. Lilith's foolish summoning had given her this, at least. And it was those images that made her hold on when she wanted to give in and fall into the oblivion Ragranath offered. Something had gone horribly wrong when Mandy broke the ritual meant to summon Ragranath. She'd done it too late, and the summoned demon had surged into her body. Mandy hadn't noticed at first, relishing in her newfound sight, which brought more challenges with it than she'd expected, from learning to read to the agonizing headaches that pounded in her head each night, to the fatigue that wore at her eyes as she strained muscles she'd rarely used to move her eyes and see. And then the headaches had become constant, and Ragranoth had revealed herself, commanding Mandy to act as if nothing had happened, to tell no one of the demon inside of her. She shuddered to think of the threats Ragranoth plied her with, sending her vivid, tortured dreams where she watched as demons gutted Zeke, peeled off his skin, took out his organs one by one, and tortured him, like the one she was seeing now. In many of them, Mandy herself performed the torturing. All the visions ended with Zeke recognizing that the woman he loved, the one he'd chosen to be his pack in place of the family that had displaced him, was the one causing him unimaginable pain. As the days wore on, Mandy resigned herself to merely holding on, her existence the only rebellion she could manage other than the times when the curtains of her mind parted, when Zeke was kissing her. The demon in Mandy's head hated it when she kissed Zeke. Ragranoth, autarch of the lowest abyss, allowed it only because the time had not yet come to take complete control, and the demon needed Mandy to avoid arousing suspicion. So, she allowed the kissing, allowed Mandy moments to be herself, so long as she behaved, so long as she didn't attempt to reveal the demon in her soul. Selfishly, Mandy basked in the stolen moments of peace when the demon quieted, watching, waiting for her time to arrive. Mandy didn't know what lay in store. She only knew it couldn't be good for her, or the rebellion, but threats of taking Zeke's life kept her from taking any meaningful action. Mandy knew the day was swiftly arriving when she would no longer be able to hold Ragranoth back from killing the love of her life. She had decided that tonight would be the night she told him. She sat on her bed, forcing her conscious thoughts to be as blank as possible. Ragranoth could hear her thoughts much of the time, but Mandy had discovered that the demon had to be listening. As long as Mandy kept her thoughts in check most of the time, Ragranoth wouldn't catch her thinking such rebellious thoughts. If she did, no doubt the demon would make good on the threats in those vivid, nightmarish visions she sent. At 7 p.m., Ragranoth's presence flooded her mind, tendrils of darkness seeping through and tainting everything they touched. Mandy forced herself to stay sitting, wishing she'd gone slower getting ready, wishing she had an excuse for delaying other than the fact that she was trying to get Zeke to notice on his own, trying to help him see that something was off. The less she acted like herself tonight, the easier it would be for him to kill her and destroy the vessel the demon needed to exist on the physical plane. She held out for 20 minutes, until Ragranoth sent her a vision so horrific, Mandy almost ran screaming from the room. But she couldn't push the demon any further. The demon could control her limbs, had proved it on several occasions, and Mandy didn't want tonight to come to that. Not until the last possible moment. In the elevator, two friends talked and laughed about their plans for the evening. One of them waved to Mandy as they left, and Mandy lifted her arm half-heartedly. She didn't even know the girl's name. She hardly had space in her brain for remembering. Through the filter of the sunglasses she was forced to wear, plus the blurring and shifting of her new vision, Mandy watched the elevator doors open on the first floor and stepped out into a shifting sea of people. The rebellion had grown, and dozens arrived every day. Soon the tower would be full. Soon they'll all be mine, the demon in her mind projected. Something nudged Mandy's arm, and she jumped, even though it was just Zeke. He hadn't surprised her. He'd touched her that way when she'd been blind, and it felt as familiar as blinking. But she wanted him to feel like something was off, wanted him to suspect something was wrong with her. "Sorry," Zeke said, offering his arm. "Shall we?" Ragranoth roiled in the back of Mandy's mind, watching her every move. When she didn't immediately reach for Zeke's arm, the demon's awareness grew stronger, impressing on Mandy's, urging her to act normal, or there would be consequences. Mandy reluctantly took Zeke's arm. "Is it very far, where we're going?" "Not too far. But don't worry, I got us some transportation." They walked out the front of the tower to where a fancy blue car idled on the street. A nice car for the current state of the world. Zeke had to have pulled quite a few strings to get a car this fancy. A large man squeezed his way out of the car, and fast walked to open the back passenger side door for them. "Hey, Will," Zeke said. "Thanks for doing this." Mandy forced a smile on her face. "Look normal. Act normal." She had to maintain the charade a bit longer. At least when she told him the truth on this date, no one else would be around to witness what Zeke would have to do. No one else would get hurt. No one but her. "No problem," Will said, grinning back. He wiped his hand on his pants, then gestured for them to get inside the car. It smelled of French fries and cheap coffee, and the cloth seats had some sort of film on them that made Mandy want to wash her hands after touching them. Zeke slid in beside her, the narrow middle seat between them. Will got back in the car, huffing a bit, and fiddled with the phone he had connected to the car stereo system, shuffling through a playlist. Blaring saxophone music filled the car. Zeke whimpered beside her, holding his hands over his ears. "Could you turn it down a bit?" he shouted, glancing at Mandy. Ragranoth didn't like the romantic music, which made Mandy not mind it so much, even if her sensitive ears were getting blasted. "Sorry," Will said, nudging the volume button. Zeke picked up Mandy's hand. She rested it heavily in his, not grasping, not stroking, as if she wasn't interested at all. It felt like betrayal to not respond to him when every cell in her body wanted her to lean into it, to scoot closer, lay her head on his shoulder, to kiss him. She resisted. It would be easier if she didn't, she told herself. He glanced over at her several times, his thumb still stroking rhythmically across her hand. But if he thought something was wrong, he didn't ask. She needed him to not ask. Not yet. Ragranoth still seemed to think everything was fine, that Mandy was acting as she should. The demon knew little about human courtship and social rules. The only way she could tell if Mandy was acting strange was if the people around her reacted. The car ride was short, only 10 minutes to a local park. Zeke climbed out of the car and helped Mandy through her door, and Mandy froze, too stunned to act like she didn't care. Twinkling lights wove around rose bushes, making the last of the bloomed flowers glow. And she could make out the flickering candlelight in the pavilion, where dozens of candles had been set up on the ground and hung from the pavilion itself. You did this all yourself?" Mandy asked breathlessly, resting her arm in his and letting him lead her down the glowing pathway. "I had some help. A few friends from the TRS helped me make it extra special. Otherwise, we'd be sitting on that concrete slab surrounded by dead flowers in the dark." He chuckled. Mandy licked her lips and swallowed. She wished more than ever that she'd never agreed to be part of Lilith's coven. That she'd never stepped into that circle, even if it meant that she never could gaze into Zeke's handsome face like this. "Is something wrong?" Zeke asked. Mandy wiped at the dampness in her eyes. "It's just, thank you." She wished she could enjoy it more, but all she could think was how she was about to ruin this night, and this beautiful place with her request. A small round table in the pavilion held 2 plates loaded up with food, along with drinks and everything needed to enjoy a meal. Zeke pulled Mandy's chair out for her, and she sat, Zeke taking the chair opposite her. He rested his hand on the table, palm up, inviting her to put her hand in his. She folded her hands into her lap and tilted her head down towards the table. "I kept the lighting dim. I hoped you'd be able to take off your glasses," Zeke said. Mandy reached for them, but Ragranoth stopped her hands. "Leave them on," the demon hissed. "He'll see my presence." Mandy hesitated, straining for just a moment before dropping her hand back into her lap. "I can't," she said, speaking as much of the truth as she could manage. The moment had arrived. She'd hoped to at least enjoy one last evening with him, to tell him she loved him before she asked him to do something so terrible. She knew she'd never manage it herself. But looking around at how much effort he'd put into this date, seeing the care and concern in his eyes, Mandy knew if she didn't say it now, it might be too late before the next time she'd gotten up the courage. "Maybe you should see a doctor then. I'm sure we can find one." "No," she said loudly. "I'll get used to it." "All right," Zeke agreed. No doctor. But tonight, are you mad? Did I say or do something wrong? No, Mandy said desperately, biting her lip. He was so close. She just had to open her mouth and tell him that yes, she was mad. He hadn't done anything wrong. She had. Her selfish actions had led to a demon entering her body, and she was furious and terrified, and he needed to kill her. Are you upset? Grieving? A lot has happened. Losing your coven, joining the rebellion. No, she said, shouting this time. The word died in the still night air, seeming to echo down the streets. Why couldn't she say what she needed to? Her tongue seemed petrified, and yet she didn't sense Ragnarok behind it. She was stopping herself. Mandy reached out and grabbed Zeke's hand, holding it as if it were a lifeline, and she was a drowning person. She was drowning in darkness. Tears slipped down her face. Do you want to talk about it? Zeke asked, in a voice so soft and tender. Mandy felt her heart break. No, she said again, choking on the word, hating herself for it. Zeke pulled his hand back from hers, unwrapping his silverware from the cloth napkin holding them, then cleared his throat. Are you hungry? I got us some chicken. Not hungry, Mandy said, her hands clenched in her lap. She stared down at the plate of food, then slowly looked up. There's something important I need to tell you. Okay, Zeke said, setting down his fork and putting his face in his hands, focusing intently on her. Mandy closed her eyes for a moment, gathering her strength. Ragnarok had drifted away slightly, hadn't noticed Mandy's distress. But how long until the demon returned and choked Mandy out for her disobedience? If Mandy failed, would this be enough to trigger the demon's promise to torture Zeke? Would you do anything for me? Mandy asked. If there's something you need, you just have to ask, Zeke said reassuringly, his eyebrows furrowed and his head tilted. What is it? Mandy took a deep breath in. Zeke, there's a... Her throat closed off, and she choked, coughing. Ragnarok surged into the forefront of her mind, seething with fury. Did you think I wasn't paying attention? The demon screamed. It is you who have damned him. Mandy's head shook, the movement directed by Ragnarok. A smile pulled at the corners of her mouth. Words spilled out of her mouth. Untrue, insincere, inadequate. Sit down. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ruin our night. The food looks tasty. Mandy trembled as she pushed against the demon's control, trying to take back her vocal cords, her mouth, her face. Nausea roiled in her stomach. The demon could make her say anything, do anything. What if she acted out one of the torture scenes the demon had sent her? Zeke straightened and picked up his fork. If you say so. I'm here if you need to talk. You know that, right? Of course. Mandy's mouth moved, her own voice betraying her. Her hand closed around the sharp knife next to her plate, while inside of her mind, she screamed for him to run.
Chapter 8. Zeke. Zeke watched Mandy's expression carefully. She had been upset to the point of being distraught, acting as if each of his well-meaning questions was a kind of torture. She'd flinched away from him, hardly smiled, hadn't flirted. Her only normal reaction of the evening had been when they got out of the car, and then she'd seemed to shut down. He didn't know what to make of it. The evening hadn't gone at all to plan. If it had, they might have finished their meal, teasing back and forth about the food, about this or that happening back at the tower, trading stories from before they knew one another. After dinner, they might have danced. Zeke had a decent voice. He would sing a song they could waltz to, and he would spin her around under the stars until it got too cold and Mandy started to shiver. He would hold her in his arms a bit longer until the candle flames sputtered as they touched the melted wax pooling at the top. And he would ask her to come with him to work for Jake, to stay with him. Maybe even to marry him. But not tonight, because tonight he wasn't sitting across from Mandy. He stood and, in a rude, rash move, yanked the sunglasses off her face. Mandy gasped, surprise turning to rage as her amber eyes sparked with anger. "How dare you?" she shouted, her voice far more guttural and furious than he'd ever heard it. He didn't reply, too busy staring at her eyes. They had changed. The dark splotches were gone, as was the roundness of her pupil. Instead, an hourglass shape had formed in the center, black and unnerving in its otherness. He dropped the sunglasses on the table and reeled backward, stumbling on the uneven cobblestones beneath his feet. Mandy recovered her sunglasses, placing them back on her face, then cocked her head. "What is it?" Her voice had returned to normal. He could have imagined it, couldn't he? He tried to level his breathing. He glanced around, looking for the shifter friends he'd asked to stick around for protection, trying to make eye contact, to signal them without letting whatever had possessed Mandy know what he was doing. "Pull yourself together," Zeke told himself. He closed his eyes and breathed deep. "Sorry, I shouldn't have done that." "No, you shouldn't have," the thing inside Mandy said, and it grinned, spreading Mandy's face too wide. "Because now I have to kill you." She held the sharp knife meant for cutting chicken high in the air and shouted something that sounded like Latin. Zeke didn't wait for her to finish. He ripped off his belt and shifted, letting his wolf form explode through his t-shirt and jeans. He couldn't attack. It was still Mandy in there, no matter what sort of being had presented itself in her stead. He howled as he fled, signaling to anyone still around that they should run. He ran for Will's car, but when he got there, it was empty. Glancing around frantically, Zeke saw the body sprawled face down on the pavement. It was a trap. Somehow, his date with Mandy had been a trap, and whoever was behind it had killed Will and would kill him. He took off running as fast as he could, still in wolf form, headed for the tower so he could warn the rebellion that some kind of monster had stolen his girlfriend's body. And there might be more of them. Chapter 9. Tyson. Food. Tyson needed food. His stomach clenched in response to the thought. He hadn't had much appetite since the events with Rhea the day before, but he'd promised Harper he'd meet her for lunch. He forced himself to walk to the lead nurse at the front of the room to request a break. She smiled and nodded, handing him the checkout chart. Tyson signed his name, then handed the chart back and glanced around the room. He'd woken 6 people that morning. All of them had been confused, and all of them had complained of headaches. One had cried, and one had claimed a sort of amnesia. None of them had tried to strangle him. Tyson stepped from the relative calm of the healing room to a sea of auras and emotions as he entered the stream of people heading down to the cafeterias. He still couldn't believe Rhea had consumed his spirit guide and impersonated him. He hadn't even known that was possible. How long had she taken Todd's form without him knowing? He'd never guessed something was off about Todd, except he seemed crueler than Tyson had expected of a spirit guide. Harsher. Had it always been Rhea? But then, why help him at all? Why not kill him then? Unless some part of her had hesitated before. Tyson rounded the corner and was immediately overwhelmed. After a morning spent around magically brain-dead individuals whose auras were dim or nearly non-existent, and their projected emotions even dimmer. The flood of auras in the cafeteria caught him off guard, and he staggered to the wall for support as he put his protections back up. The auras around him dimmed and the bombardment of emotions lessened. He tugged on his t-shirt to straighten it and hiked up his cargo pants. Harper waited for him outside the cafeteria doors. She had her wings folded against her back. She hadn't drawn them inside since arriving here, which made sense given that she didn't need to hide anymore. Admiring Harper was a good distraction from his distressing thoughts about Rhea. The crowd moved around Tyson as he took a moment to calm his emotions. Harper leaned against the wall in a black racerback tank top and jeans, her short black hair curling under her chin. She almost never looked relaxed, and this might be the closest he'd ever seen her come, except for the rooftop the night before, when he'd stroked her feathers and could have sworn her eyes actually closed. He'd felt something through their bond, a sort of comfortable acceptance from her. And then stronger feelings had pulsed through, and despite the fact that she'd pulled away from his attempt to kiss her, he knew her feelings went deeper, stronger. She didn't seem ready to face them yet, and Tyson wasn't sure how long he could wait. He wanted to say he could wait as long as it took, but what if she was hesitant because she didn't know what to do? He didn't think she had much experience with romantic relationships. What if all he needed to do was make his move with more confidence, show her what she was missing? Just like his magic, he needed to take initiative and not be afraid of the potential consequences. Her eyes scanned the crowd almost lazily, watching passersby, then her gaze landed on him and a smile touched her lips. Tyson's heart skipped a beat. He swallowed and walked over. Unfolding her wings slightly, she raised a hand to greet him. "Hey." "Hey yourself," he said, catching her hand in his and pulling her close for a hug. Harper squirmed against his arms. "What is this for?" Tyson squeezed her a little tighter, willing her to relax, to let him embrace her. He wanted to nuzzle in her neck and breathe in her unique dusty sunshine smell, but she seemed to have reached her max for public affection. So far, initiation wasn't working the way he'd hoped. "You've been sorta touchy-feely lately," Harper noted, looping her arm through his as they entered the cafeteria. Tyson chuckled. "One of these days, when we're not fighting a political or literal war, I'm going to sit you down in a dark room and do nothing but cuddle with you. No talking aloud, no crises, just you, me, and maybe a movie." From what he knew of her life before he'd come into it, she hadn't been touched nearly enough. Did he need to move slower? He could curb his own desires for her comfort. The witty comeback Tyson expected from Harper didn't come, and she stayed quiet until they joined the line to get food. "I think movie night was my favorite part of Camp Silver Lake," she said quietly. She never talked about what had happened there. She didn't talk about her feelings in general. Tyson recognized the trust she showed in him just sharing that small tidbit. "What did you like about it?" Tyson tried, knowing she might not say, but he hoped. The cafeteria line moved forward several paces, and Tyson bridged the gap. Harper moved with him, hands in her pockets. "My last placement before I ran away was a group home. We had a movie night once a month, and I guess it felt like that. It didn't matter that I was some angry girl with no family or friends. On movie night, no one could see you, no one made fun of you. We existed in the same story for an hour or two. Those were some of the happiest times I can remember." Tyson reached over and wrapped an arm across her back, squeezing her in towards him in a sort of half-hug. "I know I can't possibly make up for everything you ever experienced, but I hope we get a chance to have more fun than that together," he said, searching her brown eyes. "I have a feeling you could make just about anything fun," Harper replied, nudging him with her shoulder. Then she sank in towards him and looked up, face getting closer and closer, and Tyson realized what she wanted and leaned in. "The line moved," a man said from behind them. Sure enough, the line ahead had moved so much that it was their turn to grab trays. Tyson mumbled an apology, face burning, as he took one of the plastic trays and some utensils, letting Harper go first. She seemed nonplussed at their kiss getting interrupted. So much so, he thought he had imagined her desire. Tyson had to wonder if she felt this as deeply as he did. Curious, he tuned his aura vision, feeling a bit like he was cheating at the whole relationship thing, being able to see emotions through auras. Harper's normally orange aura had gained a subtle blush. Could auras get embarrassed? His own bright teal aura had a purple hue at the edges, perhaps indicating his fading embarrassment, or passion. The purple deepened when he realized that. "Corn?" The older lady on the other side of the lunch counter interrupted him, and he had to ask her to repeat herself before he understood what she meant. Yes to corn, no to salad. Yes to sandwich, turkey, and Swiss. Yes to a cookie. He felt like he was in elementary school again as he grabbed a bottled water and turned to look for Harper, who had already taken off towards a table. Her aura had cleared, all the blush gone from it, and the moment was also gone. He knew Harper cared about him, and he really liked her, maybe even loved the stubborn woman with her determination and her raven wings and a protective streak a mile wide. But this rebellion, this war, didn't give them any time to figure out what they were, much less how they really felt for each other. And Tyson knew all too well that after it was over, might be too late. He dragged himself over to the table where Harper sat, good feelings evaporated by the depressing thoughts. He mindlessly chewed his sandwich in silence, while Harper dug into her food next to him, neither of them saying a word. Tyson's eyes wandered until they caught on a head of red hair. It was Rhea, sitting down by herself at a table across the room. He startled, nearly choking on his sandwich, and he had to put it down and take a drink. "You okay?" Harper asked, staring at him. Tyson finished drinking and wiped his mouth, still watching Rhea. Harper followed his gaze and glowered. She shouldn't be allowed in public without an escort. "It's okay, I've got you," Tyson joked, but it fell flat as he fixated on her. "Are you sure you're all right? Do you need to talk to someone about what happened with her?" Tyson's gaze flicked back to Harper, and a smile tugged on the edge of his mouth. "Are you going to play counselor for me?" Harper flushed. "I didn't mean it like that. I'm here, you know? If something is bothering you." Tyson swallowed and looked down at his tray. "It's just what she said keeps haunting me. That I murdered her family. Does she know they're dead? Maybe if Rhea made it, they did too. That's what you're worried about? Whether or not you killed her family? Not the fact that she as good as killed your spirit guide and tried to kill you? That's messed up." "No, it isn't," Tyson said defensively. "That's bothering me too, but if I hadn't turned her family in, she wouldn't have done any of that. In a way, it's all my fault." Harper stared at him. "But you can't blame yourself for her actions." "She's the one who tried to kill you." Tyson sighed and set his sandwich down, poking at the other food on his plate. He'd lost his appetite and his desire to talk about the situation with Rhea. Harper didn't get it. Probably because to her the world was black and white. There were no gray areas, but Tyson had learned that when he saw the world so starkly, he made mistakes. He chose the wrong side. It had to be grayer than that, and he had to accept responsibility for what he'd done to contribute to Rhea's desire for revenge. He picked up his cookie, hoping the slight sugar rush would help fight the depressing thoughts in his head when a pulse of energy washed over him. His mind spun, making him dizzy, and nausea gripped his stomach. He stood as if to make a dash for the bathroom, but stopped when he saw the crowd gathering at the front of the room. A dark-skinned, curly-haired woman stood at the center, and everyone seemed to be asking her questions. Mandy shook her head in response. Was her aura darker than usual? Or was his aura sense getting messed up by his emotions? And where was Zeke? Another wave of the strange energy came over Tyson, and he doubled over, holding onto the table for support. "Tyson!" Harper exclaimed. Her wing draped across his back protectively, and from the corner of his eye, Tyson saw her looking around for the threat. "Some weird vibes in here," Tyson managed to gasp. His throat seemed to close, and his vision narrowed. The lights in the cafeteria flickered, and someone shrieked, then laughter broke out. Did no one else notice the suffocating presence? Tyson turned as much as his neck would allow and watched Rhea. Her aura hadn't changed, still dark enough to suck in the light around it. What if she was the source of the pulsing dark energy? Tyson straightened. He had to do something. Tell someone. The lights flickered again, the fluorescent bulbs growing brighter this time, buzzing loudly over the chatter as it quieted to concerned murmurs. A bulb burst, sending a shower of spark over a group of tables. The occupants screamed, ducking and scattering. Another light broke, and another, until the room was plunged into darkness. "Stay calm," Anna shouted. Where had she come from? Tyson hadn't seen her in the cafeteria, but then again, he'd been distracted. She stood on a table, face lit by a glowing orb. A witch stood on the floor nearby. She must have cast the orb. "Someone has gone to look at the breakers. Meanwhile, I ask you to finish your meal and remain here. The fewer people we have walking the halls during this brief power outage, the fewer chances there are for accidents." She climbed down from the table. The noise volume rose as excited and anxious conversations started. Nearly everyone's aura had tinged yellow, which indicated fear or nervousness. He sat down, nausea still roiling in his gut. Whatever force was causing the energy surges and his discomfort was still at play. Harper's feathers rustled as she sat beside him, the warmth of her wing radiating into his back. "I don't like this," she said. "Watch Rhea," Tyson replied. "Did you see something?" Harper asked, dropping her voice. He dropped his hand to cover hers, and the table beneath their fingers vibrated. The vibration grew, and the tables creaked. "Earthquake!" someone yelled. Chaos and screams erupted. Everyone stood to run from the room, but the entire building was shifting, and people were falling. They would get injured. Tyson stood up to yell, but his breath caught as the floor rolled beneath him, almost liquefied with the movement of the building's foundation. He reached for something to grab onto, but only found Harper, who yelped when he grabbed her wing. He grasped her shoulder instead and pulled her down to the floor, ducking under the cafeteria table. Bits of debris fell from the ceiling, cracking on the table's surface. The lights burst again. No, this time it was lightning. Supernatural energy built until a ball of light exploded in the center of the room, and 5 monstrous figures dropped onto the floor, glowing red, purple, and yellow light emanating from their horns, claws, and mouths. People scattered like roaches to escape the reach of the hideous monsters that had landed in their midst. A sulfuric stench sent Tyson gagging, and his knife burned against his hip. Several silvery witch light orbs hovered closer to the 5 figures, illuminating their terrible faces. Demons. With twisted horns and eyes that glowed like molten rock. 2 had snouts. One had a human face so beautiful it hurt to look at. Another had tusks, and the last had a wicked black beak. It turned its head, golden eyes shining towards Tyson. He flinched and hit his head on the metal table leg. The demons laughed, their voices echoing strangely in the deathly still room. "Welcome to the end of the line," the tusk-faced demon said, voice gravelly and deep. He raised a clenched fist. "What do you want?" Anna asked, pulling herself off the floor and facing down the demons. Tyson had to admire her courage, facing 5 demons alone. But then, she wasn't alone. Bodies stirred around her. Several sat up, hands glowing with magic or growing fur and fangs if they had them. Her army was ready to defend their leader. "To quench our unending thirst for revenge, we've been locked up in the pit of the realms for millennia. It is time we feasted on mortal flesh and made a new world for ourselves. And it begins now. The tusk-faced demon bellowed and turned, slashing the air with a massive axe. The air tore, and through the slash, 2 clawed hands appeared, prying the slit apart. A bat-winged female demon climbed through, hissing and spitting with a snake-like tongue. Another demon spilled out, and another. "To me!" Anna yelled. Her army burst off the floor and hurled themselves at the demons in a cacophony of shouted spells, gunshots, shrieks, and growls. The demons met them with fire and acid, iron weapons, and brute strength. A bear shifter flew across the room, shattering the glass partition between the cafeteria and the kitchens. A bird shifter screamed as a bull-like demon wrenched its wing, snapping the delicate bones. Harper lunged out from their hiding place, leaping on the back of the bull demon and locking her arms around its neck. The demon hardly batted an eye, slamming its back on the table over Tyson and smashing Harper. Her gasp, more of a wheeze as all the air was crushed from her lungs, woke something in Tyson, something primal and protective. The polar bear inside him roared, but Tyson didn't release it. He wouldn't last much longer than Harper against the insane strength of the demons. He had to be smarter than that. Tyson darted out from beneath the table and helped Harper up. She held her ribs, wincing, but obviously trying to hide the full extent of her pain. She moved towards the fight again, but Tyson clamped his arm around her and held her to his side. She wasn't going anywhere. Quinn rushed the bull demon, kicking it in the face as it bore down on Tyson and Harper. Tyson concentrated, chanting words to open the portal into the astral realm. A spinning disk of light widened in front of him. The tunnel formed between the planes, and the disk widened as the connection on the other side was made. He focused on the wide, grassy fields between the Washington Monument and the Lincoln Memorial. A lot of people could fit there, and it wouldn't take as much energy to send them somewhere within the city. He forced the portal to open wider. Most portals were made for one person to pass through. This one could fit 4 across. The edges flickered as Tyson's concentration wavered, but he held on, breathing deep into his core and accessing the energy that pulsed there, somehow fed by the power of the knife. "To me," Anna called, flying over the fighting and pulling up in the air over Tyson's portal. Everyone surged towards the portal. The tusk-faced demon slammed its fist down on the floor. A fiery red crack spider-webbed through the tile. The stone cracked wide, and demons poured from the rift. Several people fell into the pit, while others backed up, scrambling and screaming. A handful of people made it through ahead of Tyson, but most of them were engaged in demon battles or trapped on the other side. Tyson grimaced, straining to hold the portal open. "I could use a little help," he yelled, looking around for a fellow shaman, dreamwalker, or witch to lend their power to him. None were near enough, and perhaps they couldn't hear him over the roaring and bellowing and screaming, though he thought he caught a glimpse of a second portal opening on the other side of the room. 3 demons advanced towards them. Harper jerked against Tyson's grip. "You can't open this and defend against the demons," she insisted. "I can't hold it much longer regardless," Tyson said. "Go through." "I'll hold them off," Harper said. "No," Tyson said through gritted teeth. 2 more people had made it through. The rest were holding the demons back. He wasn't going to be able to save everyone like he'd imagined. He had to convince Anna to go through. Perhaps her people would follow then. "Anna," he shouted, "go through the portal." "I won't abandon my people," she called back. She raised a spear and thrust it downward, fending off a bird-like demon. "You won't have any people if we don't get them through the portal," he yelled back. He glanced at Harper. "Grab someone and fly them through." Harper nodded and darted away. To Tyson's relief, she came back carrying a young leopard shifter and flew the woman through. Tyson felt their travel through his portal like a ripple through his body, and then a smaller wave as Harper flew back. More demons spilled from the hole in the floor. They outnumbered the paranormals and humans 2-1, and the room was packed to standing room only, people getting crushed and trampled as the demons rose. The air thickened with flying demons. Quinn, standing nearby, grabbed the closest human and tossed them through, shoving and forcing them despite their insistence that they could stay and help. They wouldn't win this battle. It was a massacre. But how had the demons gained access? Tyson couldn't think about it now. He couldn't do anything but hold the portal open, and his strength was failing. Sweat dripped down his temple. The portal flickered, shrinking, and Harper had to duck to enter as she passed him again. He'd only saved a couple dozen at most. He had to try harder. Tyson fell to his knees, body trembling. His head burst with pain. The portal vanished. "No!" he screamed. He took out the ulu knife and frantically drew runes in the air, letting the knife guide his arm. A red-lined doorway appeared. He didn't know what location he thought of. He just let the magic guide him and hoped it would be enough. Quinn flew through, carrying a red-haired woman. A man raced for the doorway, but a demon intercepted him, and the man's screams cut short as the demon swiped a claw viciously across his throat. Tyson gathered his strength and stood. Now or never, Anna. The bird woman glanced his way from her position in the air, her face a desperate tangle of emotion. Leth appeared, his black face gleaming with sweat as he charged. He leapt into the air, inhumanly high, grabbing Anna's ankle and bringing her down. He locked her into his arms, even as she thrashed and struggled, her wings beating against his face and shoulders. His face remained a mask of determination, undeterred by her frantic yelling. Harper, Leth bellowed. Harper swooped down, grabbing her mother under her arms and flew towards the portal. Let me go. I won't leave them. I won't. Anna's screams cut off as Harper entered through the doorway with her. Tyson crawled towards the door, passing Leth, who spared a glance at him and simply nodded. Tyson understood. Leth would risk his own life to keep the demons away from Anna and the portal she'd gone through. Tyson's arms and legs collapsed beneath him, putting him halfway in, halfway out of the portal. Someone grasped his wrists and pulled, dragging him onto a cold, filthy cement floor in a dark and relatively silent room, except for haggard gasps from one corner. Tyson pried his face off the floor and looked around. He smelled engine oil, and a car sat not too far away, wheels missing. Where had he brought them this time? There were only 6 of them gathered here, but he knew more had gone through his first portal. Hopefully, that meant they had landed where he intended in the memorial fields. Had the second portal dropped them somewhere nearby? A mechanic's garage on a different block, perhaps. His mind puzzled over why the knife would have brought him to a car maintenance building until his eyes landed on a toy laying on the floor just out of reach. A small naked troll doll with spiky green hair grinned up at him with a wicked, gleeful expression. There was only one person Tyson knew who collected troll dolls and worked in a mechanic shop.
Chapter 10. Harper. What's crackin', Dreamwalker? A woman with mechanic's coveralls covered in neon orange and pink flowers stepped into the room, tilting her head to peer at them over her rose-colored glasses. Harper blinked at the woman in her neon overalls and long braids. It felt like it had been a lifetime since she'd seen the hippie mechanic. She remembered how she and Tyson had threatened the RV-driving goblin couple until they had dropped them off at the place where a mysterious soothsayer could interpret Tyson's visions, Charlie's auto shop. "Charlemagne!" Tyson exclaimed, scrambling to his feet. He brushed his hands on his jeans and held one out to the seer. Charlemagne shook her head. "Out here, we hug. You ought to know that by now." She crushed him in a strong embrace and stepped back, nodding a more reserved greeting to Harper, who she'd met before, and the others, who she hadn't. "Well, look what the cat dragged in. Y'all are here to see the troll collection, I reckon." The soothsayer had been less than helpful, in Harper's opinion, but she didn't mind being here rather than TRS headquarters at the moment. Charlemagne, also known as Charlie, scanned the new occupants of her shop: Tyson, Harper's mother, Quinn, and Rhea. Harper's eyes narrowed at the red-headed woman, who was too busy eyeing the tiny green troll laying in the middle of the lopsided circle of people to notice Harper's scrutiny. She wished Quinn had grabbed anyone other than the fox shifter that wanted Tyson dead. Harper would have to watch her closely to make sure she didn't take advantage of the chaos to take her revenge. "We're not here about the troll collection, unfortunately," Tyson said. "We were escaping a demon attack at the Transcendental Redemption Society headquarters in D.C. Charlie's eyes widened. "You've been busy since we last saw each other. I assume my Jeep is a lost cause?" Tyson ducked his head sheepishly, exchanging a glance with Harper. "It's in a parking lot in Kennewick, Washington, or it was when we last saw it. I meant to call you, but between going through a dream walker initiation in Alaska and joining an international paranormal rebellion, I kind of forgot. If it helps, I still have the keys, I think." Charlie stared at him a long moment, then burst into laughter. Her hand waved through the air. "Never you mind. It'll all balance out in the end for the favor I need to ask you." "Favor?" Harper said. "We just got here. And you didn't know we were coming." Charlie looked at Harper and tapped her temple. "Ah, but I did. I didn't know under what circumstances, but I saw you all arriving in a vision. What was it, 6 days ago, Beau?" The office door swung open behind Charlie, and a man emerged. He wore grease-stained blue overalls and a bandana tied around his head. He looked at Charlie and at the group of people in his auto shop, then thumbed his nose and stuck both hands in his pockets. "Guess you were right, Charlie." "A whole crowd of them," Bo said. "Looks like we have some acquaintances to make," Charlie said. "The office is a bit small for this crowd. We'll head to the house." She made ushering motions, but nobody moved. Charlie held up a finger. "Ah, yes. That way, everyone." Up the stairs. She pointed to the left, where a door stood with a wrinkled, handwritten, "Private Do Not Enter" sign, taped to its chipped surface. The group filed up the narrow stairs. Even Anna was uncharacteristically silent. Harper had expected Anna to demand who Charlie was, and how Tyson and Harper knew her, but when the Raven woman passed Harper, she seemed as glassy-eyed as one of Charlie's trolls. She hadn't thanked Harper for saving her, hadn't said anything since they'd passed through the portal. A second door at the top of the stairs opened into a cramped and cluttered living room with attached kitchen. Brown panels lined the walls, and all the furniture was brown, yellow, and orange, with flower and duck patterns. And of course there were trolls. Every flat surface had a troll and several other vintage knickknacks. Unable to shake the feeling that Anna needed someone to talk to her, Harper waited for her to come up the stairs, then leaned in towards her. "Are you all right?" Anna blinked as if waking up. "I left them," she said, her voice trembling. "You did what you had to do. Now at least one leader made it out alive, and we can get you back to help them," Harper said, feeling awkward, but knowing the words were right. Anna breathed in and nodded, as if she agreed with Harper, and for the first time since they'd been reunited, Harper felt hope for their relationship. Harper sank into a couch covered in ducks in flight. She felt a sharp pinch and shrieked, standing up to release the wing she'd just sat on. Tyson coughed. Quinn didn't bother covering up his laugh. Typical. Heat filled Harper's cheeks. She pushed her wingtips forward with her arms and sat again, letting her wings cup her shoulders and touch the ground by her feet. Anna sat daintily next to Harper, crossing her legs and draping her wings around herself gracefully. "You simply need more practice," she said. Her tone sounded much warmer than usual, and Harper actually considered that Anna meant it kindly. Tyson sat on the carpet near her legs. Harper met his gaze, and he smiled. But the smile faded when he glanced over where the red-headed Rhea slipped through the doorway behind Charlie. Rhea's eyes moved from the empty spot on the couch next to Harper to the floor where Tyson sat. She inched closer to Quinn, but stopped a few feet away and folded her arms tight against her body. Rhea seemed far too shifty, and Harper found herself scooting to the edge of the couch, muscles tensing, prepared to jump between the fox shifter and Tyson if she decided to attack. The fact that she hadn't yet made Harper wonder if she was simply biding her time, or if she'd decided not to kill Tyson. Perhaps the shock of the demon attack had been enough to put Rhea on the same side as Tyson, but until Harper could be sure, she would be vigilant. Plastic cups clacked together in the kitchen, and the faucet ran several times. Bo ferried the cups to the living room, offering them to each person there. Harper took one, rubbing her fingers on the bumpy design in the cup before drinking. The lukewarm water didn't seem to want to go down her throat. She swallowed her first gulp painfully, then took another one. The second went down easier. Charlemagne entered the living room and sat at the front of the group on the floor next to the yellow brick fireplace. "There now," Charlemagne said, slapping the tops of her thighs and rubbing her hands together. She gazed expectantly at each of them in turn. What could the soothsayer read in their faces? The skin of Harper's wings prickled beneath her feathers, and she rolled her shoulders back as subtly as she could manage to try to get rid of the itch. But it didn't go away. "What do we do now?" Tyson asked from his seat on the floor. "We return and eliminate whomever is responsible for this mess," Anna said, a hard edge to her voice. "That's great. Except we don't know who it is," Quinn said. Tyson's hands moved as he spoke. Any of the newcomers to TRS could have been exposed to demonic influence while in the astral realm. Demons could have consumed their essences and occupied their bodies, waiting for the right moment to strike. But from my understanding, opening the rift in the cafeteria would have taken an enormous amount of power, involving one of the lowest vibrational beings in the known universe. Rhea had come out from behind Quinn and now leaned against a wooden desk on the back wall. She kept her eyes on the floor and didn't try to enter the conversation or even react to what Tyson had said about the possibility that Harper could be right and that Rhea, or one of the others, might be possessed. Ragranath. Anna breathed the name out slowly. Charlemagne startled. You've been dealing with the Audarch of the Abyss? Tyson cocked his head. Audarch? I haven't heard that word before. But then, I'm new to all this. Harper had no idea what Charlemagne meant either. Being a shifter, even one with ancient powers and songs she still needed to learn, seemed far simpler than all the alternate plane of reality stuff Tyson had to figure out as a dreamwalker. Audarch means ultimate ruler, essentially, Charlemagne explained. She placed a finger on her squarish chin. We should be careful uttering the names of any demons. Names have power, and we don't want to draw the attention of those beings here. But Mandy shut down the pentagram and stopped the demon Audarch from coming, didn't she? Quinn said. I'm going to need to hear that story, Charlemagne said, eyes gleaming with interest. Tyson launched into it, with Anna interjecting the part she knew about because of the involvement of the TRS. Harper had heard it all, and with the itching in her wings driving her nothing short of crazy, she leaned back on the couch and closed her eyes, forcing herself to think. Her eyes drifted to Rhea, who seemed to inch behind Quinn. Except for Tyson, none of them knew Rhea before she'd entered the astral realm, and he'd been 10. Rhea seemed normal enough, but Harper couldn't rule her out as a threat. I think Rhea knows something, Tyson said, finishing his description of the events that had led to that point. It was almost as if he'd read Harper's mind, picking up on her suspicions. I don't know anything, Rhea said, rubbing her arm in a rapid, nervous motion. She laughed. I just got here. I've been in limbo, remember? How could I... Her aura isn't right, Tyson said. He glanced at Harper, as if hoping she'd back him up, but her thoughts were still catching up, and she wanted to hear what Tyson knew. A dark aura isn't always an indication of evil, Charlemagne said. She tried to kill me back at TRS headquarters, Tyson said. After you tried to have her and her family killed, Quinn shouted, stepping between Tyson and Rhea. Of course you would accuse her. You've had some grudge against her from the beginning. Anna stepped forward. Let's not get ahead of ourselves with accusations. Tyson, have you compared notes with the other magic users waking others from the 100-year sleep? Other magic users have reported similar effects in the others woken from the 100-year sleep. It could be a side effect of being in the astral realm so long, not necessarily possession or impersonation by a demonic influence. Or, they all betrayed us, Tyson added. Rhea stood up. Whatever you think of me, I'm not possessed. There's no demon inside me. Then why did you try to kill Tyson? Harper glared at Rhea. Why not even give him a chance to prove he'd changed? If your family had been murdered because of his actions, you'd be helping me kill him instead of kissing him, Rhea spat. Harper bolted off the couch, anger flaring through her. She wanted to punch Rhea's freckled nose in, but Tyson grabbed Harper's arm from his seat on the floor, holding her back. Harper? Tyson said, his tone off. Your wings, Quinn said, pointing. Harper glanced down and gaped. A small shower of feathers had cascaded onto the couch and floor behind her. She grabbed one wing, several more feathers falling. What was happening? You're molting, Anna said, her face moving oddly, like she was... Harper dropped her wing, clenching her fists and her teeth. It isn't funny. Quinn burst out laughing. Anna joined him, actual tears streaming from her eyes. You're having your first molt. I can't believe it's happening now. You haven't spent enough time in your raven form before for it to happen. You really are a fledgling. I'm a grown woman, Harper shouted. "When will you start taking me seriously?" Anna's face darkened, a reproach or a lecture no doubt ready on her tongue. The others stared, glancing at Harper and Anna, then away, as if they didn't know where to look or how to avoid the feud building in the room. Harper didn't wait to be scolded. She jumped over the back of the couch with her inhuman strength, making for the dark hallway at the back of the room. She threw open the first door she came across and found a bathroom. Entering, she flipped on the light and slammed the door, feathers drifting onto the linoleum floor. She locked the handle, then leaned against the counter, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. Her face had filled out a bit since arriving at the tower. Her wings looked ragged, but as she shook them out, only a few feathers fell, and none of them were primaries. She was molting, a normal rite of passage that she'd somehow missed. Like puberty, though she'd definitely already hit that. Gripping the cold counter, she bowed her head and gritted her teeth. She might be learning the most basic songs her tribe could teach her, and she might be molting, but she was no fledgling. And no matter what anyone thought of her, she wouldn't remain blind to Rhea as a potential threat in their midst. Not when the fox shifter threatened the family Harper had been through hell to find.
Chapter 11. Zeke never made it to the tower after his date with the thing that had taken Mandy from him. All he remembered was a bright, flashing light, and all the muscles in his body had relaxed, causing him to fall mid-leap to the road. His eyes had stayed open, but all he'd seen were booted feet walking up to him. Everything after that was a fuzzy blur. He'd woken in an extra-large wire dog kennel, transformed from beast to man, his human form almost too big for the kennel. He'd panicked, knocking over water and food dishes, and nearly tipped the cage over. There were others trapped with him, but they remained in their animal forms, and none of them spoke. He counted 4 werewolves and a bobcat shifter. The cat hissed at him whenever he looked at it. All of them wore thick collars with some sort of digital device attached to them. Shock collars. Zeke shouted and raged. He tried bending the bars of his cage, working at breaking the hinges on the door or removing the pins, but none of it worked. When his human muscles cramped so painfully he couldn't take it anymore, he shifted back to his wolf form, feeling defeated. Whoever had caught him and brought him here had experience capturing paranormals. They'd thought of everything. What he didn't get was why the others didn't talk to him. He didn't recognize any of them to know whether they were part of the rebellion or not. 3 days after he'd been captured, someone entered the room. Zeke had licked up every drop of water and every scrap of dog food, gagging each time he took a bite of the spilled, grain-laden kibble. A large, red-haired man with a full beard walked into the room with an air of superiority, peering into the kennels. One of the werewolves growled at him, and the man barked, snapping his jaws and growling right back. The werewolf laid back its ears and cowered at the back of its kennel, and the man laughed. "What day is the new capture on?" "Day 3. A reed-thin man entered the doorway, dragging a massive bag of dog food behind him. Zeke drooled in spite of himself. No, he had to keep it together here. These sickos were, by all appearances, torturing these shifters. He needed to find a chance to escape, and there'd be no better moment than when one of the men opened his cage. "He's a beautiful specimen." "You saw him shift?" the red-haired man said, coming close to Zeke's cage. Zeke kept quiet, appearing docile. He whined a little at the back of his throat, even gave his tail the slightest wag, and looked up with all the hopefulness of a dog at the pound. "He seems more doggish than the others," the red-haired man said. The thin man finished dragging the dog food to the far wall on the other side of Zeke and ripped it open. "We haven't seen him shift, sir, but we heard him shouting soon after we brought him in. The new ones always give themselves away." Zeke's tail stopped wagging. He wouldn't fool them into thinking he was just a dog, but he could still make them underestimate him. The red-headed man crouched down, making eye contact with Zeke. "Come and talk to me, beast," the man said. "I know you can." Zeke withheld a growl. He didn't want to change for this man. He wasn't a circus animal or a tame pet, but perhaps he could accomplish something by talking with him. He shifted, muscles and limbs groaning, his human body filling the cage, the wire biting into his shoulders. "If you don't mind, I'd appreciate being let out to walk around." "My muscles are killing me," Zeke said, taking the polite approach. And the man whistled. "This one's ripped, isn't he?" "Quite the specimen." Zeke gritted his teeth. "This is inhumane for an animal or a person, and I'm both." The red-headed man laughed. "It makes jokes. Maybe we shouldn't waste this one in the pit." "Highly inadvisable, sir," the thin man said dryly. He had scooped up a bowl full of dog food and carried it to the nearest cage. where a thin gray wolf skittered to the back of the kennel, trembling as the thin man drew near. "Who makes the decisions, Drew?" the red-headed man asked. "You do, sir," the thin man, Drew, muttered, opening the cage door. Zeke expected the wolf to attack, assuming it wasn't a regular dog that happened to look like a wolf. He was starting to doubt his initial assessment that these were more than mere animals, but by the satisfied look on the red-headed man's face, he had a sinking, sickening feeling that this man took pride in capturing and breaking shifters. "What's your name?" Zeke asked. "I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours," the big man said, turning his attention back to Zeke. Zeke hesitated. He didn't really have anything to lose by giving this man his name, and exchanging names would create familiarity and give them a connection. "Zeke?" "Zeke," the man said, as if tasting the name. "That does suit you. We'll keep it for now. I need to come up with a real good one for you." Zeke didn't know what that meant. He hooked his fingers through the wire rectangles of the kennel. "And your name?" "Boris DeLuca." "And your purpose?" Zeke asked, eyes flashing in challenge. He had tired of the game already. He didn't want to pretend anything, and he certainly didn't want to sit in a cage talking to this man who didn't know the definition of respect. "Build an army of you to fight against your own kind. Teach them a thing or two about who is master here," Boris said. "We're not animals for you to train," Zeke said, snarling. "Could have fooled me," Boris said, shrugging. He stood with a sigh. "As lovely as it is speaking with you, Zeke, it is inevitable that our conversation come to a close. Drew." Kibbles scattered as Drew jumped, standing in front of the bobcat's cage. Apparently, everyone got dog food, dog or not. "Yes, sir." "Water only for this one, 3 more days, then bring him to me." Boris walked towards the doorway. "Wait, you can't do this. There's something in the city. Something bad. I have to warn the others. You have to let me go," Zeke shouted, rattling the door of his cage. Boris turned, leering. "You're right. There is something bad in the city. You and your kind. I figure, since your kind isn't going away, I'll make you into something I can control. I'll make this city safer for everyone, and once I have enough of you, we'll go after the president. Your kind won't know what hit them when they've got werewolves attacking their own." Boris's laughter echoed down the hall as he left. Zeke eyed Drew. "He's mad, isn't he?" Drew clenched his jaw. "I'm not supposed to talk to you." "You just did," Zeke pointed out. Drew's eyes darted from Zeke to the bobcat's cage and back. He opened the door, ignoring the bobcat's frightened hisses. Similar to the werewolf, it didn't attack, didn't even try to swipe with its claws, only cowered in the back of the cage until Drew finished filling its food and water and relocked the cage door. "What did he do to them?" Zeke asked. "You'll see," Drew said. He came around to Zeke and poured water through the top of the cage, filling the bowl and splashing Zeke in the process. He kept glancing at Zeke with curiosity, but he didn't respond to anything else Zeke said. Zeke didn't trust the 2 men. He tried to sleep in short bursts, but with no food and nothing to pass the time, he eventually shifted back to wolf form to give himself more room and fell asleep, curling into a tight ball. The creak of his cage door cut into his dreamless sleep and his head shot up. A sharp pinch of a needle plunged into the back of his neck, and cold liquid shot into his body. A moment later, Zeke slumped over, unconscious.
Chapter 12. Harper. It nearly killed Harper to draw her wings back inside her shoulders, but she didn't want to deal with leaving a trail of feathers everywhere she went. She hadn't drawn them inside in weeks, and she felt a bit unsteady on her feet as she opened the bathroom door and crossed into the living room to rejoin the others, who were catching Charlie up on the rest of the details about how they'd come to be in her garage. Harper sat on the floor next to Tyson and leaned into him, trying not to make eye contact with Quinn or her mother. "They'll grow back," Anna whispered, leaning across the couch towards her. "It only lasts a day or so." Harper shrugged to show she'd heard, but she didn't feel like responding. She felt exhausted and embarrassed at her outburst. "What did I miss?" she asked Tyson. Charlie scanned Rhea with her magic, and there's no demonic influence. She said there's something else. But even Charlie didn't know what it was. "What do you think about it?" Harper asked, scanning Tyson's face. He grimaced, glanced around at the others still discussing something with Charlie, then lowered his voice. "I think being in the astral realm for so long changed her. Tainted her, darkened her soul. She might not be possessed, but that doesn't mean she's fully on our side." "But we're fighting for her rights, too," Harper said, glancing towards the fox shifter, who leaned against a wall on the far side of the room with her eyes closed like she was resting. She's angry. There's so much anger. I can't seem to sense further than that without being obvious. Her fury feels like a pacing animal, and every time my magic reaches out towards her, it snaps and snarls. He closed his eyes, his brow furrowing. Does that make sense? The room went quiet, and Harper glanced around at the others. They were all staring at Charlie, who stood by the fireplace, scanning the trolls along the mantel, patting their hair, and adjusting their positions by the tiniest fraction. Then she clasped her hands behind her back and faced the group, expression grim. If you're really up against the demon Audark, and I don't doubt you are, then there is only one place you can go to get the help you're gonna need, and that's the eternal source. We can go there, Tyson said. I heard it was nearly impossible for a mortal to reach. Charlie nodded. It is. Traveling through the planes of the astral realm is treacherous, especially for the uninitiated. Then there are the Harpies who guard the gate leading to the pathway to Utopia, not to mention confronting the eternal source themselves. Fortunately, I have a ticket to the doorstep, so to speak, which will cut down on travel time and the dangers you would otherwise face. I'll gladly transport you there if you'll do one thing for me. What is it? Tyson asked. Save my husband, Charlie said. Her eyes glistened, and she clasped her hands in front of her, breathing deep before continuing. 5 years ago, Randy died. Heart failure. Even my healing abilities have their limits. And he went so suddenly, I had no chance to save him. To lose him so early, when I thought we'd have another 30 or 40 years together, well, it wasn't as devastating as realizing later that he never passed on. He became a gaunt, Rhea said from her corner, her eyes open and gleaming. Harper didn't know what a gaunt was, but even the thought of the word left a bad taste in her mouth. Charlie's eyes clouded over with grief. He's not a spirit, properly crossed over and connected to Utopia. And he's not a living being visiting the astral realm. He's become a lower vibrational being that can suck the life essence out of anything living that draws near. He cannot be reasoned with. He often does not recognize me. And no matter how much light I pour into him, his status does not change. Last time I tried... Charlie drew in a shaky breath. He nearly killed her, Bo continued. Sucked her almost dry. I had to pull her out. The man shifted, as if the memory unnerved him, and he crossed his arms defensively over his chest. Interesting. Bo had some of his mother's gifts then. Tyson coughed. You know I'm new at this, Charlie. I didn't know what a gaunt was until a minute ago, and I don't know the first thing about healing them or changing them or whatever needs to happen. But I know you are the one I need to take with me, Charlie said, her tone pleading. I saw you. I painted you out of one of my visions, long before we ever met. And I helped you, and you promised to return the favor one day. Just... will you try? Her eyes glistened. Isn't the fate of the world more important than your husband? Harper cut in. No offense. I'm sure Tyson would love to save him. But what if we don't have time? Charlie stared at Harper without flinching. He is your ticket into the eternal source. Escorting his soul to the Harpies who guard the gate to Utopia is possibly the only way you will get close enough to convince them to let you in as well. Otherwise, you could spend days, weeks, months, even years wandering the astral realm and facing the dangers there before you reach the entrance. And it will certainly be too late by then. Harper ducked her head, slightly ashamed that she'd questioned Charlie in her grief. Tyson put a hand on Harper's shoulder. I'll do what I can, Charlie. Harper had the sudden urge to hug him. She might not much appreciate physical displays of affection, but she knew Tyson did. She snaked her hand into his and squeezed. When he squeezed back, her heart fluttered. Anna cleared her throat. And what are the rest of us expected to do? ungifted as we are in the ways of the astral planes, while you and Tyson go on this dangerous mission into the realms beyond to seek the advice of this eternal source. Are we meant to play Monopoly? Watch movies? There was a tone of sarcasm in the woman's voice that shocked Harper. Anna usually kept herself poised and professional. Could she be just as frustrated as Harper at being left out of the action? "You're not going there without me," Harper said, her head lifting as she gazed fiercely from Tyson to Charlie. "You don't have the gift, honey," Charlie insisted. "As much as we could use someone with your fighting spirit, we just don't have the power." "I can take them," Tyson said quietly. He lifted his chin. "Anyone who wishes to come can. I brought them here through the astral realm, after all. You would have to bind their souls to you. Even as experienced as I am, I wouldn't dream of binding so many. Though," Charlie said, scanning Tyson as if she could see beyond his physical form, "I have a feeling your power is strong enough." "With all due respect, you're not a dreamwalker," Tyson said. "Besides, I only have to tether those who cannot tether themselves." "You can tether yourself, I assume?" "Hold up. Maybe Rhea shouldn't come," Harper argued, glancing at the red-haired fox shifter leaning against the back wall. At the mention of her name, Rhea straightened, her expression darkening. "Why not?" "I know more about the astral realm than all of you put together. I lived there for 6 years," she snapped. Tyson cleared his throat. "Harper has a point. You spent so much time there, it might have damaged you somehow. Going back so soon after spending 6 years there might not be such a good idea." "The only damaged one here is you," Rhea shouted. "Who tells the authorities on their best friend? Who betrays those who confide in him? You made a career out of it, from what I hear." Harper stepped swiftly between Rhea and Tyson, and noticed Quinn moving towards Rhea. She readied herself to shift, should the fox shifter attack. "If you can't keep your petty squabbles to yourself, I can't trust you to work as a team." "You certainly won't go if that's the case," Anna said, in a voice that was all leader. "Tyson is right to be concerned, and Rhea is right that we could use her expertise. I say we let her try if she's willing to take the risks." The prickling hairs on Harper's neck calmed as the tension in the room diminished. Rhea snorted, crossing her arms and glancing away. "I don't want to be left here to do nothing." "Fine. Will working with Tyson be a problem?" Anna asked sternly. "No," Rhea muttered, eyes flicking up to meet Anna's for a moment. It hardly sounded sincere to Harper. She felt off about the whole interaction, but if Anna decided Rhea should go, she wouldn't be able to stop her. She would have to be more vigilant than ever, and it didn't help that the only time she'd been in the astral realm, she'd been possessed, her soul imprisoned in one of the lower planes. She wouldn't have any of the advantages Rhea would have once they were there. Anna seemed visibly relieved. "Good. Now that's decided. I suggest we rest before taking off into unknown realms. Time is not on our side, but if we haven't slept or eaten properly, we might as well quit now." "I just ate," Harper said, holding a hand over her stomach. "We were eating lunch when the demons attacked." "I'm not hungry either," Rhea added. Quinn murmured his agreement, and Tyson nodded. "It's 7 o'clock here, wherever here is," Anna said, looking at Tyson expectantly. "Oregon," Tyson said. Anna seemed a bit stunned to discover they were on the opposite side of the country, but continued. "So, 4 o'clock back at the tower. You'll be hungry in an hour or two. Those who are tired now can rest, and we'll have a meal before we leave. How long can we remain in the astral realm before our bodies require our return?" "In the astral realm, time moves differently," Tyson explained. "You could return in a day, having done far too many things for it to have been only a day in the astral realm, or you could pop into the astral realm and come back and find your body aching with hunger, thirst, and other needs." "A day then," Anna said, pursing her lips. We essentially have a day to find this woman's husband, get him to pass through the veil, or however that works, get past the harpies, and convince this eternal source being to aid our cause." "Sounds about right," Charlie said, then clapped her hands together. "Who needs a bed?" "There are 3 available. You can take turns napping. I'll get dinner started. Do y'all like tacos?" Several hours later, the smell of spiced meat wafted through Harper's consciousness, and she dragged herself off the couch. She'd dozed in the name of getting rest, but hadn't really slept. After all, it was still early evening in the time zone her body was adjusted to. Anna stood at the table, crushing chips over a heap of food on a paper plate. She glanced up as Harper entered the kitchen. "Go wake your brother," she said. After growing up without her around, it still sounded odd to hear those familial words from her mouth. Harper resisted the urge to refuse. "You're not the boss of me." She licked her lips, tasting salt. But she didn't want to pick a fight at the moment, so she carried the storm cloud with her down the hall and peeked in both rooms. In one, Tyson was up and putting on his shoes. His smile faltered when he saw the expression on her face. "Harper? What's She didn't let him finish, but crossed the hall and threw open the other door. Quinn slept on a pillow on the floor, the fox shifter curled up in human form in a fetal position on the bed. Harper nudged Quinn's toe with her foot, feeling oddly satisfied when Quinn startled awake, sitting bolt upright and glancing around as if looking for an attacker. His shoulders slumped when he saw Harper. "Why'd you wake me?" he muttered, pulling the blanket up and laying back down. "Tacos. And Mom said I had to," Harper said. Quinn groaned but tossed the covers off, rolled onto all fours, then stood. He glanced at the bed. "Should we wake her?" "I'm awake," Rhea said without moving. Harper shrugged to Quinn, and they both left the room, heading for the kitchen. Quinn ruffled Harper's hair. "Is Tyson up?" Harper ignored his attempt to goad her about Tyson and headed for the kitchen, immediately grabbing a plate from the island counter and loading up several tacos. Tyson emerged a few moments later. He smiled at Harper, coming up behind her and kissing her cheek. A peck so subtle Harper hardly felt it, but it made her burn from her face to her toes. She avoided looking at Quinn as she moved away from Tyson, under the pretense of reaching for the salsa. Does it ever feel odd to anyone else when you do something totally normal, like eat a taco, right before doing something spectacular like travel to another realm? Tyson chuckled, picking up a plate and digging into the spread. "It amuses me every time," Charlie said from the kitchen area. "The mundane and the magic. I could be cooking pot roast for dinner and painting a vision at the same time, and it never ceases to amaze me that I actually have magic. Like something from the movies." Harper had no idea how one painted a vision, or what Charlie meant by it, but then she was fairly certain she was less sane than the rest of them. "I felt like that when I learned to fly," Quinn said. "Really fly, not just swoop down from a high place." "We had to go at the crack of dawn to this ravine. I was so sore after, but I remember walking back to the house and going to school and realizing that no one around me knew I could actually fly. How would they react if they did know? All the kids at school would be jealous. If they'd stop being afraid for a few moments, they'd realize what a gift our abilities could be." Harper's memories of that time were gone. So much of her childhood was missing, sacrificed to the beryllium orb in order to escape the camp. She'd lost what she'd fought so hard to find. She wasn't sure the humans would ever stop being afraid. The world had broken, and the more she considered it, the more she realized no one could fix it. Not with talking, not with fighting. And yet, she couldn't bring herself to give up either. Rhea walked into the room, stretching her arms, and everyone paused eating and talking and stared at her. Harper resisted the urge to stand up and put herself between Tyson and the fox shifter. Rhea narrowed her amber eyes and went the long way around the table, opposite the side Tyson and Harper sat on, to get her plate. Quinn cleared his throat, watching Rhea. "Sleep well?" She shrugged. "Well enough." After a moment's pause, Rhea lowered her plate. "You know, I had a thought before I fell asleep. Why not just send a small, efficient team into the astral realm? Charlie and me for obvious reasons. Tyson, because apparently Charlie thinks we need him. But what about you feathery folks? You going to be gaunt fodder?" "Distract them so we can get through," Rhea inquired, tilting her head with curiosity. A hint of smugness turned up the edges of her eyes. Harper stood up, hands pressing into the table so hard she felt it shift as if it would tip, but she pulled back on her strength, and it remained on all fours. "I've been possessed by a witch channeling the power of the Audark. If nothing else, I know what the demon feels like, and you don't know anything about what I'm capable of, or my family, so back off." "Harper," Anna said sternly. Harper glowered at Rhea, then at her mother, but backed down, keeping her wings put away and the songs hidden in the back of her throat. Anna dabbed at her mouth with a paper napkin. She stood, more reserved, her wings ruffling and tucking delicately against her back. "Harper is correct, Rhea. We can do more than just fly around. Despite our inexperience, I believe our songs might prove useful. If nothing else, perhaps we can serve as distractions if things get dire enough. There will be no more talk of who is staying or going. We're all going." Tyson nodded. "I'm ready when you are. Charlie, do you have a specific place in the astral realm we need to travel to?" Charlie appeared from seemingly nowhere. Harper hadn't even noticed she'd left the kitchen, lugging a massive painting that was nearly as tall but wider than she was. She propped it against the kitchen counter, gazing lovingly at its textured surface. A mountain cliff dominated one side of the painting, with a narrow, winding path leading up to a ledge through mist and trees. The rocky ledge had a house on it, no bigger than Harper's thumb, like a pimple on a giant's face. "This will serve as your anchor, if you reach out to it with your mind." Charlie stared at the painting, and paint swirled and blended together, a light glowing from the center. Charlie reached out, and a blue strand of light shot from the painting to her palm, connecting the two. She grabbed the strand. "As long as I hold on to this tether and hold the image of that location in my mind, my magic will take me there. I suspect yours will work similarly. Try it." Charlie dropped the tether, and the painting became stationary, the glow disappearing. Tyson remained seated. Within moments, a faint glow appeared around him, and then the mountain scene blurred, a glowing swirl pulsing in the center of the painting. He raised his hand, and the blue tether shot from the painting, connecting with his palm. He grinned, raising and lowering his hand, testing the connection. "That's incredible," he said, cutting off the connection by closing his hand. The painting went inert once more. "Well done," Charlie replied, smiling at him. "You're a quick learner. Now, if we all lay near each other on the floor, Tyson can thread the tether through us and bind us together. Any questions before we begin?" "No way in hell I'm letting his magic anywhere near me," Rhea said, bristling. "His magic saved your life when the demons attacked. That was his portal Quinn flew you through," Harper said. "Yeah, and it wasn't my choice to go through. White Knight over there just grabbed me," Rhea said, shrugging. "Would you have rather been ripped apart by demons?" Tyson asked incredulously. "This argument isn't helping. Rhea, I know you're familiar with the astral realm, but Violet is the one who sent you there. Can you go through on your own?" Charlie asked. Rhea smirked. "It feels like it's just right there." Her hand grasped at the empty air in front of her face, and then her body crumpled. Quinn yelped and caught her, staggering back at her dead weight, before lowering her to the floor. Harper glanced at Tyson. "Have you ever seen anyone do that? Go through while awake?" "I mean, technically I'm awake when I go through, but I usually have to get into a sort of meditative state or visualize my entrance. She just... Wow, Tyson said, looking impressed. Charlie crossed her arms. Rhea, I think you proved your point, she called out. Rhea's body jerked, then sat up. She smiled at Quinn, still hovering nearby. I knew you'd catch me. Quinn rubbed the back of his head. You're welcome. Now try to connect to the painting, Rhea. Just like I showed Tyson, Charlie said. Rhea raised her hand and concentrated. It took much longer than it had for Tyson, the seconds dragging on. And Harper felt a bit smug until a flickering blue line connected with the painting. Rhea dropped her hand, panting slightly. She tossed her red hair. See? I got this. No need to be tethered to anyone. Tyson and Charlie exchanged looks, and then Charlie nodded. All right, then. If you want to take that risk on, you do that. Just know, it'll feel different traveling there on your own power, rather than the power of a spell. If anything happens to you, you'll have a direct line to your body. Use it. I will, Rhea said. Harper still didn't want the fox shifter to come with them at all, but she didn't say anything. She wanted to get there and get this over with. The idea of entering the astral realm didn't appeal to her at all. Do the rest of us have to fall asleep? Harper asked. Yes and no. I will be in charge of that, Charlie said. We don't have time to teach you the art of successfully traveling to the astral realm, so I will put you to sleep, and Tyson will pull you through. Will we be in our bodies? Harper asked. No, we won't, Tyson said. Astral travel is different from portal travel. Our bodies will stay behind, binding us to this world, and our spirits will enter the astral realm on the physical plane, right, Charlie? The soothsayer nodded. Yes, that's correct. It's in a very far reach of the physical plane. How far is it from your husband's house to the eternal source? Anna asked. This pocket dimension is positioned at a jumping-off point, if you will. Normally, a traveler intending to visit the eternal source would have to travel through the upper planes of the astral realm sequentially. The higher astral plane, the higher mental plane, and when he reached the formative plane, he would find his journey unmade and be sent back to the beginning, because it is most likely his cause would not be found sufficient for the attention of the eternal source. Harper crossed her arms. And what if our cause is not deemed sufficient? We will deal with that if it comes to that. But I believe that the eternal source will hear us. After all, while Earth is not the only world with life on it in all existence, it is one of the most populated, and if it were consumed by the Audark, then it would throw the universe out of balance and result in potentially devastating consequences for other worlds. Charlie scooped up several items from the table and headed for the fridge. Help me clean this up. After straightening the kitchen, everyone gathered in the living room. Bo pushed back the couch, giving them more space. Quinn pulled his wings inside his shoulder blades, and Anna did the same, lying where everyone else put their feet. Charlie took her place by the fireplace. Bo stood near the mantel. Have a good trip, y'all. And Mom? Tell Dad I love him. I will, Bo. Charlie reached her hand up from where she lay on the floor and took his hand, squeezing it. Bo isn't coming, Harper asked, adjusting her head on the fluffy carpet. Someone has to watch the shop, Charlie explained. You ready, Tyson? Bo brought the painting over, putting it in front of the fireplace. Ready, Tyson said. Hold hands, everyone. It makes the tethering easier. Harper grasped Tyson's hand and found Quinn's on her other side. Her body shuddered in anticipation, and Tyson's hand squeezed hers. Words bottled up in her throat, and pictures crowded her mind. Pictures from Camp Silver Lake, that first time she fought with Tyson, and he stormed off into the woods. And she had found him hanging beneath a vampire's fangs. What if she couldn't protect him in the astral realm like she had there? The words she wanted to say, just in case something happened in the astral realm, in case one of them didn't return, got stuck, blocked by the lack of privacy in her nerves. A vibrant glow emitted from the painting, the blues, greens, and grays of the paint merging together. Harper steadied her breathing. A weight dropped over her mind, and she suddenly felt as if she were drowning. Her instinct was to panic, but she calmed herself by thinking of the two hands she held, even as her sense of them faded. Tyson's voice carried through the room. "Traveling in 3, 2, 1. Harper's soul stretched. It clung tight, stretching until it seemed she would snap. The opposing force pulling it towards the swirling light yanked harder, and Harper's soul let go. Charlie's living room hovered around her, and when she looked down, she found her own body, appearing to be asleep. Rhea, with her spread of fiery hair, peeled away from her body. She sat in a yogi position in the air, and her eyes opened, lighting up with a bright orange glow. She smiled, her teeth glowing, then uncurled her ghostly form and shot across the room into the portal. Quinn and Anna seemed to have already gone. Charlie passed through next, nodding to Harper and Tyson. Tyson waited, his spirit hovering next to the painting, the tether glowing in his palm, his other hand reaching out towards her, a strand extending from it for her to grab. The moment her hand touched it, an electrical current surged through her, and an irresistible pull dragged her towards the portal. She let go of the urge to resist it, allowing the supernatural force to take her from the only world she'd ever known into the realms beyond.
Chapter 13. Tyson. Tyson nodded at Bo, who watched from his spot beside the painting, somehow able to see everything that happened in that limbo space between realms. Bo saluted him, and Tyson squared his shoulders and dove into the darkness. When he emerged, he had no sense of place or direction, except for the 5 tethers that he held connected to that place in his palm. He oriented himself upright, vision blossoming from darkness to a blurred mass of shapes to clarity. A canyon yawned below and above, cliffs stretching on either side seemingly to eternity. The sky was a slit at the top, gray and sunless. The ravine on his left had a river of darkness at the bottom, without the soothing sound of water. Tyson couldn't be certain it even contained water. He glanced around to his 5 companions, each of their forms glowing with aura light. Harper's familiar orange shone at him, along with the golden line connecting their chests. She eyed it, dragging her eyes along the line to where it met Tyson, and she smiled, drifting towards him. "Can we touch anything here?" Harper asked, reaching for him. Her hand passed through his body at first, and she frowned, then pulled it back and looked at it. The color of her skin darkened, becoming less transparent, and she tried again. Tyson felt something, a tingling, buzzing, trembling of his soul. His astral form quivered with pleasure. "I didn't know you could do that," he admitted, trying it with his own hand. He held it up and met Harper's raised one, the tingling intensifying. "There's a lot you don't know about these realms," Rhea said, passing them and pulling a massive spear out of thin air. Blue lightning crackled, rallying at the tip, and she spun it around. She seemed taller here, her hair drifting around her face, lashing like living flames in a current Tyson couldn't see or feel. She had become something else, not human, not a soul. He gaped at her, his hand dropping from Harper's. Charlie's lips pursed. "Very impressive, Rhea. Where did you learn to change your astral form?" Rhea shrugged, a smile tugging at her lips. "Anyone can do it. Just takes practice." Charlie raised her eyebrows but didn't say anything else, instead orienting herself towards a steep path that wound up the side of the craggy mountain cliff. "The fog hasn't descended as thick as usual." "Good. Fewer monsters that way," Charlie said. "Monsters," Anna said, stepping up beside Charlie and scanning the path. "What dangers do we face here, Soothsayer?" "We're full of life force that the lower vibrational beings long for. It's simpler to refer to them as monsters. That's what they are." "Most of them used to be people like us," Rhea challenged. Charlie met her gaze calmly. "Yes, but they chose to make oaths with Ragranath. They chose darkness. That is the difference. We shouldn't soften our blows, should it come to that." Tyson noticed that Charlie had dropped her cheerful hippie demeanor. Her face was drawn, serious, reflective. Facing what they had come to do was taking its toll. They had to convince her husband to take them to the eternal source, where he would pass through the veil of life and death for good. Not a joyful reunion, to be sure. "Let's go," Tyson said, moving forward on the path. "I don't get it," Harper said, following Tyson. "If we're just spirits, why can't we zip up there like it's nothing? Why can't we fly?" We can move faster, but you'd risk losing control and jumping realms. Walking, or floating as we are, is better when you're new, Tyson explained. He'd had enough experience traveling where he hadn't intended to go in his few weeks of training. The rules are different here. This is a pocket dimension, Charlie said from behind, her voice drifting up, muted and flat. In a pocket dimension, whoever created it can force certain rules, such as gravity or denying all laws of physics. This dimension was created by my husband, Rudy. He's made it nearly inaccessible from the outside. You can fall off the edge of this path, and the river below will drag you into lower planes of existence. You could attempt to climb out, but you'd go mad trying. The cliffs have no end. The sky is an illusion. This path we're on loops back around, so even if you pass the cabin up there intending to see what's beyond, you'd eventually find yourself exactly where we are now, walking up to the cabin again. Tyson couldn't help but feel awed, despite how terrifying that sounded. The astral realm defied all Earth physics, and he still didn't have his head wrapped around everything that was possible here. It takes a lot of energy to develop a world this thoroughly, Rhea said from somewhere behind. Judging by her tone, she sounded impressed, but Tyson didn't want to risk his balance to glance back and read her facial expression. Had Rhea created her own pocket dimension while she was here? He's had 10 years to develop it. And there will likely be traps, so be alert, Charlie said, her voice hushed. No wind blew through the canyon. The lack of air stirring unsettled Tyson, even though he'd spent hours in the astral realm lately, trying to acclimate himself. He had no physical cues to go off of either, no skin prickling, none of the minute body signals he relied upon heavily on Earth. Just his intuition. Fortunately, over the past several weeks, he'd spent time honing his intuition to sense the danger creeping on them from below. A gurgling sort of rattle filled the canyon as Tyson turned his head in time to see 6 monstrosities with multiple legs spider-crawling up the rocky cliffside, their pupils red and dilated. "More too!" Rhea yelled. At the same time, Tyson shouted, "Watch it!" Tyson drew his astral weapon out of the air. It appeared as a spear, and he threw it, the tip glowing orange. It sparked as it struck the first monster, who squealed but kept climbing. The Mortu were lower vibrational denizens that could send a casual realm walker into a coma state, dragging their souls into the Mortu's nests in the first abyss, allowing the entire colony to feed off their life force until their body eventually died and their spirit disintegrated. Tyson called his spear back, gritting his teeth. He needed to put more energy behind the throw, like... Another spear, crackling with brilliant blue lighting, shot past and speared one of the black Mortu straight through, leaving a smoking hole. The spear shot back up and into Rhea's hand. Tyson stared at her. He wasn't the only one. He'd seen her spear in action before, but it still amazed him how powerful she was here in the astral realm. "How do I get a weapon?" Quinn asked, eyeing their spears. "We don't have time for a lesson." "Fight the Mortu with whatever you have," Charlie said, a glowing fuchsia bow in her hands and a quiver of arrows on her back. She set an arrow on the string and aimed. The monsters rattled and hissed, jumping in tandem as Charlie fired. Her arrow lit up with a neon pink flame but soared past the nearest creature. The group scattered. Tyson scrambled up the path as the Mortu crashed onto it behind him. The path crumbled, sending rocks scattering down to the river of darkness the Mortu had crawled out of. The others were trapped on the opposite side, 3 Mortu between them and Tyson. Tyson wished he'd spent more time learning how to fight the lower vibrational beings of the astral realm. He didn't even know what the Mortu were, much less how to banish them. The closest Mortu turned on him, hissing. It was shaped like a moose if a moose had 6 legs, insect jaws, and pointed antelope-like antlers. The Mortu's insect-like jaws clicked together, making that horrible gurgling rattle. It charged along the cliff wall, its feet gripping the stone as it skittered towards Tyson. Tyson scrambled back, hefting his spear again. He shouted and threw the spear. The weapon cut through the air, piercing the Mortu's black, shell-like hide between its head and front left leg. The Mortu lost its footing and howled, crashing onto the path, its legs thrashing frantically. Its movement caused it to roll off the edge of the broken mountain path and down into the dark depths. A glowing fox the size of a bear leapt on the 2 remaining Mortu, snapping at them. Rhea had changed her human form for her fox one, eyes aflame and looking like a god. How had she shifted in the astral realm? Even Tyson hadn't learned to do that yet, and he'd been told it wasn't possible. Then again, he'd been told that by Todd, who was Rhea, and perhaps that had been part of her plan. How much of what she'd told him in that form could he consider true? Quinn, Harper, and Anna soared above the spider-like monstrosities, flying over the fight and landing behind Tyson. "Head to the cabin. I'll bring up the rear," Tyson said. Harper's eyes ignited. "I'm not leaving you here." I'll be right behind you, Tyson snapped. Go! He pushed her, earning another glare, but she finally obliged, racing up the path with her brother and Anna just ahead. Tyson turned back, looking for Charlie. He'd lost sight of her fighting the other Mortu, and with Rhea and the last two Mortu blocking the mountain path, he couldn't see beyond. One Mortu clung to the upper part of the cliff, hissing and darting at Rhea, holding her attention while the other one darted down and around, coming up behind the fox. Where was Charlie? A few pink arrows shot through the air, sticking into the Mortu's hide. Tyson chucked his spear, but it flew wide past the Mortu Charlie faced and came back to him. He threw it again, wildly, desperately, and it skimmed over Rhea's back before striking the cliff face. Her back legs slipped off the path and she yelped, paws scrambling, claws digging into the stone but finding no purchase. Both Mortu lunged for Rhea at the same time. Tyson soared through the air and screamed, thrusting his spear at the nearest Mortu, hoping his aim would be true and he wouldn't hit Rhea. His spear struck one of the Mortu, and as it fell, one of its flailing legs shot out and hooking around Rhea's midsection, pulling her down into the ravine. Tyson watched in horror, waiting for Rhea to miraculously save herself. No, Tyson shouted, and he leapt from the cliffside without thinking. He dropped his spear, and it blinked out of existence as he plunged down into the ravine. He willed his form to change into a bird, but his astral form didn't respond to his panicked thoughts. He didn't know what lay at the bottom of this ravine, but he wouldn't die from the impact. In his spirit form, there wouldn't be an impact, but the monsters at the bottom might rip him apart. Arms gripped beneath Tyson's armpits, wrapping around his chest and yanking him upward. It would have hurt if he'd been in his physical body. He glanced up and saw Harper's determined and furious expression. She hadn't gone to the cabin, like he'd said, but had turned back, seen his idiotic attempt to save Rhea, and came to get him. They landed, Harper dropping Tyson a moment before her own feet hit the ground, and she immediately turned on him. Never do that again. Never. Why didn't you jump when Rhea fell? Why save me? Tyson said, spinning on her. Harper froze, her expression shocked. That's what you're worried about? I just saved your life. If you would have gone after Rhea, I started running when I saw Rhea fall. I was too far away to catch her. I knew before I jumped. And you're lucky I jumped when I did, because I would have been too late for you too, Harper snapped. I'm sorry I'm such an idiot for wanting to save someone's life, Tyson shot back. Don't send me away like you have it handled when you clearly don't, Harper shouted. In my defense, I should have been able to shift, or at least float, Tyson said, holding up his hands. Not here, Charlie said, her voice strained. There are different rules in pocket dimensions. Here, there's gravity, or some semblance of it. And in the ravine itself, the darkness is oppressive. Not all of your abilities will work here at all times. Tyson opened his mouth to attempt to salvage some of his pride, but was stopped by Charlie, raising her palm. Additionally, Tyson, you are tethered to 3 other people. If you had fallen into that ravine, which ends in another plane of the astral realm, your tie to them would have severed, stranding them here in this pocket dimension. You would have essentially killed 3 people trying to save one. You can't take risks like that. Tyson gaped at her. Why hadn't he considered that? Because he'd been too driven by the need to save Rhea to consider the consequences. She's not dead. We have to go down there and save her. There are probably more Mortu, and who knows what else, Tyson argued. She wasn't tethered to you, and she knows her way around the astral realm. I've seen that girl fight. I'm sure she can handle herself, Charlie said with a soothing tone. Tyson drifted away from her, glancing over his shoulder at the ravine. What if she can't handle it herself? We can't just let her life force get consumed by those things. He glanced frantically around at the others, each one meeting his gaze with compassion and concern, but none of them offered to follow Rhea into the ravine. The only ones who know how to fight in the astral realm are you and Charlie, Anna said abruptly. We need you for obvious reasons, and Charlie is the one who can get through to Rudy and convince him to give us access to the Harpies and the Eternal Source. It doesn't make sense to sacrifice the most experienced among us to go after Rhea when there's a strong chance she'll make it back to her body on her own. Besides, we don't have time, Harper said. Anger and guilt grew in Tyson, threatening to explode. Rhea wouldn't even be there if it hadn't been for him. He was the one who had woken her up. He was the one who had built the portal and agreed to let her come with them to the astral realm. Stop blaming yourself, Harper insisted, her brown eyes resting on his. She stepped forward and took his hands in hers. How did you know? Harper tilted her head to one side. You get a look when you're thinking too much, and you always blame yourself. Rhea made the choice to come with us. She knew the risks. We have to move on without her. I agree with Harper, Quinn said. As do I, Anna agreed. Tyson looked at Charlie, who gave him a sad smile. If it were as simple as jumping down and getting her back to the top of the cliff, I would do it in an instant. But she's entered one of the lower planes, and retrieving her and returning here could take hours or days of Earth time. We'll talk to Rudy, get through the harpies, and when this is all over, we can go back to the house and find her. Bo will be there when she wakes up, and he'll keep her company. Tyson wanted to believe that Charlie was right, and Rhea would make it out of that pit of Mortu on her own. But his own encounters with the lower planes had been terrifying, and it was difficult to let go of the urge to jump in after her and assuage his guilt at the harm he'd caused her and her family. I don't like it. In fact, I hate it. But since none of you will agree, I guess I'm outvoted, Tyson finally said. Then let's go, Charlie replied, leading the way up the path and across the porch, stopping at the front door. I don't know what we'll find when I open this door. Some days he rages, burning this dimension to the ground with his grief. Other days, he's like a ghost, unresponsive and impossible to communicate with. Tyson, I'm hoping your ability to see beyond the surface and heal will come into play. Your intuition is strong. Trust it. Unless it says to jump off a cliff. Then don't, Harper said. Tyson resisted the urge to shoot her a glare. He wanted so badly to prove that he was capable of fighting for himself, not just healing people. This recent stunt hadn't helped Harper's view of him. Charlie put her hand on the doorknob and twisted. The door flew open with a bang, and a wind rushed from inside, threatening to push them all back down the stairs. Charlie grimaced, bracing her astral form, then walked in against the wind. The rest of the group followed. Hello? Rudy? Charlie called. I've brought some friends to meet you. The house was dark and appeared to be covered in a thick layer of dust. A creaking sound came from the right. Charlie led the group into the living room, where a figure with its back to the doorway rocked in a wooden chair. The figure stood. A man in his early 50s faced them. A stern face with sagging cheeks and a dead expression in his eyes stared back at them. Hell, Charlie, you ought to give a man warning before bringing company over. The man's face split into a wide smile that did not reach his eyes. He extended his hand to Anna, who stood closest. If I'd have known you were coming, I would have rolled out a welcome mat. Harper leaned towards Tyson, voice hushed. If he means more Mortu, I'm glad he didn't. Tyson nodded, recognizing that she was trying to reconnect with him, trying to help him feel better about what had just happened, but his pride still ached that she'd had to save him. He kept his eyes on the man Charlie called Rudy, her husband. Something was off, and it wasn't the dead eyes, but a feeling in Tyson's chest. A tightening, a warning. The man, or spirit, Tyson supposed, gestured into the dark, cobweb-filled living room. Lights flickered on as he gestured, turning the place into a more vibrant and welcoming version of itself. Since you're here, come in, make yourselves at home, the thing called Rudy said. Harper stepped forward and Tyson flung his arm out, blocking her from getting any closer to the spirit standing in front of them. She looked at him like he was crazy, but didn't challenge him. Tyson opened his mouth to warn the others, but Charlie beat him to it. You aren't my husband, she said to the spirit. Where's Rudy?
In Chapter 14. Harper. Fear surged through Harper. Without her physical body cues to focus on, her emotions were stronger than ever. She could hardly focus, much less interpret each sensation that flooded through her. Everything felt dangerous in this place, even the floor and walls. So, when Tyson's arm flew across her chest, barring her from moving forward, she froze, letting him prevent her from doing something stupid, like she had done at the cliffs for him. The spirit in front of them chuckled. Not your husband? Charlie, it's me, Rudy. I can't believe it. I don't booby-trap the place one time and she thinks I've been usurped. Charlie's face contorted, and she scoffed. You got everything right, from the accent down to the last mole as far as I can see. Everything except the eyes. Rudy's are brown, not blue. I've always wanted blue eyes. How do you know I didn't change them? Rudy's blue eyes narrowed, his tone gaining a dangerous edge. Harper flexed her hands. She didn't know what to do here. She had limited physical abilities. She'd only caught Tyson because of their connection allowing her to touch him in this insane realm. She'd only ever known the physical world. What could she use to defend those she cared about if this unsettled spirit attacked them? What did you do with Rudy? Charlie demanded. Hell if I know. The spirit tossed its arms in the air, exasperation taking over its expression. He told me to mirror him. See, said he'd be gone a few days and that some people might come looking for him. He was tired of fighting with you, the way I understand it. So, he ran away? It's been months since I last visited. It's not like I'm hounding him. Charlemagne snapped. Harper glanced around at the group. They all wore the same bewildered expressions on their faces that she was certain she had on hers. Was this an enemy or not? The spirit posing as Charlie's husband shook his head. In the scheme of eternity, once every 10 years would have been too soon, but you couldn't leave him alone. That's because he's making a mistake, Charlie shouted. She ran a hand down her face. Enough. I don't need directions. A look of concentration passed over her face. She focused on something in the air in front of her, a few feet from her chest. The soul bond. Harper could see the line connecting her to Tyson out of the corner of her eye. It brightened as she focused on it, the other end disappearing into Tyson's chest. As if sensing her focus, Tyson glanced at her, shooting her a quick smile, and the line pulsed with waves of golden light. Charlie must have a similar bond with her husband. After a moment, Charlie slumped, putting her hands on either side of her head and shaking it back and forth. No. 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 What has he done? What have you done? Tyson approached the distraught seer, hands out but not touching. Charlie. What is it? She turned her head and looked at him with red-rimmed eyes. Use your power of sight, Dreamwalker. See what isn't there. Harper didn't have Tyson's abilities. All she saw was Charlie's astral form, glowing slightly fuchsia. Tyson raised his hand as if tracing something in midair. The bond. It's missing, he muttered out loud. I can see its absence, like a ghost of the connection that was once there. Even that impression fades the farther I try to follow it. Harper's hand flew to her chest. What would it feel like for that comforting warmth to be gone? If she couldn't sense Tyson there all the time? It's been weakening the longer he remained here without passing on, but I didn't think it would ever sever, Charlie said, sniffing loudly. How is that possible? Tyson asked louder. You can't just end a soul bond, can you? Even when one of you dies, the bond is still there, leading the other into the afterlife. I didn't notice when it stopped. Charlie's voice trailed off, her face going blank. He's blocked it somehow, to prevent me from finding him. Charlie's brown ponytail whipped behind her as she swung around to face the spirit in her husband's body. Lose his face and take me to him now, Charlie demanded. Rudy's face melted, his 6-foot frame shrinking until a 4-foot-tall goblin-looking creature stood in his place. He grinned toothily. They didn't have time for this. Back on Earth, their bodies were getting thirsty and hungry. There was no telling how long they'd already spent away. A minute. A day. Harper's anxiety rose, and her control vanished. She growled and rushed the goblin-like spirit, but her body passed through his. She snarled, whirling around. The goblin's high-pitched laughter choked off with a gurgle as a trilling whistle sang through the room. Anna's hair lifted, the silvery glow around her astral form expanding as she sang the song of binding. The goblin flew back, slamming into the wall of the cabin and sticking there, its arms trapped by its sides. It wriggled and grunted, gasping and growling in turn as it struggled against Anna's binding. Her song ended, but the glowing did not. She stepped towards the goblin spirit, stopping just below where it hung. Tell us where Rudy is, and do not lie. I know other ways to use this song that are not nearly as pleasant. Harper could have kicked herself for not thinking to use one of the songs. Not that she knew any of them well enough to use them like this, like a warrior, unless they needed something randomly and unpredictably blown up. Tyson had backed up when Anna started singing, and his hand bumped Harper's. He interlocked her fingers with his, and Harper's anxiety diminished. At least she had him. For the first time in a while, They were working towards something together, rather than being split up. All her thinking had almost made her miss what the goblin said. There's a tunnel in the basement. It contains a portal to his location. The goblin hissed and writhed as soon as it finished speaking. And what does he owe you for this farce? Charlie spat. She stood next to Anna now, a whole head taller than the Raven woman. Anna sang a bar, the rising notes creating an almost visible vice around the goblin's neck as it hung suspended in the air. Gak! Agreed to pay me in soul essence. The horrid thing flicked its tongue between its teeth and tasted the air. No, Charlie gasped. She turned to the others. If what this cretin says is true, my husband is literally selling pieces of his soul, still trying to circumvent his inevitable crossing. This setup was to dissuade me from following him. I imagine it's done the opposite, Tyson said. Charlie's face set with a determined grimace. Convincing Rudy to cross is still our best chance for getting to see the eternal source. Lead the way, Seer, Anna said. Harper admired Anna's control, able to hold the effect of her song in place until the group of them reached the stairs. Anna sang a descending tone that Harper felt as an odd, downward tugging sensation in her navel, the song of release. The goblin thudded to the floor and skittered across the room towards the front door. Harper reeled around to face it in case it tried anything funny, Quinn in front of her doing the same. The thing's tongue tasted the air once more, and laughter rattled in its throat. You will all be dead before long. A waste of life source, if you ask me. A waste. Quinn lurched towards the goblin creature and it jumped, eyes widening, its back ramming into the door and rattling the tiny windows at the top. It fumbled for the door handle and flung the door wide, racing across the porch and down the path on all fours. The door swung wide on its hinge. Quinn crossed the room to close it, shrugging at Harper's stare. It felt weird, keeping it open at our backs, he said. The little creep might bring some friends if it returns. Harper nodded and turned back to where Anna and Charlie were halfway down the stairs already. Tyson waited at the top, holding out his hand, and even though it made her feel childish, Harper took it, wanting any familiarity she could get in this strange place. Harper followed Charlie, Anna, and Tyson down the creaky wooden staircase. No drafts emerged from the open doorway on the basement landing. No sound emerged either. If Harper had had hair on the back of her neck, it would have been raised. She tucked her astral wings in close out of habit, grateful that here, at least, she didn't seem to be molting. It made sense, as her wings weren't technically tangible. She walked through the doorway and into what appeared to be an endless tunnel. Where do you think it goes? She whispered ahead to Tyson. We're definitely crossing planes, Tyson replied. He glanced over his shoulder, smiling reassuringly, but his eyes glowed faintly orange, and Harper nearly reared back. It was just his dream-walking ability, activated by the tunnel, and the magic Harper felt swirling around her ankles, urging her forward. We're descending, Tyson said a moment later, loud enough for the entire party to hear. Harper grimaced. She still didn't know much about the astral planes, but Tyson had mentioned the different levels a few times, and she knew that going down wasn't good, especially since she'd spent some time caged up in one of the lower realms during her possession. A light blossomed at the end of the tunnel, and a tiny pinprick rushed to meet them like a light on a freight train. Harper leapt into the air to avoid getting struck, but the white light swallowed Tyson, then her, then everything. The house was gone. The ground and sky were gone. And then she was somewhere else. The images around her blurred and shifted, slowly coming into focus. A man sat in an armchair with a newspaper, the room so small that he could reach the walls on either side if he spread his arms. Harper's astral form overlapped with Tyson's, Quinn's, and Anna's, a crowded sensation filling her mind. But she couldn't actually feel any of them, except Tyson. The man shook his newspaper and lowered it. He looked exactly like the goblin impersonator had while wearing his form, except for his muddy brown eyes. Damn it, Charlie. Why do you insist on following me everywhere? Don't I get a few centuries of peace before I'm stuck with you eternally? The real Rudy asked, his voice gruff, but his eyes seemed to gleam, and Harper realized the roughness was a mask, one that she herself wore sometimes when emotions became too large to handle. Charlie stepped forward, reaching for Rudy with outstretched arms. We promised each other that forever, Rudy. Fought for it, once or twice. Why are you turning your back on it now? Rudy grunted, then jutted his chin towards the cluster of spirits behind Charlie. Who'd you bring with you this time? I don't see Beau. Beau's watching the shop. I don't think he wanted to come, to be honest. He's tired of seeing you like this. Seeing me like what? Rudy snapped. I have everything I want here. Everything except peace and quiet. And family? Charlie said softly. You don't have that here. Your parents, your grandparents, Miles. Harper had no idea who Miles was, but Rudy visibly startled at the name, and then his face and the entire room darkened. The lighting didn't change. A glow still emanated from the lamp on the table beside Rudy's armchair. But Harper suddenly felt drained, her limbs heavy, as if she hadn't slept for days and needed desperately to lay down. Tyson gripped Harper's arm. Stay alert. Harper shook herself, straightening, and forced herself to watch the spirit in the chair. Rudy gritted his teeth, tears falling down his face. Stop mentioning them. They miss you. You're meant to go to them. I don't understand why you refuse, Charlie said. She gestured for Tyson, and he moved forward. Harper pinched herself to hold the drowsiness at bay, catching Charlie's words to Tyson. Do a scan, or whatever it is you do. Can you see anything? She asked. Stop whispering, Rudy bellowed. Long, shadowy tendrils shot out of his body and reached for them. The thing that was Rudy screeched and rose from the chair, using the lower tendrils like legs to lift himself up. Tyson sketched something in the air, a symbol that glowed and drifted towards Rudy's torso, then vanished. An acrid stench filled Harper's nose. How could she smell here? She gagged and stumbled back from Quinn, who seemed similarly affected. Harper tried to plug her nose and straighten, but her fingers just went through her own face. Tyson, she gasped. A burning sensation filled her mind, and she couldn't think of anything else. Tyson glanced over, worry and concentration creasing his face. He drew another mark, this one all swirls and dots, and sent the rune-like figure floating towards Rudy. Rudy lashed out at it, cutting it in half, and hissing as it burned him, but not as badly as the first. Charlie whirled around, eyes wild, hands splayed out before her. Don't hurt him. Tyson sketched 2 more marks in quick succession, pushing them through the air at Rudy. They enveloped the thrashing, tentacled creature, surrounding it with pulsing light until they exploded. Harper ducked, but felt nothing touch her. She lifted her head. The darkness and the fatigue immediately lifted, and the cozy reading room had transformed into a blank-walled room, with sparse, crumbling furniture. The paradise Rudy had created for himself had broken like his spirit. Tyson lay on the ground, grimacing in pain, but slowly getting up. Rudy did not. Prostrate at the foot of the armchair, Rudy's size and energetic presence had shriveled to almost nothing. The shadows had gone, fled or banished by Tyson's power. Only the spirit remained, a sagging-faced gray-haired man with stubble in deep circles under his eyes. Charlie rushed to her husband's side. She knelt and dragged his head into her lap, apparently still able to touch him despite how their soul bond had nearly vanished. Harper ached at the sight of Charlie dry sobbing over her husband's ruined form. Was this how he had died? His mortal body ruined with age and medical complications? To have to relive this, Harper could hardly imagine. But there was love in Charlie's eyes, alongside the despair. And Rudy looked at her with pain and adoration. Both. I don't want you to see me this way. He spoke in stutters and pauses, each one more labored than the last. Shh, Charlie said, rocking slightly. Don't waste your energy talking. You know what we have to do. Tyson approached the couple, crouching down to be on Charlie's level. I don't know what it's called, but there were several beings attached to him, leeching off his soul essence, changing him, warping him. They're gone now. Harper blinked. Was Rudy disappearing? The spirit in Charlie's arms seemed more translucent than ever. Charlie noticed, too. Her hands roved over her husband's face and shoulders. You're fading. No. You can't go here, Rudy. You have to cross over. Show us the bridge. You have to take us with you to confront the eternal source. Not strong enough, Rudy gasped, his voice nothing more than a wheeze. What happens if he disappears? Harper asked, approaching. I'm not sure. Souls are supposed to cross into the eternal source, using the bridge that appears to those who have died when they first leave their physical bodies. If they wait too long, the bridge disappears, and the only way back to the eternal source is through the bridge in the Harpy's domain. That's my understanding anyway. Charlie trailed off, gazing into her husband's eyes. Rudy reached up and stroked her cheek. You tried to tell me for so long. You're a stubborn old goat, Charlie replied. Tyson cleared his throat. I have an idea for preserving him. If he can tell us how to get past the Harpies, that is. I'm not sure it'll work, but it's the best shot we all have. Charlie's eyes lit up with hope. Please, Rudy. Rudy gestured for Tyson to lean in. Tyson did, bowing over the man's frail spirit and listening intently as those thin lips whispered words only Tyson and possibly Charlie could hear. Then, Rudy slumped back into Charlie's arms, his form diminishing in both size and appearance, until Harper could barely make out his outline. Tyson stood, making a motion like brushing his hands off on his pants, then glanced at his hands looking a bit lost. What did he say? Harper asked, nearing Tyson. She wanted to touch him, to ask if he was hurt, to ease the worry lines from his face, to rub the knots from his neck and shoulders. But now wasn't the time, even if he had a body for her to embrace. Tyson glanced from the couple back to Harper. I'm dreamwalking into the TRS to get the Harpy egg so we can barter with the Harpies guarding the eternal source.
Chapter 15. Tyson. Tyson tried to ignore Harper's dagger-like glare, her crossed arms and stiff wings a sure sign she was angry with him. Instead, he drew in a breath and called the others over. Anna and Quinn came together, their faces interested and open. He'd earned their respect and trust, at least, despite his stupid mistake at the cliffside. Tyson cleared his throat, but Quinn spoke first. Is he going to make it? He jutted his square jaw towards Rudy and Charlie. Yes, probably. At least across the bridge to the eternal source. But we have to get there first and fast. Charlie says it's guarded by Harpies, and the only way across, according to Rudy, is to barter with them, Tyson explained. What do we have that they could want? Anna asked, tapping her chin. You know, the TRS has a treasury of both magical and non-magical items. If I could get a hold of an inventory sheet, we could offer any number of those items to them? Tyson nodded. I like where your thoughts are going, but we can't guarantee any of those items are still accessible with the tower taken over. And how is that any different from your idea? Harper said, gritting her teeth. If Anna wants to go, let her. Her items are likely as good as some Harpy egg. Anna's eyes widened. A Harpy egg? Where did you get something like that? It was a gift, Tyson said, exasperated at Harper's lack of support. Why didn't she accept that they all had to take risks, and she couldn't be the only one in action all the time? Harper threw her hands up. You're walking straight into a demon-infested building? What could go wrong? A lot, Tyson admitted, but I'm safer alone, and I'm traveling straight into my bedroom using a tunnel through the astral realm that I built with my own mind. That makes it very low risk. I doubt the demons are occupying my room. Why not take someone with you? Quinn asked. Anna cut in. Tyson should go alone. Anyone else will only slow him down. and there's the added risk of them getting left behind if Tyson has to leave in a hurry. Not to mention if the demons attacked both of you, we would lose 2 in our party instead of just 1. Harper's wings shuddered, the feathers tickling Tyson's arm. Irritation overrode Tyson's inclination to reassure her. Irritation that, in every instance, she seemed to care about him, except when he had to enter danger for the good of everyone else. She had no qualms about doing the same herself. It irritated him even more that he didn't have time to unpack this insecurity with her. He would just have to show Harper that she could have confidence in him by proving that he could do this. "Charlie, can you hold the others here in the astral realm while I'm gone?" Tyson asked. "Holding them here should take less energy than bringing them here would have, and you already did that," Charlie said. "Just be quick. My energy isn't at its highest right now." "Understood," Tyson said. He lifted his hand and held it near Charlie's, focusing on transferring the energetic anchors he'd used to bring the others there. Charlie grunted, and her magenta aura dimmed, but she gave Tyson a quick, strained smile as if trying to reassure him. "Sure you'll be all right?" Tyson asked. "Go," Charlie replied, nodding. Tyson concentrated on the heat in his core, the place his magic resided. He used to think the Ulu knife was his magic, but it was more like a focal point, a way for him to train. He was still getting used to the magic just being there, ready to use at any time whether he had the knife out or not. "Are you sure this isn't about Rhea?" Harper asked, stepping towards him. Quinn caught her arm and she tried to shake him off. "Tyson." Her voice was low, urgent, almost pleading. He couldn't look at her. He had to focus on the tunnel he'd built in his mind, the one that was forming right in front of him. None of the others could see it unless he intended to take them with him. The opening yawned and stretched, the walls a pearlescent shade of green, glossy and glimmering, a color that Tyson always thought belonged in the ocean. "Let me go!" He stepped through before Harper could shove Quinn off. Her broken-off shout garbled into nothing as he entered the stillness of the tunnel. A heartbeat-like sound pulsed through the walls, rhythmic and haunting. He had to go get his body first. Then this tunnel would take his physical form to the TRS tower. Without his body, he wouldn't be able to pick up the egg. The tunnel acted like a shortcut, personalized just for him and tied directly to his body and any other location he attached to it. Currently, it was just his room at the tower. Tyson concentrated and felt his essence slide through the tunnel. A split second later, he was in Charlie's living room, where Beau slept in an armchair, head tilted back and snoring. Tyson slipped into his body, laying down and sitting up in an instant. He shook out his limbs, breathing deep to stave off a wave of hunger. The clock on the mantel said it was after 3 a.m. Based on his body's cues, they had been gone in the astral realm for about 8 hours, most likely. He glanced around at the sleeping bodies on the floor of the living room. Rhea's form, with her long red hair, still lay near Charlie, and Tyson's chest clenched with guilt. He should have gone after her, whatever the others said. He could have transferred their tethers to Charlie, He didn't have time for this. Tyson called the tunnel he'd created, this time stepping inside. It sucked him in and flung him across space and time. He fell out of the tunnel onto his bedroom floor, inside the tower, the cheap industrial office carpeting rough on his hands and knees. He breathed for a moment, making sure his breakfast wasn't going to make a reverse trip, then sat back on his heels and glanced around. He froze when his eyes landed on a figure sitting cross-legged on his bed in the dark room. "Ewu?" he asked, recognizing the man's lean body and long beard, even in the shadows. The man's eyes opened with a yellow flash that illuminated his face in a sickly glow before dimming to normal. "Tyson," he croaked, climbing from the bed and staggering forward. He gripped Tyson's shoulders like a pair of clamps, his arms trembling. "You weren't possessed." Tyson shook his head. "No, we escaped." "Thank the gods," Yiwu gasped, tears springing to his eyes. He drew himself up, sniffing and trying to regain his composure. "We? Who is with you? Where are you?" Tyson glanced around the room again, even though he knew they were alone. Something felt off about the tower, and he couldn't be certain they wouldn't be overheard. "Oh, it's safe in here. For now, I've put up some protection. They haven't found me yet, and they've searched this floor 3 times. He held up 3 skinny fingers and grinned. "All right, I've got Harper, of course, her brother Quinn, and Rhea." His voice choked and broke off, but he forced himself to continue. "And Anna." "Anna!" Yiwu's eyes widened. "You have her." "Praise all life, I will tell the others." They were worried she'd been captured, and that the Demon Queen was waiting for something before revealing that she'd gotten one of our leaders. "What about Jack and the others?" Tyson asked. "Most of them escaped underground and are hiding out in the safe rooms in the city. The tunnels were destroyed. I was sent back here to try to find anyone else who might be hiding," Yiwu said. Tyson hesitated. He didn't have long, but he had a chance to find out how things looked for the TRS. and he knew Anna would appreciate the update. "How is it looking?" Iwu shook his head. "Bah," he spat. "We were caught totally unawares. None of us expected attacks of a supernatural nature. We were too busy dealing with attacks of technology and warfare from the other side. We forgot we still had enemies among our own kind. And that shock cost us dearly. I don't have proper numbers, but I estimate only 1 in 10 of our men and women got away. The children, fortunately, received enough advance warning and were far enough from the attack that most of them were rescued and hidden in time. But I've already had to face those left behind, and they fight their friends without mercy." Tyson shuddered, remembering when, not so long ago, Harper and Quinn had both been demon-controlled and had fought him with the intent to kill. He tried to forget the blank, glowing stares and the ruthless expressions on their faces, but he woke up at night in a cold sweat still, those eyes flaring at him. "We're doing everything we can to get them back and take care of the demon autarch before it's too late," Tyson said. Iwu's eyes lit up. "Come up with a plan, have you?" "I have a contact who knows things. It's a lot to explain, actually, but we're going to see the eternal source. We've just got to get past these harpies. I have a harpy egg and—" Tyson trailed off at Iwu's sudden change in expression, from mirthful and celebrating to rearing back, eyes wide with terror. "The eternal source?" "Tyson, your training has barely begun. You think you can traverse the upper planes without losing your way, much less your mind? I've elevated to the higher mental plane myself, but at great cost. Attempting to go higher without proper training will only get you killed or make you go mad, which will have the same end result." Tyson squirmed. "Well, we found a shortcut of sorts. Hence the harpies." A sudden realization struck Tyson, and his legs went weak, one hand going to his forehead and rubbing through his hair. "What is it?" Iwu asked. "The egg. I just realized I won't be able to take it into the astral realm with me without dream walking, and where I'm going, I probably shouldn't risk using my physical form." "No, that would be unwise. But have you considered that the harpy egg belongs to the harpies and therefore isn't of this world? It is tangible, yes, but in my experience, similar items tend to change forms as they're brought across the veil between realms. Not an issue at all. But I also need a vessel for Rudy. That's Charlie's husband." "You don't know him?" "Never mind," Tyson said, rubbing his face in his hands. "Is there something I can do about getting some kind of vessel into the astral realm? Something I can bless with my magic and use to put a degenerating spirit inside?" Iwu's jaw worked up and down, little grunts and high-pitched noises coming out, as if he were starting words and stopping without finishing their first sounds. Finally, he clamped his jaw shut and held up his hands. "I do not think it is important that I understand what you are trying to accomplish. But this I may be able to help you with." "How did you travel into the astral realm?" Iwu asked. "Through a vision painted by a soothsayer," Tyson said automatically. Iwu raised his eyebrows and whistled. "That's some talented friend you have there. I hope you treasure them. This makes it simple. Paint an image of the vessel on the painting. When you return, the vessel will be where you painted it, and it will be in a spirit form." Tyson glanced around the room. He didn't have anything here he could use as a vessel to protect Rudy's spirit, not even an empty shampoo bottle. But Charlie's house had to have a jar or something. Iwu cleared his throat. "I do not wish to deter or discourage you, but I know you, Tyson Miller. I've been as close to inside your mind as one can get, and I know that you're not ready to face the eternal source. No man is meant to face them and live." "No man has ever had need like I have now," Tyson insisted. He shoved away the anxiety that rose in his chest, trying to make him believe he was an imposter, that he didn't have strong enough magic, that he wasn't much of a dream walker at all, if he even was one. "All mortals on the earth will be either destroyed or changed irrevocably if I don't do this. The demons will finish the bridge between the final abyss and earth, and more demons will cross over, and they will swallow our world and everyone in it. If the eternal source is all-knowing and all-powerful, if they are what we came from and will return to, won't they know all of this? Won't they be expecting us to seek their aid and willingly offer it to save their creations?" Tyson's chest heaved up and down as he finished. He searched Iwu's gaze, noting the way the old man struggled to hold his eyes in one place, the way his shoulders gradually sagged inward, as if he were caving in on himself. "There was a time," he started, then coughed, clearing his throat. "There was a time when man could access the eternal source simply by going to a mountain and meditating. Many things have widened the distance between our world and the uppermost planes. Technology, pollution, and war have laid waste to the sacred places. Pride and hate have laid waste to the places within our minds and hearts where the eternal source used to rest. They got tired of waiting for us to get our act together and have turned their back on us. Tyson got the impression that the sage didn't think that he would return from the meeting, if he even made it in the first place. But Tyson couldn't afford to give any of those thoughts a chance to root in his mind. He would return, and so would Harper and Quinn and Anna and Charlie. Iwu coughed. Wasn't there something you came here for? Tyson shook himself. Yeah, the egg. He headed for the closet and dug into the back on the floor where his backpack slumped. Stained with dirt and who knew what else, the sun-bleached blue nylon ripped a bit as Tyson undid the zipper. The harpy egg nestled inside a white t-shirt he'd wrapped around its softball-sized surface. Once he handed the egg over to the harpies, he might never know what lay inside, and part of him couldn't help but wonder if he was giving away a weapon that could potentially win this war for them. As soon as that thought landed, it was like a burr in his sock. He shrugged it off as he gripped the egg and turned back to Iwu, who sat back on the bed in his cross-legged position, readying himself for meditation. You could come with us. We sure could use your wisdom, Tyson said. Iwu didn't even open his eyes. I have a purpose here. Tyson sighed, but he'd expected as much. He readied himself and concentrated on opening the walkway between realms to carry his physical form back to the relative safety of Charlie's house before he returned to Rudy's place in the astral realm. Iwu's ancient voice crackled from the corner of the room again, just as Tyson stepped out of this world and into the next. We will not meet again, Tyson Miller. Sea-green light glimmered past Tyson's peripheral vision as the tunnel drew him onward. He turned around out of reflex, but Iwu had vanished, and the walkway entrance had closed. Had Iwu meant that Tyson wouldn't see him again because Tyson's mission would fail? Or because Iwu would eventually get caught by the demons? Tyson had no way of knowing, and his confidence wavered. The bright light appeared at the end of the tunnel like a train coming down tracks, and Tyson stumbled out into Charlie's kitchen, nearly knocking a chair over at the table. Bo woke with a startled shout, arms and legs flailing as he shoved his way out of the yellow armchair by the fireplace. He whirled around, somehow managing to not step on the bodies of their astral-bound companions as he lurched towards the intruder in his house, only to come up short as he finally recognized Tyson. He blinked, then frowned, his forehead creasing. Tyson, why are you back? Are the others— I'm just passing through, Tyson said in a rush. His stomach growled. He needed to eat something. He ran to the kitchen and opened the fridge, grabbing a package of pre-sliced cheese and shoved it into his mouth, chewing as fast as he could. He took a wad of curled ham from another package, grabbed the milk carton from the door, and chugged to wash it all down. Wiping his mouth, Tyson glanced into the living room and saw Bo, standing frozen behind the couch as if he'd seen a ghost. One of the bodies on the floor was moving. Rhea sat up, stretching, then glanced up at Bo. Her eyes wandered past him into the kitchen where Tyson stood with the carton of milk in one hand and the harpy egg in the other. In the blink of an eye, she shifted into her fox form, bounding over the couch and darting towards Tyson. Tyson swung the carton of milk in front of him. Rhea, stop! She skidded, her claws scratching on the linoleum, and snarled at him, creeping one way then the other, then launching herself at him. Tyson dodged and banged his hip on the counter, then lurched through the dining room into the kitchen. Go! Bo bellowed, raising his arms. Troll doll eyes lit up the entire living room, glowing neon orbs of terror. A whole army of trolls. Tyson threw himself over the couch, gripping the harpy egg as tightly as he could, and laid on the floor. He lifted his hand, concentrating on the painting, trying to ignore the howls and yelps of pain as the troll dolls zipped from their stations towards the mad fox in the kitchen. Just before he felt the portal connect, Tyson dropped his hand. He still needed a vessel. Where does Charlie keep her paint? Tyson shouted, standing and jumping back over the couch. This isn't the time for painting, Bo said, grunting as something struck his stomach. Rhea had headbutted him. A heap of trolls piled onto her back and seemed to be pulling her fur. She snapped and snarled at them. Bo, Tyson shouted again. Cupboard in the hall, middle shelf, can't miss it, Bo said, voice strained. Tyson flung the nearest door open and immediately saw the paint. He grabbed the first colors he saw that would match or come near enough, then headed for the portal painting leaning against the fireplace. Bo, I need a troll. Tyson glanced at the tubes of paint in his hand. A green one? One of the glowing little toys zipped over and started climbing his pants. Tyson dropped the paint and set the harpy egg down, keeping it from rolling away with his foot, then grabbed the troll. He drew a symbol over the troll with his free hand, watching the symbol float down into the troll's belly button. Orange light blossomed in the toy's eyes, then vanished. Its eyes went dull. Tyson hoped it would work. He squirted the two colors straight onto the tile next to the fireplace and picked up a paintbrush. Sorry, Charlie, Tyson said, dipping his paintbrush in the paint and stroking the colors onto the painting, placing the troll doll at the bottom of the path leading up to the tiny house at the center of the painting. He hoped intention was more important than accuracy, because his rendition of the troll doll looked like little more than a splotch. Behind him, the fighting sounds escalated, chairs scraping across the floor, cups clattering to the floor as Rhea fought the trolls, and Bo tried to subdue her. The sound of shattering glass startled Tyson into looking up from the painting, and he saw Rhea in her human form climbing over jagged glass shards in the kitchen windowsill, her eyes glowing amber. Tyson dropped his paintbrush and stood, but it was too late. She was gone. Going after her at this point would only cause more trouble or get him killed. "What's that for?" Bo asked, breathing heavily as trolls marched past him back to their places. "Your dad," Tyson said, heading back to lay down in his spot on the floor, the harpy egg and the troll doll each in one hand. He reached into the painting, sinking into his own subconscious as he was pulled onto the astral pathways back to where Harper waited for him.
Rebel Sworn will continue in Part 2, available now in the Wings of Rebellion playlist.